Opie and Anthony on satellite radio. Host Anthony Camilla and Greg Opie here. On the virtual team. Opie and Anthony apologizing for yet another raunchy comment profanity-laced rap. Is this the last straw for the raunchy radio duo?
Yeah, come on, bring it on.
You know what? I think this is hilarious.
A whole big bunch of fun.
The greatest show on satellite radio today.
This show is like the box of chocolates that Forrest's mother was talking about.
You're a no-good son of a bitch.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
We're so much fucking better than you.
Absolute lunacy.
If you're giving me the hook, fine, whatever.
What's going
I do
on?
what I'm told. I don't.
Completely out of control.
It doesn't get better than this.
Come on, it's shocking.
But enough of this palaver. Let's
do
show
it.
on the road.
Palaver. Hi, everybody.
Morning. Watching the
And
news
ain't it a
coverage.
lovely morning.
Yeah, sure. Watching the news coverage. I guess a tree fell down somewhere overnight, and there's a big deal.
Yeah, something really odd happened. There was a really fast-moving thunderstorm, and some trees fell down.
And maybe
yeah.
a car or two is damaged. And,
Yeah. Something you
And-
never see, though.
And tens of people don't have electricity this morning.
It's
So the news have cornered off the entire neighborhood with their news trucks and their reporters to stare at a tree. One guy tried to make it really exciting. He said the tree broke off from across the street and landed on the other side of the street.
on a car.
On a car.
And then said you couldn't uproot this with a crane. But the storm did it. Wow, you never see that during the summer in the Northeast.
When these crazy thunderstorms come flying
Yeah. Wow.
through. Stupid news.
Right. Same story every year.
Good morning, Jim.
Here he is,
James P. Norton
our representative
from Comic-Con.
from Comic-Con. I just heard a few short details.
It was fun, actually, but, you know how it is. Could you do the whole thing on $40? Do you need hotels, or do you mind sleeping in the parking lot outside the... Jesus.
That's why we don't step up to do anything, because they just don't know how to do it right.
Was Sam here today?
Huh?
Is Sam... Okay. So
Sam's here.
Yeah.
Sam has hinted that there may have been some issues with the Comic-Con. Not because of you or him.
We're the con people. They were very nice.
Right. It was just maybe setting up things in advance and whatnot that might have been the problem.
Like when we went to check in and he had a press pass and they couldn't find mine, and then they said, "Oh, you're an attendee." And they looked at my paper and it said attendee on it in big letters.
Oh, my God.
And the email address it came from was, I believe, our own Steve Carlisi.
Oh, no. Why did you get attendee?
Why wouldn't I? Because I guess it would be too easy to have two press passes.
Why?
Well, here comes Steve.
But Steve, I have to say, in Steve's defense, it looks like the con screwed up because I emailed him back, but it looks like it was their screw up. But they fixed it. They were so nice
Oh, it
right
was
there.
resolved?
Dude, it was like, why isn't life like this? I talked to the guy and he goes, "Yeah, you're listening as an attendee." And he goes, all right, well, we'll just fix it. And they fixed it. It was like there was no problem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
No, he
Was he supposed to have a press pass?
yeah, and per the confirmation email I got the day before he flew out, he had one. So, and in the email correspondence that I followed up with, they said, "Oh, our bad. We'll fix
Boring.
it." Yeah.
But wait, where did it say? It said attendee at one of the emails. Where did it say
I'll have to look. I
attendee?
don't know. I'll find it.
Could you print out? Maybe Sam can hear it because it said in the big one attendee.
Attendee.
It didn't look like press at all.
Isn't everyone there an attendee?
And oh yeah, that was
I mean,
also
what the fuck is...
that was. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but the response I got was, it doesn't matter if he's an attendee or has a press pass, he's still waiting on the same line. That was almost verbatim.
Oh,
the
interesting.
same piece of correspondence I got.
It's not true though.
All right. Well, Sam's in studio. See, if you don't know, Sam and Jim Norton flew out to San Diego for Comic-Con.
Separately, because I was already out there.
Separately, yes.
Yeah.
'Cause-
right.
Oh, because you did
Yes.
Jay Leno.
Well, I drove from San Diego. I didn't want to cost the company more money, So I actually rented a car in L.A. I let them bring my rental car, and I drove to San Diego.
Oh, how was the drive?
It was good, except the fucking 5 was closed.
I-5 was closed. That's the main fucking freeway.
That's the main way to
Why
San
would
Diego.
it be open
from
at
LA.
1 in the morning? And I said, let me get the fucking GPS and all that. So they bring me the car. The GPS is in Spanish. So
Well, you are in Southern California.
I don't know how to fucking fix it. So I spent 20 minutes in the driveway of the London Hotel.
Learning Spanish?
Dude. How do you say don't pipe me in the head-o? And then I get it, and I'm riding around literally for 40 minutes in L.A. I'm like, where the fuck am I? There's no highways. I'm riding around Tent City. There's homeless people.
Shit.
I turned around to go back towards the police station, and the fucking homeless guy is screaming, wrong way! I'm going the wrong way down a one-way street. And then I realized it had been set by the fucking scumbags at Enterprise for avoid all highways.
Oh, my
shit.
God.
That'll
What
get
the
you killed.
In Spanish and avoid all highways, they have to be getting paid off by gangs. So that the people that rent the cars just go into these awful neighborhoods.
Dude, it was so... Why would you ever want to avoid highways when driving?
Yeah. And
I don't
how
know,
could
that's-
I-5 be closed?
It was closed. It was something going on. So I'm driving. I'm like, fuck it. I finally got on the road. Literally almost an hour into my trip, I'm driving. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I figure, fuck it. And then all of a sudden the
man.
5 is closed. So it was probably a good half-hour delay, but I finally got to the hotel.
But you saved the company a good $200-300, so they must be happy about that, huh?
Yeah, actually like $600. I was a fucking good egg. It would have been expensive to fly me down.
Damn.
And Sam?
Well, the problem with the passes was the email. You have to print out an email. They send you a confirmation. You print it out. They scan the barcode on the email. They print out your pass.
There you go.
So
Future.
me and Norton go in. We each have separate desks. And I handed mine to my desk, and he handed his to his desk. 30 seconds later, I walked over to his desk with my pass and looked at him like, what's the holdup? And they sent him to another desk, and then another desk, and then another desk. And at the third desk, we looked at my paper, and it said Sam Roberts, and then the barcode, and then in big bold letters, press. And then on his email, it said Jim Norton, and then the barcode, and then in big bold letters, attendee.
Attendee.
Who printed that out? You printed that out.
Yeah, I got it the morning of from
Okay.
Steve.
Jimmy's more famous than 95% of the fucking acts going to Comic-Con.
I was just editing our big interview with Gil Gerard. So.
Wow.
Ooh, we got the exclusive.
You got Buck Rogers? Oh, bad, huh? I can't wait. I was very excited at your Sigourney Weaver picture.
I was happy about
That is very cool.
That's
that
pretty cool.
was that was really cool because what happens is we got set up with a bunch of interviews.
Yeah.
What happened was Liam scrambled last minute. Liam really did a good job. Honestly, dude, he last minute they put a gun to his head and got him on the case, and he really did work hard for us. And got us a bunch of interviews. We got a couple of sit down.
One-on-ones?
Round tables.
Round tables.
Well, the one-on-ones, yeah, but they're with people we've spoken with. The round tables were good, like when we get to the... Wait, how do you want to describe the first round table?
Well, I mean,
Besides not a round table.
I was just editing the audio. What was great was you were able to describe it, and we recorded it so well. But it was we turned out. It was a parking lot party for the movie Machete.
Yeah.
And before the party, they were all, it was Michelle Rodriguez, Robert Rodriguez, and Danny Trejo, all doing one-on-ones, and then a round table. We were booked for the round table. Unfortunately, the round table was long and rectangular and had 3 rows of lawn chairs behind it for bloggers to sit on and scream questions at tape recorders that were put on the table.
Yeah. It was for the written press. Like...
Yeah, print media.
We didn't get... There was no way to do audio.
No.
There was no way to do audio there. But that was it. You know what? This round table, we made something out of it the best we could.
Yes.
And then the next one we did was a round table for the...
For the movie Paul.
Paul.
Oh, Uncle?
Believe me, there was a few of those.
Piped up a few times.
You walk into a conference room, there's 2 round tables on opposite ends of the room, and they say there's going to be like 12 people at each one, including cast members. And no microphones or anything. And we realize we're the only ones that have audio equipment. So we
There's
asked
no
one-
mic. Nobody has a mic or a mic flag. Again, just
Right.
throwing a tape recorder down on the table.
bloggers. So we got close to the cast. There was one moment where it was, who came over the first shot? It was Jeffrey Tambor, Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah. and Bill Hader.
Bill Hader, and who I guess was on our show. He remembered us, and some other. Who's the other guy?
I don't remember his name. He was in Wet Hot American Summer and Superbad.
And they sat down for about 15 minutes and we talk. But I'm such a jerk off because I have to sit there with a mic and just kind of hold it in their direct. How you can't hear a word they're saying.
Well, yeah, because and the thing is, I was sitting there with the recorder boosting levels, so you can hear what they're saying, but you also ambient noise.
It was for Sam said it right. We were there. He goes, "This is for bloggers who will go back over the audio and go, what did he say?" No, bloggers.
Okay.
We'll listen to the audio and go and then transcribe it. So for that, it was great.
Sure.
And the reason we know we were right about that it wasn't like, some print media, some radio media is we were sitting at the table and a girl comes down without knowing anything, sits down next to Jim and says, "So who do you write for?"
Who do you write for?
Who do you write for? Right for Jim Norton.
Yeah.
You read my book.
She hadn't.
She had.
And Jim was like, he was sitting at the machete thing. He was in the back of all the bloggers. And he's getting recognized. Like somebody wants a picture with him. But at the same time is looking at him.
It was
competing with writers.
Humiliating.
What are you doing here?
Dude, humiliating.
Oh yeah, one of the guys who was setting up the party was like, "Are you in this?"
You're supposed to be like, are you in the movie? Yeah. No, I'm just here with
the
you bloggers.
Humiliating.
This just shows you what kind of a soldier Jimmy is.
He did well.
It was.
You're more famous than the people you were trying to interview.
Well, not on that one. They were like legit.
and in general, though.
What drove me nuts is we've had Robert Rodriguez on the show. He was a great guest when we had him on.
Oh yeah, he was.
Danny Trejo, I know, would have been great. Michelle Rodriguez was very nice, but to not be able to get a one-on-one with like Robert Rodriguez, it's like we've already interviewed him.
Yeah,
and then there was fucking. There was cameras talking to the camera. They were doing one-on-ones.
Yeah, they did
we were watching them do one-on-ones. Do you understand what it's almost like we were watching a hot chick suck dicks. And then we were at the table where we get to jerk off and look at her.
And Jim goes, "No, I mean," he was like, "Maybe." That is the round table. Maybe there's a mistake. Let's call the person setting this up now just to make sure. And I said, okay. And
it had to be a mistake.
Yeah.
This couldn't be it.
And I was like, "Hey, Sam Roberts with Jim Norton, and we're here." She was like, "Okay, great." And I was like, "Okay, well, where should we go?" And she goes, "See you're here." I go, "Yeah." And she goes, "You see the long table with all the white chairs behind it?" "Yeah, just find a chair." Okay, so
no special treatment.
That is
all right.
So who gets the one-on-ones?
TV.
I'm sure there was other radio. It was a lot of TV, but
yeah,
we should have had certain ones. Again, you're not going to get.
Who do we get to blame for this?
Well,
Get to blame.
Who do we get to blame?
I
for
will
this?
say who you can't blame. Liam. Liam was great. I mean, I got to say, Liam, fucking guy, man. We had nothing.
We didn't even have round tables before Liam.
We had nothing lined up until they basically put a shotgun at Liam's large head, and it is an awful head, Liam. It's fucking Philip Seymour Hoffman-ish. And he busted his ass, and he got us a lot of things.
But who do we blame for having nothing going into this?
It's hard to say if it's one person or if it's just a weird. We don't give a shit if these guys are out there or not. I don't know, dude. It's so weird. Like it's like when a riot starts. Who started the riot? You don't know. It's like everybody's all of a sudden, 1 minute people are walking, and the next minute there's 19 dead Germans. Who the fuck knows what happened? You don't know.
Can I get a short list of names together in my head?
Sure.
You know who I'm thinking?
Oh, boy.
Are we thinking the same people?
Yes, probably. Probably. But the frustration. We finally got. We did get to talk.
I mean, you guys jumped right in. I want to know about the flights out there, the separate flights.
It was great. I don't know if you want
flying
to
in the middle of the night to save
wait for us to tell all the
$200.
stories when you have the audio. It's almost done.
You might want to wait for the. You're right. You might want to
Really?
wait for the
Because it was
audio.
literally every single step of the way, Jim and I realized we are fending for ourselves out here.
You're just
We are-
alone.
There's
no
nothing
support.
set up. We are just, from the minute I arrived in San Diego and Jim was already there,
Who was the point person?
there was...
each other.
Sounds like they almost had to eat each other to survive.
Yeah.
Dude,
Wow.
it was.
But who was the point person here?
What point person?
I guess we were talking. I mean, the guy I talked to before I came out was Gary. I guess was if there was a point person, it was probably. And I'm not throwing Gary into the bus. I mean, it
So
was.
he must have figured that everything was all set.
He said he did. He was
San Diego, right?
He was texting me throughout, just making sure Norton and me were.
But did he set up
alive.
stuff in advance?
Well, the stuff that they set up in advance. I'll say this: the hotel at first we were really annoyed about, but it was booked like a month in advance.
They don't even like the
The hotel.
But I have to say
What's
this:
wrong with the hotel, or do we have to wait for the audio?
there is no audio at the hotel. It was close.
What was wrong with the hotel?
The fact that I had no curtains, it was just blinds. Dude, it was. But let me say, hold on. It was a Hyatt. It wasn't bad, and it was 10 minutes away. And literally to book the hotel, it was so frustrating because they're like, there's no hotels around. And then we drive down to the convention center.
That was where, because the hotel was a problem when we thought we had to be in walking distance.
Sam, you can speak openly because you're on the air with us.
Well, we
'Cause I know
realized.
I could tell you're a little nervous.
No,
They'll still love you down the hall, but I mean, we got to get this out there for the people.
as we drove in Jim Norton's fancy PT Cruiser. Oh yeah,
The PT Cruiser.
we hopped in the cruiser.
Yeah, that was one I didn't know until I got downstairs at the London through Enterprise. They had the old pussy wagon waiting for me.
The white cruiser.
Yeah, the white PT Cruiser. Nothing says success.
But we
PT Cruiser, nice.
we got to the convention center and we were like, where are we supposed to go from here?
To park.
So we just drove all the way to the convention center and we said, oh, there's permit parking. But they informed us when we got there that, first of all, I think the cops were fucking with us because they kept sending us in all different directions to park.
They had nothing better to do but watch people, and the traffic was so fucking bad.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Because there was a Westboro protest. The Baptist Church was there. We hate God hates fags.
Sure.
What? What were they protesting
They need
that for?
attention. They need attention. Who knows?
God.
But
Idiots.
so there's a parking lot right under the convention center, and so we pulled in front of it and said, hey, how can we get in here? And they said, well, you needed to get parking permits. Now we're sold out.
Yeah, we don't have anything.
So how do you get the parking permits ahead of time?
You purchased them.
You probably have to buy them in advance, I would say.
But who buys them in advance?
Again, the forward crew there.
I'll tell you who doesn't.
point
Jim
men.
and Sam.
But who should have bought the parking permit for you?
Well, I mean, I
Or
guess
knew about it?
Jim and I assumed that somebody else might have somewhat looked into some details of the trip.
Assumption.
that's-
You made an assumption.
You're assuming someone from here should have looked into all this stuff before you guys flew out there?
Or at least
Yeah.
one or two
Who would that
things.
person be?
I don't know.
Who do we blame on that one?
I don't know whose responsibility.
Whose skill set is lacking?
Oh, dude, the fucking toolbox was empty. And then we're riding around, and literally the traffic is.
Where'd you have to park because you didn't have
Yeah.
a nice permit
Well,
parking?
there were no lots available. Like, there's a lot of public lots
So-
in San Diego.
So a bunch of bloggers had it all figured out way better than...
There was 150,000 people in this city for Comic-Con.
Yes.
This is not a city that had, like, we could, and it was suggested that we get in a cab, but we would have to get on a line with 1,000 people that were waiting for cabs.
You couldn't get a cab.
And so the only reason that we went to this convention at all is because we went past the San Diego Padres parking lot, which was closed, it looked like.
It was closed.
And we rolled down the window, and Jim said, is there any place to park around here? And the guy was about to say, oh, no, he said, where's the entrance to this lot? And the guy was obviously about to say, well, we're not really taking cars. But he goes, hey, aren't you Jim Norton? I've read your books.
Get the fuck out of here.
The guy, it was probably 10 blocks away, which was fine. San Diego, it's a very 10 easy blocks. It was. Every lot was sold out. All these public lots, they all sold the fuck
So
out.
you had nowhere to park.
This was
You probably would have had to park a mile or two away and walk and hoof it in.
Dude, there was public parking, was 15-minute parking. Like, you couldn't do it in the street.
Jesus.
And this was for the Padres premier fans. I guess these are for people, because we're right by the Padres ballpark there.
Sure.
So the guy was an old guy who recognized me from reading my book. And he's raving about me, and they waved me in, him and this other lady, and the guy, the manager of the place, happens to be there. So the guy goes, hey, here's a couple passes. He gives us passes for the next 2 days and says, just show this, tell me you're a friend of mine, and you can park here for free. So that was how we
it
got
was
to
amazing.
park.
And then it
Good
was
luck.
like, it was as if somebody had set up something real nice for us.
Yeah. Yeah. We're like, oh, this is what would have happened had there been work done in the beginning. You just pull in and there's a spot for you.
Yeah. If you do the work ahead of time.
Right.
Before you guys actually drive to the airport to fly out there.
Yeah.
So we finally got parking that way, and we finally got in. But there was one point when we got there to see after the traffic, and nowhere to park, and then there's no press pass for me. I was probably 2 minutes away from. I said to Sam, like, if this doesn't work out, I'm going to literally just get in the car and go to the airport.
Yeah.
Especially when he told
I'm leaving.
when they said no, this says attendee. He was like, we couldn't find a parking spot. You know, the
Parking-
hotel has blinds.
Blinds, a fucking room. No, it's just.
And then this badge says
have
attendee.
internet?
We did. I bought tinfoil. I was going to tape tinfoil over my windows like Elvis in the fucking hotel. But again,
Jimmy likes it dark in his hotel room,
Yes.
too. So.
but dude, I took a picture. I'll show you the picture of what it was like in the morning. I hung blankets.
Trying to pull it up.
Oh, is the picture there?
The internet sucks at
Yeah.
dick in this place.
But they,
For whatever reason.
San Diego people are fucking nice, dude. They're problem solvers. I called down and complained. I come back up and something's weird in my room, and I realized they had come in and they had put brown paper, like the thing that Luca Brazzi's vest came in.
Yeah, that heavy brown butcher paper.
Brown butcher paper, and they taped it to all of my windows for me.
Wow.
So it kept about 75 to 80% of the light out. So with the blankets I had rigged, they were I was unable to sleep. But the people in San Diego were very fucking nice, man.
So the hotel was a little weird. No parking set up.
Yeah, no blinds. But again, I have to
Jimmy
say,
gets an attendee pass.
they did the best they could with their Kenny. I think. Did you get the hotel?
This is like,
Okay.
this is like, I don't know, whatever. This is like small town radio shit.
That is.
You know, it's a Radisson, so it's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
The things that we had the problems with was the fact that the round tables were for bloggers.
And you thought the round tables would give you a little one-on-one time with some big people, right?
I did pull audio from the round tables, though, so we got the scoops.
Just so you don't think that we're exaggerating. And there was one point where I had to just kind of narrate what was happening
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We'll get into
at
that
the table. Yeah,
when we
get
have the audio. But bloggers Jim didn't see them, but they kept turning around and getting like passive aggressive. They didn't say anything to him, but they were all
Why would
pissed
they?
because they were leaning in, trying to hear what the actors were saying, and Jim was just narrating what a horrible experience this whole thing was.
Wait to hear the audio.
from the back. I was doing it quietly like that.
Yeah.
Shit.
But it's a fun event, dude. It's like I enjoyed the event itself, but it would have been nicer.
It needed to be set up a little more before you guys.
And we got the Gil
Get it out.
Gerard interview ourselves. That was
that's
not.
good.
That was
we-
us.
That was
You
us.
That
pulled
was,
off the Gil
dude,
Gerard.
the fucking line to see Gil Gerard. You actually had to walk up and say hi to him. Yeah, boy. Oh, boy.
There are some really sad moments when you go.
Nadia from Lost, right up.
Really?
Got a picture, so many
You
of them.
did.
But there's not as many of those signings here because it's an expensive booth. Like
Yeah,
Chiller
yeah,
Theater
yeah.
probably has a lot more because I think it's a little more affordable.
Yeah.
You got to pay to get the booth, obviously, right?
Yeah, so
then you gotta
we
make up
So there were-
Scratch.
Who else was just sitting there by themselves waiting for people to show
Oh,
up?
Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man, was there
Again?
Thursday through Sunday. And Norton and me, when we walked past him, had to avoid eye contact because him and Virgil, who were there together, both would try to lock eye contact and then try to get you to feel guilty and walk over.
Don't they realize?
Is that an actual picture from this year? No. Oh, that's a past picture?
But every
All right.
time we've seen pictures of them at any event, there's no one waiting for
chilling.
them or just getting anything signed.
You know who recognized the logo? The what's it called? The flag,
The
the white
Mike flag.
flag. We were introducing. I wanted to get. I don't mind paying them $20 for a picture. I really, because again, a lot of them aren't working. I'm fine with that. Was Lacey Underall from Caddyshack?
Lacey.
I thought that was a fun one. Yeah.
Yes.
She was pushing hard to get booked on this show.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
His
Really?
30th anniversary of Caddyshack.
Today, I think.
Wow.
Oh, is it today?
Either today or yesterday, right
Oh,
around now.
Jesus
it might have been
Christ.
yesterday, 30 years ago.
But her
Caddyshack
friend's a
was
huge
released.
fan. She's like, I've been hearing about you guys constantly because like one of her friends are really.
From Lacey?
Yeah, what's her name? Cindy something. She was actually, she's a little older, but her tits look great. She was pretty sexy. Yeah,
I saw her on a biography show they did on the making of the movie, and she didn't look all that bad.
No, she looks good.
But how many years ago was that?
Yeah, well. No, I think it was
Can I see
relatively new.
You got your picture of her?
I might have it, actually.
I have to see what she looks like now.
Yeah.
She
That's
fucking.
because you remember.
The frustrating thing is there's some one-on-ones that we could have done because there were people. Had we gotten into the press room, there was these major.
Where you should have been.
There was major.
You guys should have had like a red carpet to whatever you wanted.
Red carpet. Red carpet. I would have taken a dirty brown shag. I would have taken any carpet. We had gravel and bare feet. Here, shitheads. Wait.
Jesus.
My favorite thing was
been VIP treatment all the way.
Go on Google News
All the way.
after we got home to figure out all the celebrities that had been there that day because we didn't see any of them.
You didn't see any celebrities? And when did you have to fly out, Sam?
Fly back home or go to San Diego?
Yeah.
Norton and me jumped on our red eyes on Saturday night.
Saturday night, because
The airport was quiet as a mouse.
I've never seen an airport.
Why would you have to leave Saturday night?
Well, why would you want? Who wants to stay till Sunday morning? Because then you get to see the Saturday night event.
Yes.
But they actually, I think they saved.
Why fly out there if they're cutting your visit short?
Well, because it was the room rate was a little cheaper to get us checked out.
They saved
half a
literally
day.
they saved $180 flying us out early.
No, how much? All right, let's slow down.
For me?
You guys went out there for the weekend, but they forced you to leave Saturday night instead of staying for the Saturday night stuff for Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Why? To save a few bucks?
Yeah, to save half a day rate on the hotel.
And how much would that have been?
For me, $180. That's
I
pretty.
think for
that's a
me
lot of
about
money.
the same thing. Like the total for my room was probably $360, $370 because the hotels sell out 6 months in advance.
So to save $400, you guys had to miss Saturday night's activities at Comic-Con.
It's $400 though.
Oh. But then they'll turn around. Don't get me going. Then they'll turn around and make a deal that's so completely ridiculous with somebody that no one gives a shit about. That's her.
Yeah.
It's unrecognizable.
She doesn't look the same, but I mean that was 30 years ago. She looks. I mean, as a woman, she looks. That's still.
She's a good-looking woman.
She
but
is, yeah.
This
You can't even tell it's her. Like,
no, I can't tell.
Yeah.
Wow,
She
that's
looks
weird.
She looks a little different.
I'm not saying she looks ugly or anything. She's a good-looking woman,
Yeah.
but I can't believe that's the same one. You sure they didn't switch them out?
Oh no, different Lacey's. She was the 4 o'clock Lacey. Yeah, she.
So to save money, you guys had to do a red eye.
Yeah.
And I'm sure flying the red eye saves money for the company too.
Well, I actually saved money for the company. I saved money for the company because I was supposed to do the Tonight Show a week before, but literally they did. Leno did an SB's thing, so they're like, we want to move you back a week. So I happened to go out there the day before.
Right.
So the Tonight Show flew me out. And I didn't want to wax serious with it, so I'm like, fuck it, let's do Tonight Show, fly me out, because I'm already there. And then you guys fly me back. So they saved half the airfare that way.
But see, at that point,
You're making up for it, so give them the hotel and have them stay for the Saturday night festivities.
Logically, you're already ahead of the game, so do the right thing and let these guys sleep in San Diego Saturday night and go to the airport first thing Sunday.
By then, there were no flights. Big
Kev is checking in. Was Big Kev out there?
We did not see him, no.
Big Kev, you weren't out there?
No, for the first time in 8 years, I didn't go.
Okay.
Kev, you would have been a good guy to be out there with, because Kev knows how to navigate these things, and he knows the right people. We were both saying how much we kind of wished you were out there.
Mm-hmm. No, you really need to turn those table situations into one-on-ones, and that's the real trick there, because since you're not a TV outlet, they don't give they don't really give a terrible amount of a crap about you. So,
right.
You have to kind of make those situations happen.
And I think a good example, if you could pull up the Samuel L. Jackson interview, that is a prime example of how you turn these things. You take the lemons and you make cat piss out of it.
There were press rooms to get into, by the way, and Sam noticed this too. There were guys. They had panels in like these 4,000-seat halls. They had some good panels, like the Expendables panel.
Yeah,
was good. Like on that one was Couture, was Stone Cold, Stallone, Bruce Willis, fucking Jean-Claude. Was it Van Damme?
No, it was Dolph Lundgren.
Dolph Lundgren. All these people. And, of course, we got nowhere. We had Randy Couture booked, but literally he was running late, and then we had to leave to interview Penn Jillette. So he would have done us, but it was literally just a traffic issue.
Yeah,
it wasn't Randy.
Yeah.
But it's like, how did we not get in the press room? Stallone has a lot of his own money involved in the Expendables. He was doing a lot of different things.
You should absolutely have been in that room.
Well, who do we blame for that?
Those things are booked so far in advance that if you're not part of the initial setup. I mean, if Liam got you into anything,
Wow.
God bless Liam, because
I got into some rooms in 07.
Anything there.
Yeah, Sam got into some rooms in 07. This is the thing. When
Whole different animal now.
He went out there in 07 for
so.
K-Rock. And no, Liam did actually do a good job. And I'm not just being polite. He really did scramble because no one had done anything for it. Literally, there was nothing done for us before that as far as getting people. And Liam fucking busted his ass and made something out of the trip. Would have been a disaster had Liam not stepped up.
Oh, yeah.
Was it his
just
job?
been interviewing people in Batman costumes all weekend.
It wasn't his job to set it up ahead of time, right?
Well, he didn't. No, he didn't. He hadn't been put on the case, I guess. When he was put on the case, he did a great job.
I did mention.
Why was he put on the case?
I don't know.
I did mention.
I can't wait for these mics to go off to get the real story.
When this whole thing started.
Oh, I know.
When the whole
responsibility
idea popped up, I did mention to people that we really need to. One of the key aspects of doing this trip would be, but they had to wait for sponsor money. They weren't going to book us anything if they didn't have sponsor money because they weren't sure we were going until about 2 weeks before the.
Yes, so
event.
And by then, Big has probably right. They were all booked. But again, we still could have. I guarantee you, we talked. I don't want to say what friend I talked to, who has certain friends out there, but he was telling us where a buddy of ours who used to work for the show kind of knew where everybody was at any given time.
Of course, he did.
And
sounds like a guy who could have gotten me into rooms in 2007.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, we couldn't have. I'm not saying we could have gotten a 20-minute sit down with Bruce Willis. Again, TV has that advantage over radio, but there's a line between what TV and Fox and NBC can get and bloggers. We should have been in between there.
But you're also downplaying the radio thing. We're one of the biggest radio shows in the country.
Without a doubt. And
so, I mean, that should have some kind of pull out there.
Well, if it's told to the right people.
If the right people are working.
Because there are guys.
The fact that one of the biggest radio shows is going to be at Comic-Con, someone that understands how to work that.
And even, like, those guys aside, there are people that know like, Jonah Hill came in here, and he remembered the show when he did the show just recently. He was out there.
So we didn't get near Jonah Hill.
Tina Fey was out there. Seth Rogen.
Tina knows me. Seth, we've had in.
I've had all these people.
We couldn't get one-on-ones with
Joel
McHale. We
couldn't get one-on-one.
Holy shit!
No, here's what we did.
Joel's done our show 10 times easy.
There was another round table that day scheduled for Chevy Chase, Joel McHale for Community.
Yes.
And I canceled it. I said no. I could not go through the humiliation of sitting there with a bunch of bloggers. And look, no disrespect to people that blog. Okay, that's what you do. But to be with a guy who we've had on the fucking show.
Exactly.
And who I've seen, it's socially indifferent, just bumped into. It would have been too humiliating to sit there. Because literally, I was sitting next to Jeffrey Tambor in the first one. I'm holding a microphone, and Sigourney Weaver's next to him, and there was no way to stick the mic in her face. So I just kind of had to lean it. You just kind of edge it out towards people.
You know, one of those NFL parabolic mics they use on the sideline to get their call.
And in terms of, like, fighting with the other bloggers, like, in Jim's defense, I would say that some of the people might have noticed he was on the Tonight Show that week, and so you can't sit at a round table and start trying to push bloggers
when you're on the Tonight Show.
It's like you shouldn't be competing with
and
these
actually
people.
Doing like an interview segment.
It's the same at a different con.
It's like what?
Oh yeah, that was from the
inventor thing. Oh.
But I don't mind. It's not even an inflated sense of self. And honestly,
no. It's what it is.
We should have had one-on-ones with certain people.
Joel McHale.
But seriously, who sets that up ahead of time? I'm still confused.
I think that
you get on a press list way in advance.
No, it's not. You need a talent booker that knows people. It has relationships with a person that can say, "Hey, buddy, Norton. Just tell Joel." Or who can call Joel and say, "Hey, Joel, you remember Norton? He's coming down."
Oh yeah. We'll set something up.
Yeah, you kind of.
We're gonna sound like a broken record, but that's why we like our old pal Roland, because
he can do that stuff.
He worked for the show personally.
He can do that.
He had a vested interest in us personally and made sure that we were taken care of, which brought big-time celebrities to our show, which made our show better, but for some reason they don't understand that's still down the hall.
What you need is someone to call up, because, again, some of the publicists...
And the sad part is they have a position open here at SiriusXM, and they still won't hire our pal Roland, which we know will do a much better job booking the show for us, because he'll have our personal interest.
Yeah. And it's, again, sometimes you have to let the publicists know, because they don't, like the West Coast publicists, a lot of them don't know the show as much because it wasn't on terrestrial. So what you need is someone to call them and go, look, These guys have it's a massive audience. It's a very large listening audience. They give you good, whatever. Just someone to call them and they go, oh, all right, we've heard of those guys. We kind of heard they were dicks. Are they okay? You know what I mean? Someone is smooth, because sometimes the reputation is unjustified.
Yeah, true.
And we know that. So it's like you kind of want someone just to smooth it out a little bit and go, look, these guys will be here. Stallone, someone tells, because he had a
was
lot
on our phone,
dude,
on our show.
He
loved it too.
On the show, he stayed longer than he was supposed to. He enjoyed the interview.
He loved it,
and he's fucking got a lot of his own money in this film. He absolutely, I think, could have been gotten had he been pursued with anybody saying, look, these guys really will.
We're not talking to his audience though. A movie like Expendables.
You're right, because why would the Opie and Anthony audience? Yeah, you're right. There's no male demo here.
Nah, not at all.
That's right. Get them on here.
This would not be a good place for a Sylvester Stallone interview.
To be fair, there's no reason to paint a negative cloud over the whole trip. Again, later in the show, exclusives with Gil Gerard and Bob the Angry Flower. So just everybody just stop.
Bob the Angry Flower.
And
I have no doubt you guys, did great out there. Obviously,
I don't want to. I hate to say it in advance, but just to keep people listening, the Morgan Fairchild.
That's right, exclusive.
Wow,
exclusive.
Oh well. Oh, your teeth hurt.
Morgan Fairchild.
Was there a is there a blogger hierarchy? Did you notice like certain bloggers
absolutely
a little better than the other ones? They're like, look how look who I write for.
I didn't notice who they were with because they all just threw their recorders on the table. Only at the round table did one guy, who was a nice enough guy. They told us who they wrote for.
Yeah.
Pretty big blogging sites, but we didn't. At the Robert Rodriguez round table, the outdoors one, we were trying to get audio
in the background.
Yeah, we're outdoors in a parking lot, and the Machete Party was cool. They had the stars there, but
real fucking stars.
We couldn't get one-on-ones with them.
No.
And meanwhile, if they're promoting a Comic-Con in a parking lot, they're doing some real promotion for the film.
Danny Trejo was wearing his costume from the movie.
That is really...
He was promoting the movie.
Pushing for the movie. Absolutely.
He had a vest on with fake knives on it. He was...
When do we get to hear this audio?
Soon.
Very soon?
Danny,
yeah.
Is that picture up? I'm sorry, Sam. Is that picture up or no? That my Twitter, I think I took a picture of... what was it a picture of that I took?
I don't know. You probably have a shitload of pictures up there from Comic-Con.
No, but I had one with...
Trejo?
No. Yeah, I did meet Trejo, but I'm trying to see where the... Oh, yeah, okay. I got a picture of...
Oh, yeah.
You can see that's where we were supposed to be. Do you see those chairs?
Oh, my
I think
God.
I think Y-Frog is down because I can't get to any of your pictures.
Okay.
And we flip cammed everything, too. So we recorded the experience of trying to...
Oh, you are like sitting in the back.
It's like, how do you get audio for a radio show in that situation?
Can't. Wait, this is your seat?
Oh, yeah, any one of those seats. And the tables between...
This is your perspective.
Yeah.
This is where you're sitting.
Well, we could have sat in that third row. There was like 3 rows of chairs, but there was no microphone set up by the talent, which is not the actor's fault, but there's no microphones.
Norman went to the bathroom, and I go, Jim, do you want me to grab us a couple seats? And he looked at me and said... No.
I wasn't going to sit there and attempt to get... There was no way to get audio.
Now, why wouldn't there be a... they go through all this to get the celebrities there and everything. Why wouldn't there be, like, a PA, just a small PA system, even though it's bloggers and stuff like... So
it's not worth spending the money on it because they don't need to hear their questions, so they don't need to mic themselves. All they all pushed their chairs up as close to the table as they could.
Holy shit.
And literally all 3 rows crowded the table. And then they just started shouting questions. And they weren't concerned, and they shouldn't have been, because they had their tape recorders, they put them right on the table in front of them.
And they just have a list of their questions. Later on, they can just...
They just go listen to the sound bites and throw in a quote to their article.
Right.
And listen to everybody else's question. Because, you guys both, all 3 of us asked questions. You got all 3 on tape, and then you can just write an article.
You write an article.
There were people at the round tables that didn't ask one question. They were just recording it because they got their quotes.
That's it.
So,
unfortunately, and I guess we could get... We don't really have any sound bites because...
Why can't you just read quotes?
We could read some quotes from... But no, we did,
God.
We've been talking about this for 40 minutes. What was the point of going out there?
Really? Holy shit. Oh, wow.
You say it's hard to get
I'm
audio.
still confused. What was the point?
You say it's hard to get audio at things like this. We did it.
So we did get audio.
It's difficult, but we made the most of it.
The likes of... Gil Gerard.
And we
too.
got Gil Gerard, and we have plenty of audio from the Machete Roundtable.
All right,
I can't wait to hear it.
It's really bang-up
We should take a break so Sam can cut up the rest of the audio.
Yeah, yeah.
Exclusive audio from Jim Norton and Sam.
And Gil
from
Gerard.
Comic-Con.
How did Gil look?
He didn't look bad.
Yeah?
I only got a photo with him because I wasn't sure if E-Rock had one, and I wanted to hurt him if he didn't. Like, I was hoping it would bother him.
Big fan of Gil Gerard?
I'm sure he is.
Yeah, Gil Gerard looked...
Rogers?
Was he hoping that someone would take a machete to his head
Dude,
while he sat there?
he couldn't have been happy. There were some cool people that we didn't know were going to be there, though. Like, fucking, we're on the... Oh, we have to talk about the party later.
Oh, yeah, we got audio from the Twitter party.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. These guys got it under control. We just need the audio to play off. Big Kev, thank you, sir.
All right, see ya.
Bye, buddy.
And if Big Kev.
If you like stories about LeVar Burton, stay tuned.
LeVar Burton stories?
LeVar Burton stories.
Was he there?
Yeah, somebody was humiliated by LeVar Burton.
When will we have the audio? 10 minutes?
I'll get it done during the break.
All right.
Yeah.
So when we get back, we'll start playing some of the audio from Comic-Con. We go to break here with Big Kev's amazing interview with Sam Jackson.
Yes.
This is Big Kev. I'm here with Sam Jackson, talking about snakes on a plane.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
What do you want me to say about it?
Tell me everything about it.
Geez, it's it's kind of what it sounds like. You know, it's a bunch of poisonous snakes on a plane full of passengers. Us trying to survive. The snakes kind of doing what snakes do, running around killing people. We got great snakes. We got great victims, and we got a really thrill ride for you if you come and see this thing.
Very good. That's Sam Jackson talking about snakes on a plane.
The Opie and Anthony Show on the Virus, Sirius XM.
Happy birthday, Mick. Happy birthday.
Oh, yeah?
67.
What?
I remember when they, I don't even want to admit I remember
I was going to
this.
say, congrats to Mick Foley. I thought that was who you were talking about. And I didn't realize he was that old.
We got the Stones playing in the background. Got the little connection there.
That now. But
I remember Mick Jagger celebrating his 40th birthday on stage.
And them saying, is he too old to rock?
Is he too old to rock and roll?
Right.
That was 27 years ago.
Jesus.
Are you almost 70?
He's 67 today.
67?
Who's older?
Oh.
Helen Mirren or Mick Jagger?
Helen Mirren, the one that likes to take her clothes off as an old broad?
Well, also what she likes to do is eat frozen yogurt from a homeless man. It was a terrific video on TMZ. You know, Radio Man?
Yeah.
Radio Man, I think it was yogurt. He was eating some yogurt, and she walks by, and he goes, hey, you want to try some yogurt or something like that? And you would think she would laugh and just keep walking. She stopped, walked over to Radio Man, used his spoon, and had a little frozen yogurt with Radio Man.
AIDS.
Apparently she knows him, because I know somebody on the set of that.
Oh, really?
And she actually got him in the movie. Like, she actually really likes him. She said, like, Helen was like, oh, hold on, stay here. She went in her trailer, came out, and actually hung out with him. Like, she knows him.
Radio Man's been in a lot of movies.
He has, right?
He's a staple of New York City. I see him all the time. I think he's batshit crazy, though.
But he's not. Is he homeless, though? Is he
I don't know what he is. But he gives the impression of being batshit crazy.
You wouldn't share a yogurt with him, regardless.
No.
Yeah.
So who's older?
Not gonna happen.
Helen Mirren or Mick Jagger?
I'd say Mick.
I'm going to guess Helen by a year.
Mick Jagger, 67. Helen Mirren celebrates her 65th birthday today.
Wow.
Mick Jagger is older than Helen Mirren.
She played the Queen.
Yeah.
And on this date, I don't know why people would care. Babe Ruth was seen in public for the last time 62 years ago today.
With his dick out chasing some woman.
Yeah.
You think he was chasing
womanizing drunk?
He's trying to fuck Marilyn Monroe. Your husband's overrated.
He was chasing skirt right to the last breath, you think?
Certainly was. Throat just ravaged.
And you know Hey Jude by Lennon and McCartney?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
42 years ago.
Wow.
Yep.
That's pretty funny.
Wow.
And the radio host discussing celebrities' birthday bit is 75 years old today. Just being a smartass.
I don't get it. I don't even get it at all, actually.
Why? Doing that bit that you just did,
right,
is 75 years old today.
Oh, really?
Just saying that people talk about radio hosts is just. I mean, about birthdays. It's like things
I thought it was funny.
It's depressing that he's 67 years old, though. It's like fucking. It sounds because it's close to 70.
Yeah,
60 is livable.
Right.
63 is 67 is you're almost 70, motherfucker.
Once people you grew up listening to or watching and saw them as young people crack that 70 mark. Wow.
Used to say that when they cracked 50, when they cracked 60.
I know, yeah.
67. And he'll make it to 70 on stage, I mean. Easily. I saw him a couple years ago. He must have been 64, 65, and he was running around better than the young fucking rockers.
Really? I bought a Rolling Stone special on my iPad. We were just talking about the iPad.
Yeah.
What was the album they recorded, the double album? Main Street, Exile on Main Street?
Exile on Main Street. One of the greatest LPs of all time. I call it an LP because it was
long playing.
Yep.
And the story behind that, it's like a 1-hour documentary, which has the Stones Today interview, like Mick and Keith. It was really, really fucking interesting how they did that in a house in the south of France because they left England because they didn't want to pay the taxes because it was a 93% tax rate at that time.
Jeez. How the
hell
is that?
They said if you made $1 million, $1 million quid, they called it, you'd have kept 70,000 out of $1 million. Like that's what the tax rate was in England at that time.
Amazing.
Yeah, we're heading that way.
I know.
We certainly are. Oh, God.
We are heading that way.
It's so upsetting. You wait till after the first of the year. That's shit you're going to see kick in. Ugh. People are actually debating, and you know there are family members that are looking going, I sure hope he dies before fucking midnight on the 31st of December.
Who dies?
Anybody that's sick right now. Anyone that is sick right now, that has a family member that is could be dying on life support, whatever. They are going to pull that fucking plug before midnight on the 31st of December because the tax rate on death tax goes into effect. There's no death tax right now. So if you die, you know, your estate gets taxed in certain ways, but there's no actual death tax. It goes up to, I think, 55%, something. I'm not sure of the percentage, but
so
they take 55% of your shit.
After the first, you die, government gets half your shit.
Right, government takes half the shit, and then the family gets the rest. And then based on other things, you could actually owe the government money
if a family
member dies after the end of this year. So now you got to figure this. You got somebody there, they're on respirator, they're going to die. So obviously they're going to die.
How does that help the country? Like if you die,
it gives more money.
No, how does it help the country?
It gives more money to the government to spend.
Yeah, but when your loved one dies, I mean, the beauty of having a loved one dies is you get some of their shit.
Get some of their shit.
Which makes your life a little easier, right?
It'll go to some fucking, I don't know, some program that'll be fantastic and help everybody.
Jesus.
Fuck you.
That's unbelievable.
I'm so disgusted. You know what, also? I'm not going to be employing as many people. I'm not going to do. What do you think? I get people come over my house all the time. There's painters in there. There's carpenters. There's just shit happening at my house a lot. I'm not going to be able to fucking swing that at the rate I'm going to be taxed after the first of the year. It's bad enough now. And then they're going to tax me. So is that going to get jobs? Is that going to help unemployment by taxing the fuck out of everybody and small businesses? All the people that actually employ people. Unemployment's at about 10%, a little below 10%. You want to make jobs. You don't tax the people that give people fucking jobs. You dumb fuck. Oh, I cannot wait till November and just vote out these motherfuckers Just leave.
You know how funny it would be if you accidentally hit the wrong button?
Oh, I will not hit the wrong button. I will study.
You do realize you'll bring in new motherfuckers, though, right?
New motherfuckers, though, but
they're going to turn the
me.
clock back. It's
Not
going to be just as fucking painful.
There have been tax cuts. Republicans have come in and cut taxes. They've done it in the past.
Well, I want to see
Bush did
a
it.
tax cut where I completely notice.
Well, you know what? You're going to see a tax fucking raising that you're going to notice. That's for shit sure.
My point is they both suck. Both sides suck. Not happy with either side.
That's not true, Maul. The problem is when you give a tax break to people that give out jobs, they don't create new jobs. They buy a third house in Bora Bora and a yacht. That's not true. They employ more people to make their business bigger so they can get more money and then buy a fucking third house and Bora Bora and a yacht. At this point, I know. You know why I know, motherfuckers? I know because I'm living it. Don't fucking tell me stats or this guy is telling one story of this. I live this shit. I make X amount of money.
Tell him how rich you are, Anthony.
I employ.
Tell him how rich you are.
X amount.
I'd like to know.
I say X amount.
You tell him how rich you are and how you're frustrated by
people. I employ people.
Tell him.
And then if I'm taxed too much, I don't employ people. That's how it fucking works.
Which means you're going to have a dirty pool.
Exactly. A filthy, dirty pool.
And the grass might grow a little too high for your liking.
Fuckers. They're just fucking...
Well, Eddie's going to get in on this one. Eddie in St. Louis. Eddie.
How you doing, guys? I just wanted to ask my friend Anthony if you realized that taxes overall are at their lowest rate since the 1950s.
Oh, are they really?
Absolutely.
Yeah, great. Sure they are. Overall?
Yeah, and also one-third of the $862 billion stimulus went to tax cuts.
Oh, did it? Yeah, to who, ass fuck? To who? You're using
people
statistics
that
suck. They're not taxing people that fucking, sit there and grind off the system. Go fuck your mother, Eddie.
Well, honestly, Anthony, you realize that about
you're taxing the people that give out jobs. That's what he's doing.
You're taxing the rich people.
I want a shirt that says "Go fuck your mother."
I
Eddie.
will not say. You know what? They call it taxing the rich because it fucking it makes it sound better to the 98% of the country that are leeching off of 2%. That's what it makes it sound better. Yeah, tax the rich. Well, fuck yeah. Oh, they're the ones employing everybody, Eddie.
What percentage of Americans are going to be affected by the estate tax this year?
11. This year? Mm-hmm. None. Next year? Everyone that dies. That's over $1 million. And what?
Well, like I said, I mean, people are talking about taxes growing higher, socialism. Do you really think Obama's a socialist? I mean,
yes, abso-fucking-lutely. And the reason there isn't an estate tax is because of Bush, dummy. Not Obama, shithead. Obama's putting it back in place, asshole.
I sort of think that Obama's leaning towards socialism as well, Eddie.
Yeah. He certainly is. Just honestly, stop it.
But I still hate both sides.
Right. Go. You still got your Obama sticker on your car, you dunce.
I actually voted for Nader.
Oh, good.
I wouldn't say that Obama...
that did.
Oh, I thought... So you're saying you voted for Obama?
See, that's what happens.
Oh, Nader.
I'm just saying, Anthony, respectfully, sir, I love the show. I honestly think that most people who consider themselves far left, they're repulsed by Obama. I mean, he's not really pushing a far left agenda at all. He's very, I mean, take a look.
Because he's fucking, he did, especially right when he came on board, and he realizes that a lot of people are not fucking seeing it his way. His poll numbers are down. Other Democrats are trying to distance themselves before November because they know that it's going to be a house cleaning.
Can we disagree on one thing? Basically, the whole political system is run by corporations and big money.
Man!
Seriously, I mean, you can patronize me all you want, gentlemen, but if Obama was really trying to kick the corporate monkey off the country's back, what's the first thing he should have done? Put a fucking cap on credit card interest. That's one thing that's choking the life out of people. Fucking for-profit universities. The next great financial thing in the country is going to be the student loan default, but they don't seem to give a fuck about that.
How about we let some people pay taxes that aren't paying taxes right now, but are making money? Huh? Even a little bit. How about we don't have 50% of this country not even pay taxes? How is that fucking fair that 50% of the country doesn't even pay fucking taxes at all? Thank you.
Wow, you shut up, Eddie.
Oh, Eddie. All right.
Student loans, huh, Eddie?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of kids that are coming out of universities right now, and they can't find a fucking job.
You know what? We got to get the word out that college is a complete waste of time.
You know, honestly,
and I'm serious.
So is high school.
I was having this discussion with Brother Weeze, and he completely agrees with us up there in Rochester. College is a waste of time for most people. And not only is it a waste of time, you leave college, in some cases, you're $100,000 in debt.
That's nice.
You're way the fuck behind people that don't go to college.
You know, the interesting
in most
thing
cases.
If you look at the small print in some of these student loan things, there are companies that will actually charge you $30,000 to $50,000 fee if you default on your student loan.
I need the principal, Wade.
People are getting their fucking lives destroyed. I mean, I went to very respected top 10 private university. I'm getting my master's at Harvard right now, and most of the kids around me, the ones that are spending like 150, 160 grand to study fucking art history.
What are you getting? Sorry to interrupt, Teddy. What are you getting your master's at Harvard? That's pretty impressive.
Economics. Most of these people are going to.
Oh, and you're arguing with them, Anthony?
What do I know?
Most of these people. No, listen.
Microphone.
I can understand your frustration because I'm a small business owner. I don't want to talk about what business I'm in, basically. But nobody likes paying taxes. But I think the problem is not the taxes, it's just the way they're being spent. I think if Americans felt like they were getting more for what they paid, they wouldn't have as much of a problem with it.
It's every time I turn around, there's another hand going in my fucking pocket, is what I'm saying. And this isn't something that they're teaching you in economics in Harvard. I'm living this shit. I understand what it's like to make money, to fucking make a success out of yourself in this country, and then be vilified for it, be taxed up the ass for it after they manipulate it so you look like the bad fucking guy in this country. And all you've done is achieved what is supposed to be the American dream, and they fucking penalize you for it, grab as much money as they can from you, and then continue to fuck you over and over.
I'm telling you, it's amazing that more people in the country don't take the frustration and channel it into something productive. But
the Tea Party movement is now also being made into villains because they're being portrayed as racist.
Oh, they are.
And it's very convenient before November.
Right.
Oh, and the liberal fucking protesters were just the best people ever when Bush was in, and with the Hitler Bush fucking effigies. And the second you put a Hitler mustache on fucking Obama, you're part of the Klan. It's just a load of shit.
Well, I mean, you're not really going to.
Did you have a bad weekend?
No, I had a great weekend.
You're not going to really convince me on that because I think Bush is a war criminal who belongs in jail.
Oh, shit.
Man, I go to Harvard and Bush. But enough of Bush being a war criminal.
Can I ask Eddie a question?
Okay, Bush is a war criminal. Obama is a criminal to his country. He's a fucking traitor. He's a traitor to his own country, right here.
If you look at the difference between Obama and Bush, it's really not that much. He's continuing the fucking bullshit in Afghanistan and Iraq.
He is.
He's not doing anything to knock the corporations off the American people. I can't remember the last time I heard somebody talk about something that would make a net impact on the country.
Tuesday.
Like repealing the Electoral College, taking care of the fucking credit card companies.
Goddamn college ain't got nothing to do with it.
Public financing of elections. I mean, that's the number one place.
The guy has been in bed. The guy is a great campaigner, and now it's coming out that he's been in bed with all these companies anyway. So who's he going to call out on the carpet, please?
Well, they all are, man. I mean, fucking Nader owned all that automotive stock when he was taking these companies to task. They're all hypocrites.
It is weird, every one of them, this goes across racial, whenever, black people complain that they're targeting Charlie Rangel it's like, in politics,
the corrupt fuck.
They're all dirtbags.
Yes.
It's like Charlie Rangel, John Edwards, across the board, with very few
exceptions. Rangel can play the race card.
He can, but to me, it's just, you know who's not a piece of shit, believe it, a guy like Jimmy Carter. And believe me, way too liberal. But to me, he's not a sleazebag. He's one of the few that's not a sleazebag.
You think I think his intentions were good.
I really believe him.
And his execution sucked.
Yeah.
Worst execution ever?
One of the worst,
One of the worst presidents ever.
If you look back on Carter, a lot of the shit that he was talking about, giving addresses to the American public about, over consumerism and not respecting money, and especially the push toward green energy, this man was clairvoyant in a lot of issues. And also the bullshit about...
Not about his brother's liver.
Oops. Is his brother... Republicans keep perpetrating...
Is his brother still alive?
He's dead.
He was very badly raped, you see.
Try the wine.
By a Michelob bottle.
Try the Billy beer.
Oh, fuck.
It was Billy Beer.
Yeah.
Right?
What I'm saying is the myth that the day that Reagan came in, that all those hostages got freed, there was a lot of work that Carter did behind the scenes that led to that shit happening.
Yeah, but they did that on purpose to make Carter kind of look like the castrated ass he was. Also, the American military was decimated during the Carter administration, and it was during a time where we really needed to be strong. Reagan came back in, brought the military and America as a superpower back, and wound up outbidding the Ruskies and pretty much winning the Cold War, for good or bad. I think a lot of people could argue that. But I think Carter was a horrible president to have at that time.
And you can't let him off the hook for the hostages being released. Maybe he worked behind the scenes. That was a complete, Ant's right, 100% slap in the face to Carter. And it's because he gave sanctions to the Shah.
Yep.
Because he kept the Shah, there's nothing he could have done to get those hostages freed.
No.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I think one point I'd like to make, honestly, about politics in general, U.S. foreign policy, it has been so fucked up, probably ever since Truman was president, that it's amazing that more people don't hate us. I mean, I'm not saying that I agree with countries that are anti-American. I would never believe in anti-Americanism at all, but we kick ourselves in the ass real hard.
You know what? Some of you motherfuckers, you look at things based on today. Everyone looks at history based on today's ideology. I was having a conversation with somebody about how we treated certain people in the past. American Indians, black people as slaves, and not even us just as Americans, but the whole world. You look at things as if we look at it today. If you found out, let's say, ants, fucking ants were the smartest fucking things on this planet, smarter than we are, and then finally figured out a way to communicate with them and realize, wow, they're fucking smart. Do you think in 500 years from now, they'd still be telling stories about how we sprayed poison on them and killed them? It's like there was a time in history where these people weren't considered humans.
And do you think that it's a...
It's true.
No, but
but it's true.
The question is, hold on, does anybody think...
I've never heard it said.
Did you drop acid?
Does anybody...
No, I'd say it's me.
I've just never heard it said in mainstream media.
Does anybody think it's a coincidence or a Freudian slip that Ant said that ants are the smartest thing on the planet?
Ants.
Or is that the ramblings of a psychopath?
I'm just saying.
How would you fucking ant?
The context.
Say my fucking uncle.
You have to remember the context of time. Yeah. So when you look at American foreign policy after World War II, during the Cold War, now it seems very fucking paranoid and that we made some dumb moves. But during that time, there was reason to be paranoid. Fucking the Soviet Union was scooping up everything left over after World War II, and we had to get in there and do something about it. Southeast Asia. You don't think we looked at what happened in Europe after World War II and thought they weren't going to come into Korea and Vietnam and then South America, the same thing? We went in there and did that because of what history showed us.
I'm still waiting for you to make a point.
Holy fuck.
Shit.
I just made a valid point about our foreign policy and that it's based on what's happening at the moment, and you can't look back in hindsight without realizing where we were at the time.
But
that's a damn good point. What am I, your professor?
But
I'm a dumb dropout.
We can look back and learn, and that's what we should do.
All right,
look back and learn. We have. Do you think we're the same type of country doing the same things that we were many years ago, especially post-World War II?
You believe this Nazi shit that's going on right now in the name of America is actually going to help us have a positive image?
All right. What Nazi shit, by the way?
Oh, my God. Iraq and Afghanistan? Why don't you go back and look at...
How is that Nazi shit, by the way?
Why don't you go back and look at the deals that the United States government made with Saddam Hussein?
I understand. I know that. We had to. We didn't like Iran, and we're at war with Iran, so who are we going to back? Look we dropped bombs on Japan, and half the shit I'm staring at in this studio is made there.
Anthony,
again, to take the context of time.
How in the fuck could a ricky-tick little country like Iran ever pose a threat to American democracy? You go in, you knock them up. See, this is my one problem, is you have these false hawks on the conservative side. You want to go and fucking clean people out, go clean them out. Otherwise, don't complain about it. Believe me, no one's ever going to stop the United States. We got a more dynamic economy. We got the best fucking military. All these little tin pot dictators don't mean shit to me. Worry about America first. Build the country up. Stay away from foreign entanglements.
You just didn't you totally just contradict yourself?
Fuck no, I didn't. I'm saying if you're going to go into another man's country, don't be surprised when shit goes wrong. You're probably better off staying out. Oil, we should have been past oil.
I understood that, but and believe me, I'm not a big fan of the Iraq war. But Afghanistan, you don't think that, especially, again, context of time, right after 9/11, that this entire country wasn't behind Bush going into Afghanistan?
Just because the entire country was behind it doesn't make it right. If you look
and don't you think that the Taliban and Al-Qaeda and being known to be in Afghanistan, it wasn't a good move to show them a little something?
You know, it might have been a good move to pump some cruise missiles over there, but as far as going and occupying... like Clinton did with zero effectiveness. Exactly. None of it's going to have any effect because that's the fucking graveyard of empires.
I understand Afghanistan has been a tough nut over the years, but you know what? If you can keep the Taliban and Al-Qaeda down so they can't really organize, sometimes it's very hard to see an end game there. I understand that. It doesn't. You're not going to fucking change that country. It's a savage nation of fucking savage people. But what are we supposed to do? Just let them regroup so they can bomb the shit out of us again?
People are going to be able to, terrorists are going to be able to hit us anytime they want, anywhere they want. This is not something that you can stop with military. This is a police thing. I'm not going to say you're going to win hearts and minds in that part of the world because a lot of those people, frankly, are fucking insane. But no, launching a war over there, I don't believe.
So you don't think Israel has done a good job with their military, keeping their whole country from just being wiped off the face of the earth, surrounded by Arab nations?
I mean, I am Jewish, but I've never been a Zionist. I really don't understand the Zionist impulse, and I think those people are suicidal. I don't want to get into that debate.
I'm just saying that's the way they feel. They use the military, and at the drop of a hat, at the drop of a yarmulke, those motherfuckers will bomb the shit out of a threat. And it's done them well, that policy over the years.
Well, I mean, I'm sure to some extent it has, but realistically, when you have a country this size, and not one the size of Israel, it takes on a whole new meaning when you're worried about battling terrorism.
All right, Eddie.
Thank you.
Eddie, good luck in school, my friend.
Thanks.
He's in Harvard.
I didn't go to Harvard.
This is the beauty of what just happened. The Velvet fan, there's two instant feedbacks, so don't get mad by the first one. Ann is brainwashed by Fox. And then the next one goes, Frank in Jersey. If I want to listen to liberal assholes, I would go stand under a window at the NYU dorms and listen to them hit the sidewalk.
I love how I'm... Oh, God.
Funny.
That is a good one. If I was brainwashed by Fox, you know something? You're an asshole. Go fuck yourself. Liberal cunt.
Oh, shit. Let's say hi to Clarence in Alabama.
Brainwashed by myself.
Yeah.
Clarence.
Yeah, Anthony, it wouldn't matter who was in there. You're going to be bitter and angry for the rest of your life. And I don't understand it because you're rich. I don't never want to be rich.
I don't ever want to be rich.
Yes, you do, sir.
Yeah, I think everybody wants to be rich.
Yes, you
do. Look, I'm
That's
happy,
pretty much the American dream, right?
Yeah. I drive a truck and go fishing. Why are you so angry?
I'm angry because I don't like all of my money going to the government. I really don't like it. I earn it. I don't want.
To the government.
What?
What percentage goes to the government?
Federal alone is going to be what, 38%?
39.
At 39, and then state. I'm not going to get into numbers. It's a lot. It's a lot of fucking money. I'm in bed with the government at a rate higher than 50%, and then my taxed money gets taxed whenever I pull it out of my pocket to use it. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, didn't you think the other guy made a lot of good points about the foreign policy and the way this government works? We've made our own damn bed and we got to sleep.
No, because he wasn't listening to my point on context and time. That we do things based on the best interests, for the most part, of our country at the time. Some things look stupid in hindsight, but at the time, you can't fucking see the future to know that whatever you're doing is going to fuck shit up.
Well, look at your ant analogy. Wouldn't ants be socialists? They're working for a common goal.
Exactly, see? All I'm saying is I use the most simple analogy I could. You take an ant and realize 500 years from now that it is indeed an intelligent being, and then you realize you were spraying poison all over the fucking things, and then they'd be kind of angry with you. That was my point.
Anthony, you're a talented, funny guy, but I just worry about you sometimes because you just seem like...
Don't worry about me!
Traffic, politics, blacks, everything is to you. I don't understand.
I have fun, believe me. Once I fucking stop talking to motherfuckers like you, I'm a pisser.
You do have a lot of anger, sir.
The liberal fight down here in Alabama. And
Wow, I know with that accent, hearing liberal shit is a little amazing to me, but okay.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Believe in God, then.
All right, my friend.
We had a lot of guys on hold. They went away talking about the college thing and what a scam it is. And how much fucking money they're in debt and they can't find a good job. And then someone else says, well, if you don't go to college, then you don't even have a chance at getting a good job. So it's a whole fucking, it's just a scam.
That's not true, though.
What do you mean?
That's just not true. I think it's
we're in a weird place because what we chose to do for a living. Like I never had to prove to anyone I actually graduated college. But I guess in other jobs you have to.
You know what? In other jobs, I don't think you do either. I mean, not in every job. I know you can't become a fucking surgeon,
but now
if you don't have that. But there are other things that I think networking.
But it's hard to
and working your way up in a company is more important than a degree.
It's hard to sneak some of this shit past future employers.
I'm not even talking about sneaking shit.
But I mean,
past,
you can't. I'm sure there's a bunch of people that are a little older that went into jobs and said, "Oh yeah, I graduated college," and they never did the background check. But it's a lot easier to do the background check now.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I'm not even talking about lying. I'm just talking about like working your way up in a company. Like that whole concept is gone.
My brother, I mean, Bear Stearns went away, but my brother started in the mailroom. That old gag, but really started in the mailroom and became one of their big fucking guys.
Well, some people get out of college and just want to be the fucking vice president in charge of something.
But he did what you just said. He worked his way up through the company. They actually wrote an article on him and what a success story he was for the company.
Ooh.
And then he got, yanked with the rest of the Wall Street guys.
Of course. Great time.
But actually, he's
good times.
He's doing better not working for anybody. All on the up and up.
That's good.
So college is a fucking joke for most people. A joke.
Yeah.
How do you pay back $200,000 in student loans? How many years will that take?
You default on it.
Yeah.
Do you remember our old intern Cream Pie Jones?
Yes,
Cream Pie.
Cream Pie Jones was like, he was like $80,000 or $90,000 in debt to Syracuse, and he was working at a Spencer Gifts.
And that's
holy shit. He's selling glow in the dark posters and fucking dildo mugs.
He's selling lava lamps and picking up Jimmy's diarrhea out of the toilet.
And plastic puke. Let's not forget the plastic puke. That's a good one you could get over there.
Oh, you love it. Rubber dog shit.
That's a lot of people. You just explained a lot of people.
God.
Job.
What?
No, it's, one of things.
Oh, shit.
No, I'm not even kidding. I'm just being,
Yeah. Just seeing,
I'm a worker. It's good.
What's that?
What, a beat chip?
Upbeat Chip. Serious Chip. No, trying to get in on an issue.
I'm just saying there's been rumors that Chip's been trying to be upbeat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Rumors?
Whatever.
Wasn't he upbeat to begin with?
Oh, yeah, but no, I'm just saying, we were upbeat.
Oh, the new voice.
Whatever.
God. Chip wasn't annoying enough, is what I'm saying, or thinking. And somebody had to make it more annoying for someone else.
Maybe last night in the supermarket while shopping, somebody was getting very annoyed while we were looking for frozen food, and upbeat Chip kept going, you know what, it seems like it'd be really nice to have some thing if you want to get it. That looks good. I mean, it's up to you.
Oh, God. How does she not just kill you?
She despises upbeat Chip.
Let's say hi to Tom. Tom, you're on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey there, Tam.
Hey, Buzz. Hey, I was seeing you're kind of against Obama and all that. I mean, I figured Ant would want to look up Reverend James Manning on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
He's got kind of a rant against. He's kind of for the white people, but he's against Obama on a few things. It's I forget what it's under though.
Jesus, again.
I'm kind of losing it. The wheels are falling off.
Falling off, sir? You're sliding on your axles.
That's a good call, though. I mean, the guy has some feelings about something. That's fine.
We'll look for that. Brian in Pennsylvania. Brian.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah, sounds like Leno. You're right.
Brian, does it sound like Leno?
A little bit, yes.
Oh, no, he's rich. I'm not. Same old chip.
Brian.
Yeah, you sound a little upset, buddy.
Huh?
I just wanted to, people are upset with you, you're upset with them. I just wanted to thank you because you work so hard and you pay all those taxes for me.
Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I'm happy to do it. Just damn happy to do it.
Love you.
Believe me, I know. Oh, it's. What am I going to do? Whatever. I'm never going to be able to sell my point because people just go, well, if you didn't have it, you wouldn't have to pay it, and that's a good thing. It's like, yeah, all right, you're right. I live all comfortably and stuff, so just keep taking and taking until I don't.
It sucks
until
for
I'm
everybody.
broke.
It's all relative, man.
Nah, it doesn't suck for everybody.
You start
There's
to
some people
resent.
that don't pay anything.
You start to resent that they're just taking your money, though. It's not a matter of being greedy, and it's not a matter of not wanting to pay my share. There's a certain entitlement they have to just taking from you, and you know they're making up for their own mishandling. Eddie was right. If I saw my money going to things, and I really saw things changing, I don't mind paying. But I know it's just more waste, and it's just more of them trying to appease their constituency with my money, and I resent it for that reason. I'm not selfish. I'm not greedy, but I work really fucking hard, and I resent them jamming their hands further into my pockets to make up for their own mishandling of money.
Exactly. What the hell were we reading the other day? $600 and some odd $1,000 in a congressional budget for bottled water? I mean, can you maybe figure out a way to knock that number down a little bit? Congress is is a group of the biggest criminals on both sides. Believe me, I'm not going Republican or Democrat on this one.
Wait, but bottled water for them?
Yeah.
How about you buy your own fucking bottled water, best health care? Yeah. Cocksuckers. Yeah, exactly. I gotta buy my own bottled fucking water.
And then you find out that they're just, they're using, like Rangel, just using his office as his own little fucking playground, whatever he wants to buy or finagle out of people. And then he gets on TV saying he's innocent of this shit. Good. Don't fucking retire. Don't fucking resign, I mean. Just sit there, and I want everything to come out. And this fucking guy will sit there. People will be going, could you please just fucking resign? Because this is going to be really embarrassing for you. I'm not going to resign. I'm going to stay in office.
But wasn't Governor Patterson supposed to kind of step away?
Oh, yeah.
What happened with that?
He just said, fuck you.
He said, fuck you to everybody, and they said, oh, okay, and everyone went away.
Fuck you.
And he's still in there. We should take a little break. When we get back, we got the Comic-Con audio.
Ooh.
Jim Norton and Sam went out to San Diego, so I want to get into that audio. I hear
that.
I hear
yes.
It's some great audio.
Well,
also,
great.
Sandy Kane is coming in today, and Jimmy, you missed it on Friday or Thursday of last week. We're going to try to make Sandy Kane look as young as possible.
Cool. And then she's going to pull a penny from 1979 out of her pocket and realize the whole thing was a big mistake.
We're going with the whole Britney Spears look.
Yeah. Little Catholic schoolgirl. The
Ponytails.
white shirt tied up in a little, halter top type thing, and ponytails and that smoky eye makeup and shit like that,
She's going to look more like Aries Spears.
We're going to give it a shot. A little side bit we're doing today. And Jim Florentine stopping in at 8:30 to say
cool.
hi.
All right.
Nice.
So lots of show to do.
The Opie and Anthony Show on the Virus. Sirius XM.
I want to wish a speedy recovery to Kings of Leon. They had a little problem on a concert stage, and I hope the boys are okay. We were talking about Mick Jagger, 67 years old today?
Yeah.
You think he stopped the show because he had pigeon poop land on his head?
Pigeon shit. Apparently, and a lot of pigeon shit.
Well, you play through the fucking show and deal with the pigeon shit. People came there to see you.
I think it was like like a bad slapstick movie amount of pigeon shit.
Are you defending Kings of Leon
off the rafters
for canceling a show after 3 songs because they got some fucking bird poop on them?
I'd have loved to have seen it.
It went in the bassist's mouth.
Oh well. At least we'll see if that bird flu is for real or not.
That's good stuff.
Are you defending Kings of Leon, Travis?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how much bird shit it was.
Our rock stars, man, would have dealt with it.
Yeah, from what I heard, it was a lot of bird shit.
Yeah.
You're a rock star. You deal with it.
It's a tough call.
What do you mean it's a tough call?
I don't know what I would do if I was in that position. They're getting paid a lot of money, though, so I might have to put up with it. You know?
Grammy-winning U.S. rock band Kings of Leon cut short their concert last night in St. Louis after a pigeon dropping landed in bassist Jared's mouth. The band walked off stage at the Verizon Wireless Amphitheater after playing just 3 songs. It's the bassist. Tell him to fucking beat it, and then you guys continue.
Lucky it's not human shit.
The house lights came on a few minutes later, and a venue employee announced that due to concerns over the band's safety, we are canceling the show.
It was fucking
Our rock
faggots.
fucking stars never did this.
They probably were.
Please file out
scared.
in an orderly fashion. I think during the Rolling Stones concert, where one fucking concert goer got stabbed to death, I do believe they finished the concert.
Guy died.
Didn't they finish the concert,
Yes.
Anthony?
Really?
How about you give them all hats?
I don't know for real.
Wear hats, you faggots. It's bird shit. They're not pterodactyls.
I think they're afraid of that. That bird flu thing.
Well, the funny thing is, the Birds hate bassists because the opening band, their bassist, was also hit with bird droppings.
Really?
They're attacking the bassists of these bands.
A lot of fucking.
But isn't that what
bird
you'd love
shit.
to do to somebody playing loud music? Just drop shit on them? How much? It's great to be a bird.
But the opening band finished their set, even though they got fucking hit with some
They're
bird
the
poop.
opening band. They're just happy to be there.
Who's defending Kings of Leon? You are?
No, I could give
All
a
right,
shit.
good.
Haha, see, pun. I'm being punny. And then, you know, what a coinky-dink. I bring up that goddamn dengue fever thing.
Dengue.
And it seems in Florida, there's a few cases of it. Now they're saying they want people to that have it to not go around where there's mosquitoes. It's like a little fishy, this whole thing. They say, mosquitoes, they can't really just pass it from one person to another, but they could get it in their system to the point where they could start passing. It was all very vague. But because I hate the commercials. I was talking about that Asian woman. She's like, I have the dengue fever, and that my joints hurt very much. And I listen on the news and go, what is this? Who gets dengue fever?
Obviously,
we should not be
people are
talking
getting
about this
dengue
in the
fever.
United States. But they said a lot of the cases are from people that outside of the country. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do.
Yes, if you know what I mean. About a couple of cases are reported in Florida.
But how do you stay away from mosquitoes, especially in Florida?
Exactly.
How are you supposed to stay away from the mosquitoes?
That's the biggest scary monster thing that they tell you. It's like, watch out for mosquito bites. You're like, what? I got bit 8,000 times already.
How does that hurt your joints? That's what dengue was supposed to make them feel better, you know?
No, that's Bengay. Oh, silly Chip.
Nah, I wish them well. I hope they do okay.
Being upbeat.
We got Comic-Con audio for everybody.
Oh, thank God.
We have a lot of tracks, and we got a very busy show, so we might have to break this up during the week. Is that okay?
I think we should.
All right.
What?
We'll see how far we could get into this.
The
Jim Norton's Comic-Con experience.
the hotel restaurant got to know Chip too.
Did they?
Oh yeah.
You guys went out to dinner?
Well, we had
We had
lunch
lunch
before Comic Con.
Because the room service shut down. It was like one of those places where they have breakfast and 5 to 11, and then you're fucked.
I
Bless you.
hate that.
Me too.
It's so dumb.
My favorite funny observation that Chip had was we went into the hotel restaurant and Chip said, it's actually funny. Yesterday we sat over at that table.
To the lady. She didn't think it was funny. He was like, you know, it's really funny. Yesterday we were sitting over at that table, you know?
That seems kind of
Got a 0.
It did.
Yeah, she didn't find Chip amusing.
All right. So how do we start this? Any setups?
Well, I mean,
Just go with the tracks?
yeah, it's kind of... We started on, I think, the Comic Con floor because by the time we found parking, we weren't able to interview Bruce Campbell, which was our first.
Oh, that's right. We missed the Bruce Campbell interview.
Now
couldn't
he's
find
somebody that
parking.
perhaps we would want to.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, instead you talked to the Green Hornet girls.
Yeah, they were promoting the Green Hornet, and they were wearing like little short skirts so that.
So they're going to be in the movie?
No.
Oh.
No.
Quickly before anything. 'Cause
I said we talked to them.
Did someone pull that audio from Tommy?
Oh, yeah. True. Tommy, can you hear me?
I want to hear that.
Supposedly Aunt's ex said shit on the air by accident.
Jill slipped the S-bomb out?
Oh, really?
That's what we're hearing.
Was it just now?
God, I hope they fire her.
Be nice now.
I love Jill. I just hope she gets fired for it, though.
Why? Oh, my God.
We got to make an example of these people.
Absolutely.
No, they ruled that you could
That's
slip the
right.
fucking, you can slip the shit and the fucking fuck.
Jill's smart enough to know.
Thing like that. She probably
could
did
get
it on
away with it
purpose.
now?
Yeah.
Maybe she was talking about the Kings of Leon story.
And so, there was bird shit coming down in the bass player's mouth. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
You continue the show. That's embarrassing.
It really
You're a
is,
rock
Derek.
star. It really is embarrassing.
Yeah.
You fucking wash your mouth out. And you
Wash it
continue.
out. Get some Listerine.
You play some weird fucking guitar solo, let the bassist wash his mouth out, and then you continue.
Do you think he was
The
able
people
to
came there to see you?
keep the bass line going, or you think he just freaked out and oh, God, like spitting out and just going crazy?
Travis, are they known to be pussies or what, this Kings of Leon?
Well, I mean, they're on Alt Nation, so,
Fucking douchebags.
How like, hard rock, rock stars can they be?
You picture fucking Ozzy walking out of a concert with his bird shit on him?
Thank you.
He'd snort
Fuck them.
He'd snort it.
Ozzy's easy. You could say someone like Boy George would fucking take bird poop in his mouth. No problem.
Troy's telling me that Kings of Leon started out as a Christian band.
Well, good for them.
Good.
Really.
So
That's how God feels about them.
Awesome they are.
Have some bird shit, faggots. Eat this. Fucking nerds.
Let's say hi to Mike in Jersey. Mikey.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Happy birthday, Jimmy.
What's up, man?
The same thing happened to Cyndi Lauper. She was doing a concert and a bird shit in her mouth. It's on YouTube.
Yeah. And did she run off stage and cancel the show?
No, I think she kept on singing.
Yeah, man. Our rock stars or the rock stars of the youth of America, they suck.
Yep.
JD in New York City, Keith fucking Moon keeled over on the drums in San Francisco in 1973, and The Who got a drummer from the audience and played half a dozen more songs before finally canceling the show.
Ah, the old days.
That's why I'm bringing this shit up. There's a million stories of things happening to bands, and they continued. A little bird poo stops your fucking band?
It's bird shit, though. You don't want that in your mouth.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Later, boys.
All right. Keith Moon keels over. They don't even know if he's alive.
Just kick him off the stool and get some guy from the audience.
Right.
Yeah, I know your music, man. Get up here.
All right,
Great.
Comic-Con. So you guys talked to the Green Hornet girls who are not going to be in the movie.
Yeah, we figured we would interview some people on the floor of the con.
So you guys went to a Halloween party, basically, over the weekend.
It was a big Halloween party.
Big Halloween party.
So they were in costume?
Yes, they were.
In what?
In costume.
Costume.
Why do you say it that way?
That's how it's said in some places.
Yes, in Retardville.
Retardville. I want to drive through there.
Why you work here? Everybody's really doing a good job.
Did you guys bond on the road?
Yeah, we had fun.
Yeah, we had a good time.
Did Jimmy get you a tranny or anything?
No.
Oh.
Not this time.
No.
Not this time. Maybe next time.
And not first trip.
Not first trip.
No big secrets first trip. I kept suggesting that we checked into places and made love, though. Let's go get lunch and we'll check into somewhere, make love, and go get an interview.
And make love.
I was also referred to as she, no matter where we went. To whoever.
Everywhere we went.
Oh, no, you said that to people, right?
Even out of context, like even if I hadn't said anything, he'd say, "How far away is the airport?" And they'd say, "It's about 15 minutes." And he hadn't even asked me how far away the airport was, but he would insist on saying, "Oh, she said it was further." I don't know.
Shit.
Well, we'd sit down and it'd be like, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna have steak. I think she's ready too." And they would a lot of times look.
Yeah, they look at me to see if I'm laughing, and I never was.
Holy shit!
They were just confused.
That is great, man.
Yeah, it was really uncomfortable.
That is good.
Right on.
Who called? One person goes she. Who finally said
The
she?
bike girl.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got a pedicab ride.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I think there's a scam in San Diego because at night all these fucking smoking hot Russian chicks do the pedicabs.
Oh fuck!
And
What
dude,
a scam!
The little I don't know if they're hookers or not. They might just be hot chicks who make because they know you're going to tip them.
I'm sure people
they might be
listening,
dude.
They might be they might not technically be the hooker. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they might bring you somewhere.
Hot Russian broad, and then go.
Hot Russian broad's got to be the hooker.
Maybe. We were talking, dude, there's this one, her little ass popped out. It was so sexy looking at her little ass, but she actually called me out on she. But it's me and Sam were walking the next night, and this one Russian girl in little satin shorts was sitting there, and she's like, "Do you guys need a ride?" And as we're talking, her pussy popped out of the side of her shorts.
No, it didn't.
Yes. Dude, not her whole pussy, but just the fat little lip. I was out of my mind.
You must have gone crazy.
Just enough to know it's pussy?
Yeah. She actually, but I was talking to her, like, literally, I was answering her question. She's like, "Do you guys need a ride?" I'm like, "No, we're just looking." And the fucking twat popped out. And this is a crowded street. And I'm just sitting there, and my eyes went to it, and she kind of covered it. So I was like, I felt kind of creepy staring at her cunt. You know what I mean?
You didn't give it a hoodly hoo?
I wanted to just go like, oibity, oibity, oibity with my finger. But you know what? I want to be respectful to the girl. You know, she's nice.
Yeah.
Hey,
so I walked away.
Let's go to Rob in Jersey. Rob.
Wow.
Yeah, hey, how you doing, man?
Hey.
I'm obsessed with this Kings of Leon canceling the show over a little bird poo, and then we bring up the Keith Moon situation. What do you got?
Yeah, man, if you go on YouTube, you'll find there's actually footage of when they got the drummer to come up on stage to replace him. He high-fives Pete Townsend when he gets behind the drums.
Yeah, they don't even think twice.
Wow, that's
They just drag Keith Moon off the stage.
But like, whatever became of that guy?
I
Does
don't know,
he just
man.
have a great story, or is it like, wow?
Yeah, where is he now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but he did a pretty damn good job. He knew all the stuff. He played. He was great.
But no one sucks about stuff like that. You know, while you're in the moment, this is going to be the greatest day of your life, and it's never going to get better than this moment.
I'm never going to get a gig like this.
Right.
Playing with the fucking Who.
Or do you think you think he's thinking it's going to roll over into some other things?
He's thinking like they're going to get tired.
Maybe AC/DC will call him or something.
Keith Moon fucking passing out, so they'll replace me. I'll be the new drummer of the Who. And
he's just a guy with a story no one believes. Right. You're full of shit, Henry.
Probably goes to every Who show.
Yeah.
Hoping somehow they recognize him and
hey.
relive the moment.
Yeah.
Hey, mate.
He's just... Right on, brother. Let's go to Chris the teacher on Long Island. Chris, what do you teach?
Hey, fellas, I teach a little social studies, history, like all the stuff that already happened.
The new stuff, or
is it old history or new history?
Oh, I mean revisionist or the real stuff?
No, not the real stuff, unfortunately.
Yeah. You gotta make it all nice and cuddly and cozy, don't you?
Yeah, we tried to get him to read some Howard Zinn, which I'm sure you've read, and it didn't work out so good.
Nah, I've burnt a few of those in my yard.
So anyway, I was out in San Diego about a month ago for a Met game because I'm a zero.
No, you weren't.
And okay, and Jimmy, this chick in like white little short shorts down by that street where all the water is on San Diego, by all the Navy ships. We took a ride from her to get back closer to where our hotel was, and she gets up, and she's like standing up on the bike, and she's like sticking her ass back in me and my boy's face, and like I was pretty excited about it. And then she drives us like 5 blocks past where we're supposed to be, and she starts asking us what else that we'd be interested in.
There you go.
I wonder one of two things. Cause we only took the one ride from the one girl. The other ones we just kind of ogled.
You should have tested out another one though to see if it was just.
Well, the one girl called me over and talked to me. Here's what I think it is. They might be doing more, but it just seems if they were actually hooking, it'd be way too easy to bust them all. But the one girl dropped us off like a block shy. She's like, "Yeah, a lot of the girls have been getting tickets. I don't want to see any cops." So she might have been.
That sounds like a.
She might have been a prostitute. But again, she didn't say hooker things. She was saying, she said this to us as she's driving. "Oh, yeah, guys, sometimes they tip $10, $80. And then she was saying one guy gave me $100 to go to breakfast with him. But I don't know if she was actually a hooker or if she's just trying to jack you for tips. Like, because for them, it's easy money. If they're driving a bunch of drunk guys 5-6 blocks and making a $70 tip, like, I don't know if she was a whore or not.
And the streets around the bars, literally get flooded with these girls driving pedicabs. There were tons of them, so you would think if they were prostitutes, they could get busted.
It would be
pretty
so
easily.
easy.
She could probably pop a pussy lip out on command.
No, she covered it though. But dude, this was a different one. The one who actually rode with didn't pop a pussy lip on, but the one with the satin shorts who did, I noticed that we were talking, because of course I looked, she covered it. We were just going to Morton's to eat, so, you know.
Yeah.
It was a block
But
away.
she knew what she was doing.
I don't know if she meant it to be that
And
obvious.
they gave you an oopsie, like, oops.
Yeah.
Jimmy, don't you just know? Jimmy, don't you just, like, smell them and know?
Usually I have great instincts for that, but with these girls I couldn't tell, because I only talked to two of them. The one who drove us and the other one. And like, yeah, you think they might be, but they also might just take you to strip clubs, or they might just take you like someone's. I think also take you somewhere else. I couldn't tell.
You should have got Sam a Russian fucking prostitute.
Let
the Russian prostitute break Sam in half.
That's how you know I'm happy with my relationship. I really didn't try to get a prostitute. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm embarrassed.
Went to Morton's with me instead.
I know. Me and Sam went and had fucking filet mignon. I'm a faggot.
The substitute drummer for Keith Moon.
He's dead. He's dead. Well, it was
There's a
while
Wikipedia
ago.
on the guy. Scott
Is
with
there?
one T. Scott Halpin. Halpin.
Yeah.
I want to know the story of Scott Halpin.
Yeah, I thought there was video. No, the guy's lying.
It was pulled
due to a
by who?
copyright infringement.
Oh, God forbid.
Who copyrighted that?
Who the fuck is pulling that?
I have one last question for little Jimmy, if he has 1 second.
Okay.
Jimmy, I was in Amsterdam, and that was when I finally vowed off prostitution. I don't know if you've ever been over there.
No.
But it was the most impersonal, awkward, terrible experience of my life. And I don't know if this is what it's like altogether. And, you know, you know
auto-tuned?
better than me.
You heard that?
But
Yeah, that was weird.
You couldn't, if they really get you. They know exactly what to say to get the extra money out of you. And, you know, I walk in, you know, my rod is leading me, and I don't know, they make me pay another 40 euros, like, switch positions, and then I was, like, leaning on her, and she, like, told me not to lean on her, and then some guy came out of the cupboard and, like, took me off her. Nothing?
No,
nothing.
I'm listening to you, buddy. I don't know. I
Sounds
never...
very mechanical.
Yeah, you stopped very abruptly.
It really happened. It was the most terrible experience of my life, because they walk you back and you see the other guys in the room, and sometimes there's just a shade and a pane of glass separating you from the street in the red light district. And dude, it was like American. It was like $400. What could I have gotten in New York? I'm on Long Island. What could I have gotten in New York for $400?
Nice hooker. A nice prostitute.
All right.
Well, thanks, guys. I'm punching out.
So glad the social studies teacher's getting.
I know. Yeah, I forgot he was a teacher.
Oh wow! You know something? I didn't
Chris
even
rules.
I didn't even realize that.
Why don't you tell that story to your kids? Teach them about Amsterdam. Jim talks to the Green Hornet girls on the floor of Comic-Con.
All right, we're standing here waiting for these three whores.
I love how you set the mood right out of the box.
Whores.
All right, we're standing here waiting for these three whores in green. They're wearing green hats promoting the Green Hornet. And they all have nice short skirts on, kind of lickable rumps. Everyone's taking pictures of them like they're fucking celebrities. All right, let's go. Okay, madam, can we interview you? Miss, what are you guys doing? We're interviewing you for the Opie and Anthony show. What exactly are you doing, like, for this?
We're promoting for The Green Hornet, the movie coming out on January 14th.
Who's in that film?
Cameron Diaz. Seth Rogen and Cameron Diaz. Seth Rogen plays the Green Hornet. Cameron Diaz is the secretary.
Isn't Seth Rogen a little fat to play the Green Hornet?
No, he looks great. He is great, and it's got some comedic value to it. Sexy. Yeah, he's right up there.
He looks good behind the thing, but you can't see his gut. I've met Seth before. He's a little fat.
Go see the movie now. Now you have to go see the movie.
So you're all dressed very sexily. Can we all take a photo together? Nobody's going to believe this. All right, hold on. All right, hold on.
Opie and this is Anthony.
Yes.
Did I really get that right?
You did get it right.
Well, yeah.
Most people actually think that I'm Anthony because of my drinking problem, but no, I'm Opie and that's Anthony.
You look like an Opie. I'm Anthony all the time, too. I don't
Dummies.
Right on, man.
Adulty broads.
That's funny.
That was funny. I forgot about the
Sam doesn't eat steak, so what did he have in
Oh,
Morton's?
that's right.
Chicken.
What do you have, chicken
He
fingers?
was very easy to eat with. He ordered chicken, and it was.
I had the chicken Christopher.
What is that?
I don't know. It's just breaded chicken. I just asked for it without the sauce.
Christopher.
It's like the chicken that you put on your dashboard for safe drive. I chipped it up in the middle.
Don't go to chip at the end of that one.
Jim talks to someone dressed as Robin with his package prominently on display.
Dude, we saw this guy in Robin shorts, and Robin long, whatever, and his fucking, you could see his cock package from across the fucking,
just why?
Waving back and forth as he walked.
Why
nothing constraining
that?
it.
The question is not why did he do it, it's why didn't we? That's the important question.
So we just wanted to interview him about his dick.
And he's a fanboy, obviously.
Yeah. We're interviewing people here.
Oh, cool.
What are you guys, what's your main reason for being here?
Because we love tradition. And we love comic books, we love video games, we love television, we love cartoons and superheroes and all that stuff.
Are you guys a couple?
Yeah.
No.
So you're dressed as Robin from the Batman and Robin thing?
From Teen Titans.
What's the difference?
Well, yeah, it's a different show. Yeah. It's a different comic.
Is this a comfortable outfit to wear?
Yeah, it is actually, surprisingly.
All right, really shows off everything.
It's not as compressing on my junk as I thought.
We're talking to this man. His genitals are very apparent.
Yeah.
Everybody at the Comic-Con has been noticing it. The talk of the town. Is that why you wore the pants? That's probably why I'd wear them.
No. No.
We don't say that to knock you, but my friend over there noticed. He goes, "Oh my God, look at that guy's package." I'm like, "Come on, man. I'm not going to interview him for his package."
I know.
Have people been interviewing you all day about this?
No, not really.
We the first ones?
Yes, actually.
We're not making you uncomfortable, we hope.
No.
We just happened to notice something. We thought, well, this is kind of an odd thing. Look at him. Sam's even getting his flip cam out. He really wants to take video of these two people. All right, and what is your favorite thing to do here?
People watching. There's a lot of interesting people here. A lot of freaks and geeks.
All right, so Sam is taking now video of the genital-hugging trousers. And you guys very cool. And might we say, congratulations. Well, you're a lucky boy. All right. Take care, guys. Did you get video of his cock? Bye.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Did that guy, was he kind of effeminate?
Yeah. I put it this way.
You had to ask that question?
If someone fired a cock out of a gun in the room, he would have jumped up and caught it with his mouth.
I assume that. Yeah, that voice was a dead giveaway of homosexuality. He was a gay boy, right? Well, gay? Yeah. Is that why you asked? Are you two together?
And they just guffawed.
Oh, it's like, stop it. I love the cock.
Yeah.
Jesus, Sam. Why would you do that to yourself?
I know.
A lot of these are... Should we go right to 7?
No, I want to hear the Morgan Fairchild.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Why are you trying to skip that?
No, because most of them are boring. No reason. I just I don't really do much.
Morgan Fairchild.
This isn't boring at all. I like
Morgan,
it.
especially
from
Falcon Crest.
Right, yeah.
What about
that was
Old Navy?
When was the last season of that? That came out last
61.
year? 61. Exactly.
They say she's still hot.
She looked good, yes.
In person, she's still hot.
For an older woman, yeah. We took pictures.
She's got to be pushing 60, right?
Woman.
She mushed her big tits on my arm. I was very happy.
Yeah. How did that feel?
Lovely.
Mushy?
The way big tits usually feel. Fantastic. How big tits can't feel bad unless there's only one of them.
Speaking of big tits, we got the clip of Jill Nicolini saying shit on the air this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a little local news flub here.
Air 11 live on the harbor. This is south of Governor's Island, the new Willis Avenue Bridge. They're going to put it in place and hopefully get this replaced by the end of August. Got to give a big shout out and hello to Jim Smith and, of course, over to Ed in the helicopter.
A big shit out.
Big shit out. What the fuck?
She sounds a bit slurry.
It's funny.
She sounds a bit slurry. You notice that, Danny?
I'll say it. Jill's an alcoholic. She's drunk.
She sounds a bit slurry and tired this morning. Listen again.
Air 11 live on the harbor. This is south of Governor's Island, the new Willis Avenue Bridge. They're going to put it in place and hopefully get this replaced by the end of August. Got to give a big shout out and hello to Jim Smith and, of course, over to Ed in the helicopter.
Big shit out. Oh, no.
Congratulations to Jill Nicolini.
Oh, nice. Dropping a fucking curse on the air. That's
that'll be a big video for
That'll
her.
end up on the
old
YouTube, as
YouTube?
they call it, the YouTube.
Hey, Florentine's outside the studio. Why is he sitting in a big comfy chair talking to Kenny when he could be talking to us on the air today?
Yes.
Sam, you have to stay around
Up to
because
Florentine.
we're doing Comic-Con.
I will.
I didn't even know.
There he is.
Hi, Jim Florentine. How are you, sir?
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, man? Oh, you guys are on the air.
Yeah.
That's what we do. Yeah.
It's so fucked up. People walk in, it's like we're just texting or looking around, and then it's like, oh, you're on the air. Yeah.
My favorite part of the show is when we have a 15-minute interview with somebody, and then they go, "Is this on the air?" It's like, "Gee, thanks."
Yeah.
Well, I just didn't know. Like everyone was just like looking at it.
Yeah.
Just
But we've been in the middle of like a long interview, and they're like, "When are we going to start?" Or are
we've
we
been
on the
going.
air?
Yeah, we've been on the air. Where the fuck?
Hey, did you hear about Kings of Leon over the weekend?
Something that bird shit on him or something.
And they had to cancel the show after 3 songs because of a little bird poop. Now you're a rock guy, man. Do you have any? Do you know of any bands that went through some crazy fucking incident, but they continued the show?
Yeah, why? Ozfest in like 2002, something like that. They put Sharon had Limp Bizkit, Papa Roach, Crazy Town, when all that rap metal was in style, and Papa Roach was on, and people were just throwing mud at him. This is at PNC in Jersey,
right?
For 45 minutes, and they just stood up there and kept playing. They were troopers.
That's what we're
Just
getting at.
firing shit at them because they didn't know Papa Roach just had that one song, Last Resort, and they had to do like a 45, 50-minute set, so nobody knew the rest of their stuff.
Right.
And they just got pelted with mud.
I remember that show. They were not happy. Yeah, it was with you.
Yeah.
So they were pelting them because they were mad.
Yeah, they would just like get this rap
that's
rock
even
off and want to
better.
get to the, I think Manson was on and Korn that show too, whatever.
Yeah.
But
whose idea was it to leave the stage after a little bird poo? That doesn't make Kings of Leon look too cool.
So what happened? A couple bird shits and that was
Supposedly went in the bassist's
Bass
mouth.
player's mouth.
Don't you spit that shit out,
Jim Norton's had way worse stuff in his mouth.
You wash out your mouth and you get back on stage and continue the show.
You wash.
Yeah, that's a washing, not a washing.
The fact that Jim said Jim Norton means that that's something he would have said anywhere. Like, I'm the go-to shit in the mouth reference guy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know why you would fucking walk off the stage. That's
They're just
very
pussies.
laughable,
Kings
man.
of Leon.
All right.
Yeah, that's a awful band anyway.
They are awful.
You stepped into the middle of our Comic-Con audio.
Yeah, me and Sam went to Comic-Con to try to get some big celebrity interviews.
And so far, they have not disappointed. They've talked to the
God.
Green Hornet girls.
Which aren't in the movie. They were just the girls that walk around on the
models.
convention
Right,
floor
yeah.
and
And they talked to Robin with a big package.
Guy.
Yeah, dressed in a
Wasn't Natalie
uniform.
Portman there?
We wouldn't know. How would we know?
Why would they get a celebrity like that?
Yeah, we had a couple of celebrity interviews, but
when they could talk to the likes of Gil Gerard.
Yeah,
I think I got to admit finally that we're never going to get any fucking respect in this business. It's just,
no.
At every turn, we hope for a little respect.
Well, because look,
it's unbelievable.
But every interview on TV is all fluff, extra,
Oh, these guys
all
are-
that stuff. So like, no one's going to come on a show like this because they know you're going to ask, personal questions and they don't want to answer them.
But see-
they can go a million other places.
But I got a million examples of A-list celebrities that have been on the show that we treated with nothing but respect and did great radio. with.
No, I mean
That's
once
what I don't
once they
understand.
come on, then they'll realize, hey, it wasn't so bad.
Right.
It's just a reputation.
But they also, it was like, we have to be pitched a certain way to their publicists. Like, hey, these guys are good. They'll do a good 5 minutes. Because you're only going to get 5 minutes in person, like with them. And
Well,
that's
we have
what's
those
not
people
being
in
done.
place, don't we?
You got that publicist that's going, those are the guys that had, those people have sex in the church.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that show.
You
That's all
know
they
that.
say.
You know it.
Because they'll do a little Google search. That's the first thing that pops up. And they go, no, we'll pass.
8 years later.
I know.
Jesus,
Meanwhile, they'll
enough
put you on
already.
some like corny show that nobody listens to.
Right.
No, they
I'd
got
rather
a good
do that.
audience.
Right.
I think it's your targets. It's the moms in the minivans driving to work.
You want the soccer moms, is what they call it. Really?
Just a soccer mom crowd.
Well, good news, though. Jim Norton talked to Morgan Fairchild.
Nice. I remember her nips in that fucking movie.
Oh, which one was that?
I don't know. One of those 80s movies. She had those big fucking nipples that were like an inch
Mr.
long.
Skin, what are you
Ooh, I
doing,
didn't
Sam?
know
You're just
that.
looking around. Danny
Oh,
would
yeah,
have been
she was
on
in a
Mr.
few of
Skin in a
them.
second.
She had big nipples?
Oh, yeah.
I should have known. She has big pussy lips, too. I should have asked her.
Yeah?
Hey,
Yeah.
MF. You know what it is? After that Travis the chimp fucking attacked that woman, they were showing pictures of Morgan Fairchild and a little chimp saying that she'd done a commercial with him.
Same chimp.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Alrighty. What movie, Jim?
I don't know.
That's great. Thank you for bringing it up.
After,
I really appreciate it.
After fucking Pornhub, and submityourexgirlfriend.com, that shit's nothing. Means nothing. That's the greatest site. Submityourexgirlfriend.com. It's all. I think I got it from you guys. Well, someone was talking about. Somebody called up. Yeah, it's just the guys that are mad at their ex-girlfriends. They send them cell phone pictures. And they pop up. It's beautiful.
The sexting
there's
pictures.
some nips.
God damn,
Morgan
you're
Fairchild
right.
nips right there, Jimmy.
Wow.
See, I don't know if they're are those
What
early
does bitty
implants.
celebrity mean?
Early implants.
You know what I mean? It was like late 80s kind of.
I think that's
straight out.
No, that's youth.
She know that. I mean, she wasn't old, but she wasn't a kid right there.
She's got to be like 35, 37 there, right?
Right there.
Yeah, maybe because she put the arms up, the tits.
Yeah, they kind of lift it up.
Yeah.
Well, here's
That's
Jimmy.
a good stripper move.
Yeah. When they put their hands up over their heads, it's like, okay, we get
Yeah,
what's
and then when
going
you give
on
them the 20, then they put them down and they fucking fall to the floor.
Shit.
Jim paints the scene for his interview with Morgan Fairchild.
All right, we're in line. There's about 5 people in front of us waiting to talk to Morgan Fairchild. And she was just talking to the worst black guy I've ever seen. Fucking just a nerd. But she kept talking to him, and I realized we've had this at signings because there's nobody online. She wants to keep people here. So hopefully...
We've done this.
Where you have to talk to each person more because the line is short.
Yes.
When you're doing something, it's like you don't want the line to die down, so you give each person a couple of
A
minutes.
little extra time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's humiliating.
They know. Because you ask them what they do for a living.
So
or
yeah,
something.
what turns on any question to hopefully the line will build. Remember one thing we did in Boston years ago?
That's exactly
And the
what
same
I'm
guy was coming
remembering.
around 4 times. It was like a fucking merry-go-round.
He actually goes,
Embarrassing.
he goes, I might as well get other things signed. No one else is here. I'm like, all right, thanks for pointing that out, asshole.
Yeah, it was humiliating. So hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to this whore in just a second.
Jesus.
All right, a bunch of kids. I don't know what they're waiting for. And poor Gil Gerard is over there looking like he's a part of this. No one is talking to Gil Gerard. Fucking E-Rock would have more people lined up to see him. Oh, look at him. He's looking around like he's not humiliated by this experience. She has nice feet. Jesus Christ. Oof. Excuse me, Morgan. What's it like to walk over hot embers? Oh, yeah, her toes are all red.
Oh, God.
Her toes are all red.
and her heels were cracked. I don't know.
Nothing worse than a cracked heel.
No, it's horrendous. There's a man in front of us buying 4 autographed photos. He's a potential rapist. He has that fucking dry eczema face and a beard with dandruff in it. And all he's thinking about as he talks to her is how he used to watch Falcon Crest and fuel rape fantasies. She hates him and so do I. All right, let's see if we can get in there in a second. And there's a big fat pig of a woman here waving off people who are trying to take photos of Morgan from a distance. It's like, ma'am, do you understand? Nobody has wanted a photo of her for 30 years. Oh, she's shielding her face so they have to pay for them. Oh, boy. She's a cunt.
Are you seriously? That's what was going on?
Yeah, she's
'Cause
signing.
the whole thing at these Comic-Cons, these celebrities, quote celebrities, make a lot of money by having their picture taken, right, with fans. So if you take a picture from afar, then you don't have to pay for it.
Yeah. Right. But it's like you're taking a picture
so then
of
they're
them.
hiding their faces?
So you have to pay for
Wow.
them. Yeah.
How much they charge for a picture?
I don't know. Some of them are 10. I did 20 for her. I didn't mind. I paid it just to get a...
Wow. And the whole time Norton's doing this, though, he's like 15 feet away from her, whispering into a microphone. So I was just...
It amazes me that you could blow like through $100 for 5 pictures of
Gil Gerard, Morgan Fairchild.
You could buy one and take the picture for nothing. You could buy an autograph photo and take one for nothing. But I didn't mind. I'm like,
either
most
way,
of these
you gotta
guys
pay
aren't,
for it.
They're not working at all, so I don't mind. It's like, They make
As comics, we feel like we'll be there one day. So
yeah, so it'd be nice.
We definitely
Right,
do.
Jim's right.
There, but for the grace of God go I. Yeah.
We're like 60 and we're signing pictures.
I remember you. I saw you back in.
I saw you at the Stress Factory and like.
Yeah,
Didn't that
don't
burn
go,
down?
Don't
Yeah.
go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Let me tell you a story about the Stress Factory. Oh, it's one person behind him. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah.
Well, Jimmy, here's the big interview with Morgan Fairchild.
It's a
Finally.
dud. We're taking a picture together now. Morgan Fairchild and myself.
I'm squishing him.
She's squishing me in a lovely fashion. Now I'm going to photograph young, we're not sure what race he is, Sam. There we go. Now, can we interview you for a second? Now, Morgan, we noticed... oh, my God, is she a vain fucking cunt?
What happened?
I don't know.
She walked away? No, because her poster, one of the corners of the big Morgan Fairchild picture had come down, and so she completely ignored Jim's interview request to retape the poster up.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh,
these people suck. Can we interview you for a second? Now, Morgan, we noticed... oh, my God, is she a vain fucking cunt?
How does Jim Norton not get his own talk show from this?
No, come on.
A late-night talk show? The celebrity looks away, you fucking vain cunt.
vain
You know what I
cunt.
mean?
Tell him like it is.
You
though.
put this on FX after Louis' show, it'll fucking be genius.
Fuck it. Tell it like it is, Jimmy.
If they're walking out, who cares? I don't want to fucking... Ugh. The way they're looking at feet. I would love that.
Now, Morgan, we noticed... oh, my God, is she a vain fucking cunt? She's looking at her own pictures and fixing them. What is she doing? Well, once they get the money, they won't really ignore you here. All right. We wanted to... Do you have a website we'll plug? We have a very, very large audience.
Sure, MorganFairchild.com, really easy.
Okay, well, now we noticed that you were putting your hands up while people were taking photos. Is there some kind of a threat against you?
No,
Jesus.
It's kind of a
You're killing her. You're killing her.
Just worst laugh ever, though, she has. She sounds like Uncle Paul laughing. And we noticed that you were putting your hands up while people were taking photos. Is there some kind of a threat against you?
no, it's just that people come by and take, just do grab shots, and you never know where they're going to turn up these days, and it's...
That's not... What?
Yeah, it's not like she's changing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. She's
so
fucking...
a picture of her from 50 feet away, where would that go?
Nowhere.
Right, but if you
That
pay
would
$20,
matter.
you can get a picture with her. You could put that anywhere.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Exactly.
And you never know where they're going to turn up these days, and it's just a self-protective thing.
Oh, okay. Now, obviously, the big story was when Travis the chimp. There was a photo of you with the chimp when it was very young, and you worked together.
Different chimp.
Oh, it wasn't the same one?
My chimp was named Kirby.
So why did they link you with the murderous one?
I don't know, and I was not aware that it was a different one. And then the owner emailed to MorganFairchild.com to let me know, oh no, that was Kirby that did that. And then I remembered, oh, you're right, that was the name of the chimp.
Okay, were you relieved to find that out? Did you feel lucky that you hadn't worked with that murderous animal?
What a question. No, I mean, Kirby was lovely to work with, and I'm sure Travis was a wonderful animal. It's just,
Travis.
Perhaps those are not it's not a great idea to keep primates as pets in homes, you know.
Probably because she was feeding it Vicodin and sleeping with it. We all know what was happening. It was really a creepy situation.
Well, I didn't say that. You did. So.
All right, well, thank you very much. I appreciate you talking.
Not on record as that.
Oh, no, I am. It's okay.
Bestiality is not my long suit. So.
No. I mean, it's fun to think about, but yeah. No.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
That's fun to think about. That is.
I don't like her, man. Ugh.
Why?
Oh, man.
She does seem like no sense of humor whatsoever. And I don't want to say that. What, the chimp's going to sue you? Stop it.
Gotta be respectful.
Yeah, that wasn't me. I think we could tell a difference in the voice.
Exactly.
Relax. Yeah, that wasn't me.
Obviously.
She sounds just like Jim Norton.
It was all that stuff was reported, though. All right, Jim talks to some people promoting No Ordinary Family.
Is there anything even with this audio?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It was where they could, the fans could come and pretend like they were pushing a car over, like they were a superhero. This one's kind of funny.
Oh, I don't remember this. I remember this. All right, we're standing here outside of this thing for No Ordinary Family, which is a little sign. Looks like Michael Chiklis. Is that Michael Chiklis? Is starring in this. I don't know why they're not an ordinary family. Maybe they're an alternative family where he's in a homosexual relationship with one of his male children. That's what I hope it is, at least. But there's a red car tilted over on its side, and I guess it looks like you can lift it. So I want to interview one of the women about lifting the car. Let me ask this bitch.
Where does this annoyance come from?
Oh, God, I love it.
I'm loving it, but where does the annoyance come from?
Just the whole... It's just...
You just had it at this point, even though it was early on?
Dude, it was just one of those things where it's like, I know Stallone is on the premises.
Yeah, and look
Let
at
me
what
talk
you're-
to the lady on the floor.
And you got to make believe Morgan Fairchild is interesting enough to talk to.
And this was right
I love
after
it.
he had gotten past his whole his badge set attendee at first, and we couldn't find parking.
Can we bring Jim Florentine up to speed? The company flies these two out for Comic-Con. Jimmy
His
had-
company did?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
That alone is pretty surprising.
Exactly.
Jimmy has a room where there's no shades, so the sun's
Yeah.
just blaring in.
We actually
He's trying
flew
to sleep.
we flew out on a fucking Canadian air show jet. Assholes.
Have you seen that footage yet?
Fantastic.
They're playing it all over CNN. Holy shit, the guy fucking he
jumped out right
2
before.
seconds, not even 2 seconds.
Last split second.
Unbelievable.
He was out of that thing. So, all right, fuck
So then they got that. Then they had to drive themselves to the venue with no parking available anywhere. Someone recognized Jimmy, and that's the only reason why we even have audio, because they would have been fucked.
Yeah.
And then they get there, and Sam is part of the press, and Jimmy was considered a attendee.
We just got our bad just got messed. I was this close to just getting on a plane and coming home. I'm like, fuck this.
I've been with him when
And
he's
then-
at that rage.
Oh, yeah, we
It's
all
great.
have. That's why I'm laughing, because I wasn't part of it.
So aggravating.
And then you just slowly egg it on, like, you know,
Right.
it's not that bad.
Right.
You can still attend.
Congratulations to Sam. You've been through the war with Jim Norton, finally.
Well, I mean, we had a lot of positivity, too. You just heard the Morgan
You know what?
Fairchild.
Fuck having an interview with Sylvester Stallone. This stuff is way fucking better in the end.
Yeah.
In the end, yeah, but it was
In the
still
end,
nice
it's
to
way
get him on the
better.
show a little bit for a minute.
All right, so we're talking to No Ordinary Family.
Car. Let me ask this bitch. Can we just wanted to ask you some questions, you bitch whore? All right.
You bitch whore.
And I guess just because their backs are turned, they can't hear what he's saying.
But the beauty of that, there's always the risk that they have heard you.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I
Yes.
love about this type of stuff.
Well, Jim's been doing that for a long time. Like, we'd be at the comic strip in New York, and some comedian would come in. He'd be like, "Yeah, I just got on MTV's new half-hour comedy show," and the guy's telling me, and Jimmy under his breath, "Who cares? Nobody gives a shit. You stink. Just so I can hear it, but the other guy can." And I'm just laughing. The guy's like, "Why are you laughing?" I'm like, "No, I'm just happy for you." And he's like, "Ugh, your act is horrible." The whole time.
I very rarely get caught.
Very rarely, yeah.
My
Always.
girlfriend can't whisper for shit. She has a loud dyke voice. She's the fucking worst. We're driving like where I live, and there's like fucking 10 black people.
Miss Lecter. Miss Lecter.
Dude, there's like 10 black people like 4 blocks from my apartment. And there's a black
When are you
cabbie.
moving?
But there's a black cabbie, and what you're supposed to do is just kind of like elbow the person you're with. But fucking dyke voice goes, "Oh, you see how they come around at night?" And I'm like, "Shut the fuck up." The cabbie's a yum.
All right, let's go back to the audio for No Ordinary Family and something about a car.
Let me ask this bitch. Can we just wanted to ask you some questions, you bitch whore? All right. Excuse me. Hi, what exactly is this?
This is for ABC's new show. It's called Not Your Ordinary Family. No Ordinary Family, ABC, and it's premiering September 28th. And it is a new show with like a superhero family, basically.
Okay, this is not about an alternative lifestyle or something like that.
No.
Now, what is how come this car is tilting over to one side?
Because these people have superpowers. That's the thing. You come in this booth and all of a sudden you're a superhero.
Oh, no.
But is it really the right message to send? Because people are going to try this and hurt themselves with real cars.
Oh, no.
She has no clue what to do.
But I'm
in that
annoyed at my
situation.
awful question.
No, it's
Don't
good.
beat
You're
yourself
just,
up.
You're twisting him.
This shit's
You're
great.
fucking with him good.
This shit's great. By the way, I saw that Janine's here. She's going to do the makeover with Sandy
Yes.
Kane. Is Sandy Kane here?
Good. Does she have her hammer and chisel?
I think Sandy Kane is here.
Have they started?
I don't know.
We need
That's
a before thing. We need a before and
we need
after shit.
before shot.
Yeah.
They
Quick,
haven't
get a
started
copy
yet.
of Creep Show.
All right, they haven't started. Should we continue or should we tease Bob the Angry Flower for after the break, Jimmy?
Bob is how long is that?
Bob is a quick one, and yeah, I would think that we should do Bob the Angry Flower, and if you want to tease something, it really picks up with the machete.
I would like to hear the machete because I know I was very annoyed when that was happening.
What's this about, Sam?
Well, the machete roundtable is the one where we showed up thinking that we were going to get to talk to Robert Rodriguez, Michelle Rodriguez, and Danny Trejo, and we were informed once we got there that it was not only was it in a parking lot, but the three of them were going to be sitting at a long table, and Jim and I would be sitting amongst 3 rows of bloggers in lawn chairs.
How many feet away from the big stars?
A few feet, like 5 feet, but it was outdoors. Dude, there was no way to get radio audio unless you sat as close as me and Florentine are sitting. It was impossible.
Yes.
And this is what a dumb cunt I am. There's a bunch of trailers like where people. I'm like, that's probably where we'll do the interviews. I'm such a faggot. No. I'm thinking they're gonna walk Michelle Rodriguez in there. Hey, how's it feel to be off Lost? We'd laugh.
Oh, and that's the one. You really thought that?
Yeah.
And he saw the trailer.
I'm embarrassed.
Yeah.
And he saw the one-on-ones going on, and he said, "Yeah, Sam, why don't you give the publicist another call?" Because I said, "Jim, I think this is the round table." No, give the publicist a call. Just double check. And they said, "Yeah, you see those white chairs in front of that table? Just find a couple.
Shit.
Yeah,
just have a seat."
I was really annoyed.
So he was aggravated.
Oh, yes.
Were you getting uncomfortable or were you laughing?
No, I was
you
laughing.
You can go either way with Jim. I've been in both positions.
Yeah,
where
sometimes
I've laughed my ass off.
Sometimes
and then
you get to the
really
point like maybe this isn't funny anymore.
I actually reminded him.
Exactly.
I reminded him that 24 hours before this had taken place, he was on the Tonight Show with his own segment.
Yeah.
And 24 hours later, he's trying to push through some bloggers to get a question out to Michelle Rodriguez.
Yeah.
In a parking lot.
What a juxtaposition.
Yeah, but it's really weird. It's like you kind of, when you're at NBC, you kind of just interact with everybody who's on the show, so you can walk up. They don't separate you.
Right.
Because they don't look at you like a scummy second-rate radio show guy. They actually look at you as one of the people who is a part of it.
Right.
So they treat you as such.
You also missed Florentine, where Jimmy was getting recognized through this whole process.
Oh, yeah. Really?
While we were standing in the parking lot, and he was sitting there, he ended up just talking about what was going on instead of trying to get any questions across. But while he's talking about how frustrated he is, a couple fans start coming up to him, wanting to get a picture with him. And the best was somebody who was sitting there setting up the thing, recognized him, and said, "Oh, cool, are you in the movie?" And Jim had to say, "No, I'm here with the bloggers.
I'm just a blogger/radio person.
I'm here trying to get a sound bite.
Yeah, I'm here thinking I'm doing an interview, but like a faggot, I forgot. But are you in the movie? No, I'm here just to be reminded of exactly who I really am.
I'm here as radio scum."
Some radio shows would not have to put up with that shit.
Well, Jim talks to Bob the Angry Flower, and then we get into that whole parking lot thing, which we're going to do after the break, because it's really good, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, that was the whole... I hope. And that was the end of...
Because you really hear Jimmy annoyed?
Yeah.
All right, good.
And that was the end. But this is all of day one. That was how day one ended. Everything setting up to no press pass, no parking, bad hotel... And then finally, we're like,
no,
okay,
you got to fly out really early.
Yeah, we're gonna have to leave
a few
early.
bucks.
Okay, well, we got
the company threw him on a red eye in the middle of Comic-Con
on Saturday. We left
Saturday
on
night.
Saturday on the red eye. Because who wants to stay Saturday?
If you're flying all the way out there,
Saturday.
It makes sense to fly him back to New York at 5 o'clock on a Saturday when there's still a shitload of stuff going on.
Dude, we're in the airport and there's no one there, and I'm like, I've never been in the airport on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Never.
There was no one in the airport.
It's way cheaper to fly on Saturday than Sunday.
I thought they were closed. I had no idea the airport was open on fucking Saturday night.
Besides, I'm sure all the good parties, I'm sure there were no parties on Saturday. All the good parties were on Friday, like the Twitter
why would
party.
they? Yeah, that was a good one.
You don't want to spend another day in San Diego.
Yeah, who wants
Saturday
to do that?
night.
Yeah, relaxing.
Saturday night. Ugh.
Yeah.
Who likes perfect weather?
Yeah, it's terrible. It was like 70 and sunny the whole time.
Yeah.
Awful.
Bob the Angry Flower. We listen to this first.
We're going to do a segment now called Jerk Offs Desperately Looking for an Angle. And I think we found one called Bob the Angry Flower. Oh, look at this fucking awful attention whore. Hi, Bob. Can we interview you for the... Oh, you look angry. What is Bob the Angry Flower? What is the... is it a kid's book?
Bob the Angry Flower is a multivariant, multifaceted multi comic, touching on pretty much everything.
So how come? Why Bob the Angry Flower? Is that just the character that's doing all these things?
That is correct. Yes, he's like a daisy dandelion sunflower crossbreed, the kind that walks and talks.
Now, how did you come up with Bob the Angry Flower? Like, what was the concept behind that? Go.
Well, pretty much just was going to do a 24-hour comic many years ago, and did a little sketch of a flower with a mohawk, and I thought, like, there aren't any other flower cartoons out there. It's pretty easy to draw. Circle, petals, make them angry, and that should be funny.
Okay, well, thank you, Bob, very much. Good luck to you. Take care. All right. That was Bob the Angry Flower. Obviously, his name is not Bob the Flossing Flower. There's a fucking orange layer of plaque in his teeth. It's really unpleasant. Bob the Angry Flower stinks. Oh, it's camel toe.
So that's why the interviews are worth it.
Because that's camel toe.
Yeah. It's just somebody passing by.
That's why these interviews are worth it. Just waiting for the 10 seconds after the guy leaves.
Yeah, exactly.
I forgot about Bob's teeth.
Oh, they were
awful. They weren't good.
Remember the girl with the flu breath who was in front of one of the...
Wow! When we went to interview Penn, by the way, it was fucking great.
Penn rules.
Like, as far as recognizing the show and going,
fucking rules.
Giving us complete, like, oh yeah, let's sit out. Fucking Penn was great, dude.
And you'll be able to hear that interview on the Opie and Anthony Geekend.
Yes.
This Geekend.
Why can't we hear it now during our show?
You can if you want.
This is Penn talking about his Larry King interview and stuff with about something. I forget what it was, but anyway, we're talking to a girl. We asked you, where is this show? We're running late for Penn switched the interview time. So we had to ask this girl, and her fucking flu breath. Dude, it was pure flu. It was moist, wet flu breath. And then afterwards, dude, it was the worst breath I've ever smelled. And I was walking away, I go, dude, you got to go ask her a question because her fucking flu breath. And you got a whiff of it, right?
Yeah.
Did you get it on audio?
No. We didn't think to do the audio. We were just literally walking away, and he got her flu breath in his face.
But, like, we had to ask her, like, 4 questions because the other lady started answering her questions for her. So we had to think of other natural questions that we could just keep talking to her about. And on the way out, Jim said something like, hope the flu gets better or something like that.
I should have taped that, but I just didn't
think of it.
I hope your flu gets better. I just didn't.
All right, so right after the break, the machete thing.
The round table.
Where Jimmy finally had it.
The big round table. Got great audio from the celebs.
Oh, and Jim was hungry, too. He didn't even want... It was because it was late, and Jim wanted to get dinner, so he was hungry, and all this stuff had gone wrong.
Dude, I was going to leave.
I can't wait.
Sam, here's why we have this audio. Because Sam goes, you know what, maybe we should stay. Because I would have been, as they say, out of there.
Oh, yeah, he was done.
I was done.
The next 3 clips after the break, Jim sets the scene for the Machete Round Table. Jim dictates what's happening at the Machete Round Table. Jim's machete rant continues.
And that's cut up. There's about 12 minutes of audio from the Machete Round Table.
All right, listen, Florentine's in studio playing comics this weekend, Friday and Saturday. Great comedy club here in New York City, downtown.
Club, yeah.
It's comics with an X, ny.com. For more from Jim and Sam's trip to Comic-Con 2010, plus geek-themed highlights from the O&A archives, check out The Worst of O&A Geekend, premiering this Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern, sponsored by FYE.com. Everything for your entertainment.
Opie and Anthony Show on the Virus, Sirius XM.
Hey, this is Billy Huntley. Hey, this is Frank Vincent.
Hey, this is Quentin Tarantino.
Hey, this is Richard Dreyfuss.
Hey, this is John C. Reilly.
Hey, this is Kevin Smith. You're listening to Opie and Anthony. 2 dudes I could sit around and talk to for hours and have sat around and talked to for hours.
We have returned.
Yes, we have. Jim Florentine in studio.
Jim's going to be at the Comics and the Stretch Factory for his one-man show Wednesday, August 4th, Wednesday, August 11th. I'm dying to see it.
You're doing a one-man show?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm working on it, yeah.
Well, Colin Quinn's doing a one-man show, which is unbelievable. I saw it last week. And I read a bunch of articles on Colin Quinn's one-man show, and people get confused. What's the difference between a one-man show and regular stand-up? What would you, how would you answer that question?
It's more stories, more personal. It's not set up, punch.
Right.
You know, I'm trying to do some of it in the comedy clubs, and it gets a little dark and weird. when you do it, when you're telling stories where you're almost molested and this and that, and I'm like, whoa, because you just come out of doing other stuff.
Right.
So
and it's a little more long form,
long form, personal, and peaks and valleys, a lot of emotions in it.
I've seen Colin stand up, and now I've seen the one-man show, and I know it's different, but I can't explain what makes it
One's
different.
a theme, like from what I understand, Colin's show is what's it called?
75. Well, yeah, the history of the world in 75 minutes or something.
So
like
Colin, the whole thing will be about like a progression. Like I saw one he did, which was like the history of industry or something like that. I forget what it was. Really good though, where he was going through how people were in the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s. So. Each one he was doing characters. It's more character driven. It's a theme. It's different than just an hour of material.
I think it's called A Long Story Short, actually.
Yeah, it's called Long Story Short.
Yeah,
it's good. It's a great show.
It really is. I highly recommend people go see it. It stops August 15th or something like that.
Yeah, I want to go this week, actually,
I think
Wednesday.
this thing could go bigger.
I think that they're working on bigger and better things.
He's got fucking Jerry Seinfeld behind this.
Well, I think they want to move it up a little further uptown.
Wow. Go uptown with it?
That's what I'm that's what I'm thinking.
Just give it the shakedown here.
You would love
and then,
you would love it.
Oh yeah,
I would love to see.
Talking
it,
about
man.
all the races and
he
gets some. He goes after Islam. He's not scared to go after Islam.
Where I live.
Goes after the Catholics.
When you watch it, like I watched it, I almost was depressed. I'm like, the guy's so fucking smart and funny.
I know.
And I could just think of any dick joke. It comes to me like that.
Yeah, I know that.
But to do that, I would maybe 2 minutes of that material in my act. The rest, I don't even know what. I'm like, that's so fucking smart.
And then feel
that
all
guy
good
paid
about
attention
yourself
in school
because you had 2 minutes in there.
I know exactly.
He knows history. It's
does.
creepy. I don't like that he takes a sip of his tea in between fucking segments though.
Little tea.
Well, he's a little.
Sipping a little tea.
Gotta have tea.
Keep the throat lubricated.
I know the history of Black Sabbath. I could do a one-man show on that. But who cares besides Sabbath fans?
And Jim Norton would be in front row.
Exactly.
Yay!
Jim Norton will produce it.
Something else going on. Maybe E-Rock or somebody could run down the hall. Fucking Sandy Kane is in our office, and she's getting a makeover. We're trying to see how young we can make Sandy Kane. She is fucking miserable back there.
Why we
yelling and screaming at everybody. I don't know why I have to do this. I brought my blue wig in. I just want you to play a few, songs from my new CD. I shouldn't have to do this to come on the show. I'm like, we're trying to make it fucking fun. Why don't you relax and do something a little different with you?
I was in there with her when she came in, and she was bragging about her outfit. She was telling Janine, who's doing the makeover, how expensive her outfit is, because she's complaining that a naked cowboy, he just goes out there in underwear and a hat. She's like, oh, I got my pants from Hollywood Boulevard, my pasties from Hollywood Boulevard, and then probably about 45 seconds later, she starts a sentence with, so I'm at the dollar store the other day. But yeah, she's not happy at all. She didn't understand why you didn't want to talk to her first. She wanted to show you her blue hair and her new song.
Talk to her or Florentine.
We already know what she looks like.
Yeah. How is she not still mad at you?
She has a different color wig, Jim.
Opie, how is she not still mad at you when you smashed a guitar that day? That was one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
But I gave her money for a new guitar, and then she comes in here. I'm assuming we're going to see the new guitar. She's playing that same guitar with a big hole in it. And she took the money.
She is?
She took the money and flew to Nashville.
Because you broke the neck on that and everything.
Everything.
Do you think
fucked it up?
Do you think the crackhead really buys food with the dollar you give him too?
E-Rock, what's your observation down the hall there?
It's rough because she came in fully done in Sandy Kane.
But we told her we're going to make her over today.
She didn't care. She wanted to show up presentable, as she said.
That would be in a coffin.
Janine is deconstructing her right now. So when the wig came off, she has double-sided tape on her head to hold that wig on. Like her original hair is kind of bunned up a little bit. Like,
did you get a picture of it?
I did a little video.
Oh, and down the middle, she has double-sided tape.
Yeah, she's
just to hold the wig on.
Yeah, that's how she keeps the wig on her head.
And
Janine, by the way, and I know they're listening down the hall, so I'm going to blow up her spot.
Yeah.
She whispered to me, "Help me." So.
Oh yeah.
And they're hearing this right now. So
I don't doubt it.
Sandy's appreciated that comment.
What?
She goes, "Help me,
help." Yes, it looks like a harness, but she's wearing some kind of, I guess you could call it the manzier or the bro, whatever you want to call it.
Manzier.
What's a manzier?
It's something that a man puts his iPod buds in.
No.
So she has this big, awful girdle-looking thing on. So that's where she's at right now. But she's trying to wipe the original makeup off. She's ripping off the fake eyelashes.
Right. And Janine's going to make her look like Britney Spears when Britney Spears was really hot. The Catholic schoolgirl
There's a
skirt.
long way to go.
We'll check in with that a little later. Back to the audio.
Yeah,
Comic-Con. Jim Norton and Sam went out to San Diego for Comic-Con. We're up to the Machete Roundtable discussion.
That was very annoying.
Yeah.
And this was the end of the day, so Jimmy really finally had it.
I think I was just annoyed because I knew we should have been doing better. Like, I knew we should have had more, whatever. Even though, how much are you really going to get out of a celebrity? You're not going to get much.
Mm-hmm.
And I understood we could make this funny, but it was just annoying to have to do that.
Right.
Because if we talked to the celebrities we were supposed to talk to, I still would have went out and fucked with those people. Yes.
Of course.
Sure, because that was fun. But what having such a bad schedule did was it really removed motivation. I was like, what am I doing? Like, why am I? Because I make money on the weekends. Like, that's my real money is Friday, Saturdays shows. And I'm like, I purposely didn't work that weekend.
That's what's infuriating. I'm glad you brought it up. The company's trying to save it. We found out on the hotel alone they saved, what, $400?
Not even.
You know how much money Jimmy makes on a fucking weekend, and he said no to so he could do this for the company in our radio show?
And I had
enough already. Do the right thing and do it properly.
That's what bothers me. It's like me and Sam had suggested maybe we should go out there, but not let's go out there I don't want to hear like the slimmest budget possible. It's like, I get don't be extravagant.
They said that, right?
Kind of, yeah.
They asked what the minimum...
Bare minimum, yeah.
The bare minimum to get enough for the show would be.
So we just shouldn't do anything. We should just do our show every day from here. It sounds good from here. We don't need to go out there and
I mean, I
do
kind
this
of
horse shit for people.
Made the point that if we just wanted goofy interviews like, Bob the Angry Flower and stuff, we could just wait until the New York Comic-Con. Why go to
the same people will be there, right?
Why go to San Diego if you're not going to get
yeah.
celebrities?
Right.
But they did get us celebrities. They got us in to the Machete Roundtable.
Look at Sam bringing it right back
Round
to the
Table.
point.
Yeah, now, this sounds exciting. A lot of people psyched for this movie.
Sure. Well, yeah, I mean,
Rodriguez.
Yeah, this is a movie. Lindsay Lohan's in it. Robert De Niro's in it. I mean, those people weren't there.
Wait, what? Firecrotch is in this?
That's right.
Oh, wait, don't call her that. She cries.
De Niro's in it, too?
De Niro's in it. He plays the senator.
Wow. Senator.
But those people weren't there. But Robert Rodriguez, who we've had in before, we have a little relationship with. Danny Trejo, the star of the film.
Of course.
And Michelle Rodriguez from Lost and
Avatar.
The biggest movie of all time, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or one of them.
Fast and the Furious.
Well, let's not forget.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
and they were all doing one-on-ones, but not with us.
How that happens, beyond me.
Because nobody actually...
Is it really beyond you?
No.
Okay.
Right when I said it, I'm like, no. It makes perfect sense.
This is why we don't listen to any ideas. We just know how it ends and ends up. But here's the audio.
We made the most of it.
Thank you.
All right. So Sam and I are in this parking lot, which Robert Rodriguez has turned into his, I guess he's having a party here. And we're supposed to have interviews with Robert Rodriguez, Robert Trio, whatever the fuck his name is, and Michelle Rodriguez. Whatever. And that's where they're doing their TV interviews. But our interviews, they want us to sit over there with the fucking bloggers. They want us to sit at a table and just yell out questions. Not happening. And as Sam just said to me, it's embarrassing. We've had Robert Rodriguez in studio. I don't know if we're going to be able to get an interview with him. He seems like a nice guy. He's over there taking pictures. Yeah, we really are a complete scumbag. The fact that they think that's acceptable for the audience that we have to just sit us with bloggers, it really is fucking horrendous. And we're not doing it. I'm not asking one fucking question. So tell us shit. And again, I'm not saying that we should be able to fucking sit in this hotel room and get an interview. But do you have to completely humiliate us?
Damn.
This is Jimmy's inner monologue. We get to finally hear it.
And this is going. No, you go ahead.
You go.
He was just he was doing this out loud, like in the middle of the parking lot. So any publicity person could have walked by and just heard the rantings of an angry
so
man.
irritated.
What a difference, though. Like the Tonight Show, if Jim does a bit, he'll do it 2 weeks before. They fly him out the night before to make sure he's in town, puts him up at a beautiful hotel, and just has him walk out at the end, go, Jim, that was Jim Norton, give him a hand. Just fly all the way out there.
He flies to L.A.
Take
just
care of him.
So he gets a pat on the back from Leno. That's
Right.
it. Because all the hard work was done already.
Right.
Which, by the way, was a great segment.
Which Leno could just say that was Jim Norton or one of our correspondents.
Right.
Instead, they bring him out the night before, put him up,
Florentine,
and have
even
him
better.
walk out.
He did the Leno thing 2 days before the parking lot shit you're hearing now.
No.
The night before.
The night before.
The night before.
So a lot of these people, as they're getting ready for Comic-Con, probably saw Jim Norton on their TV in their hotel room.
I drove
He's stuck in a parking lot with the bloggers.
Thinking he's probably doing another fucking Leno bit.
Yeah, except there's no cameras, and I'm standing behind lawn chairs like a cunt.
There's nothing better than
you live with yourself.
The guy who said he took a picture with Jim and then excitedly said, "Are you in this?" As in, are you in the movie?
Are you in the movie? Right.
No.
See, when people think you're in the movie, you can't then just turn around and go, "No, I'm with the bloggers here, and I'm doing not even an interview." I'm
going to try to shout a question and see if I can pick up the answer on my microphone.
Shit, is this great?
And again, I was being conscientious because again, I'm not an extravagant asshole. To fly down from L.A. to San Diego, they would have flown me down, but I was like, I didn't want to be whatever. Let me just fucking get down. I got my car rental sent to L.A. instead of getting it in San Diego. I just drove down. I figured 2 hours at night.
Good egg.
But it's like I'm not a spending asshole. But it's like, fuck, man. Come on.
They really did just fucking just send you guys.
But again,
they did nothing.
Fend for yourself.
Yeah.
All right, you guys are down there.
Thank God for Liam.
Magic. Make the magic happen.
Thank God for Liam. I'll say that. Liam really fucking is a trooper.
Yeah.
Liam.
All right. The machete round table discussion continues here.
We are at the round table.
This is when it was actually going on.
The publicist for the film approved.
We need a little setup.
So the round table begins, and there's no introduction. It's basically all the bloggers are sitting around at the table and waiting, and once the stars sit down, they just start firing out questions.
You guys got to deal with traffic and the wind because there's no...
it's in a parking lot.
There's no speakers or anything?
No!
Oh, my
There's
God.
no microphone I mean, there could be speakers, but there'd be nothing plugged into them.
Yeah.
So so they have to yell above everybody, right?
They don't.
They just talk.
We didn't know what they were... We didn't hear what they said. It probably is a good movie, but we don't know what they talked about.
We got a picture with Danny Trejo, who's a nice dude before he went over there. He's a fucking... He looks like a convict. He was
like a problem.
I know.
He was an actual fucking prisoner.
Yeah, he's a rough dude, man. But he was very nice. Like, people walking over, taking pictures. He just wanted to smoke a cigarette before he talked. And very cordial guy.
Nice.
Very nice to the fans.
He wanted to smoke a cigarette?
Yeah.
Looks like he smokes.
Oh, does he? He fucking eats cigarettes.
Wait, is that Indian-looking dude?
Yeah. He's always
he was in Heat?
guy.
How great was he in Heat?
Yeah.
Was he in Heat?
He's fucking... He is
Dust Till Dawn.
Yeah, Dust Till Dawn.
Yeah, dude, he's just
he's great.
Savage. Really nice guy, though.
All right, here we go.
We are at the round table. This is what the publicist for the film approved us for. So here we are. This is really good. We're standing here with a bunch of fucking bloggers, basically. There's Michelle Rodriguez, and there's Danny Trejo, who's you can kind of see them over there. And you can't hear a word they're saying because there's no microphones hooked up. So I don't know how we're actually going to get fucking audio. And Michelle and Danny are kind of just laughing and talking to each other, probably saying, look at these nerdy fucks who don't realize we don't have microphones. So basically, this has been just one long exercise in humiliation. Here's Robert Rodriguez. Cool. Remember we had him in studio? Yeah. That was fun. Oh, they're actually talking. I didn't know they were talking because we're not actually sitting on the fucking tables. And since there's no microphones and no speakers, we can just kind of lip readers. This is great for radio. We have no audio at the round. Michelle Rodriguez is laughing. Danny is smiling. And Robert Rodriguez has on a hat. Okay, so far. Dan, let me get over here. The big exclusive interviews. Okay, right now, Robert Rodriguez is talking to somebody who's within earshot. Now he's looking at Danny. Now he's looking back at the crowd. Now Danny is leaning back, smiling happily. Michelle is smiling happily, laughing loudly. Maybe I heard her. And Michelle is leaning in. There's a fat man asking a question. I don't know what he's saying. He's probably saying, if I dropped 400 pounds, would you consider fucking me if you weren't a lesbian? Not that I know if she is or not, of course. I'm just making a little joke.
And this is going on and on.
Oh no!
He was sitting. No. We were standing right behind where all the bloggers were sitting, and the bloggers that were in the last row just kept turning around.
I didn't notice.
Giving Jim dirty looks.
I didn't even notice
because he was ruining their experience.
Jesus,
ruining their experience.
Yes.
Great.
And the rant continued.
Yes, it continued.
There we go. I guess the best way to do this is to get here at 3 o'clock and bring your own fucking microphone and PA system. Because Sam and I so stupidly just showed up with our own microphone and little recording thing, thinking that a round table meant there'd be a few people at a round table. They didn't tell us we were going to be in a parking lot competing with bagpipes with the rest of the bloggers. By the way, this bagpipe is playing in the fucking background.
The last track. Yeah, you're competing with fucking traffic.
It's embarrassing.
Birds and bagpipe.
Yeah.
With the rest of the blogger scum. Radio really is a shit fucking business. I'm telling you, it really is. Fucking comic book artists get more respect than we do. Oh, yeah. Now Robert's kind of leaning on his forearms, looking out at the crowd. He realized it's humiliating for all of us. This round table is just a way to tell these people here that they're going to get some kind of audio. This is the press that they don't value. These are the people who they don't really give a shit if we talk about it. They're hoping to get one soundbite that they can. Maybe these people here will write about it. I realize I'm being a negative Nancy right now, but I really want to firebomb this fucking parking lot. I had such a good time on the Tonight Show last night. It really is odd how fucking far you come right back to reality. It was so much fun being on Leno. Jay brings you out. You know, they fly you out first class, treat you good, 5-star hotel, 24-hour room service, and here we are doing radio interviews. Boy, things really do fucking bring you right back to where you belong. You feel good about yourself for 20 fucking minutes. Hey, we got you an interview. No, you didn't. You didn't get us an interview with Robert Rodriguez, Michelle Rodriguez, or Danny Trujillo. You got us into a parking lot where we can watch other people not hear them either. Nobody can hear them. You know who's laughing? The three of them, because they're sitting next to each other. They can hear each other. We can't hear a fucking word they say. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to get a little bit of a picture with Michelle Rodriguez because I like Lost, but I don't really see that happening. Oh, she said something and laughed again. I don't know what it was because, again, I'm too far away to hear. Oh, Danny's saying something too. He looks like he's having a good time, but I can't hear what he's saying. And she's laughing again, so he must be saying something really funny. But nobody in the front row is laughing because they can't hear either. Robert is kind of looking pensively at Danny and Michelle. She's laughing again. Now Robert's laughing. Danny's laughing. Apparently there's a big party going on at the table, and we can't hear a fucking word of it. I should have known better. I literally should have went out and just done a club for free, and it would be less humiliating than this. Do you understand? Performing in a club for free would be less embarrassing than this. Because people are very nice. They're coming up. They know me from Opie and Anthony or the Red Eye or the Tonight Show, and they're saying, hi, can we take a picture? Sure. I'm right here in the back with you. It's fantastic. Whole thing. How are you, sir? All right. You look like the guy who shot Robert Kennedy. All right. All right. I'm going to interview Sirhan. Can you hear a word they're saying, sir? We can't.
I can't.
This is humiliating.
Wow.
Fucking Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Oh, bravo.
How did they not mic those guys?
That's a bad job by
That's
them.
unbelievable. You can't throw a microphone.
But I'll tell you, what is it to get a small PA? Just
because it's for bloggers, they don't need to. Because what's going to happen is they're good. They all put their recording devices in front of the people
right next to them.
So basically, the way those things work is you can go, "Hey, how was it working with so and so or whatever?" Or you could just ask, and they'll go, "Ah, it was really good," and all your little recorders right there pick it up.
Yeah, but it would be nice for everyone
in the parking lot to hear the answer.
I agree.
That's fucking.
And how many feet away were you?
Maybe 20.
Yeah,
20 feet away, and you couldn't hear shit.
Not a word.
That's so stupid.
It's an outdoor parking lot in the middle of Comic Con.
We got a 1 on 40. That's what we got.
So stupid. You want to continue? I want to continue. Jim talks to Danny Trejo's son.
Yeah, the kid that he said looked like the guy who shot Bobby Kennedy.
Right.
Yeah. As it turns out, he turned off the recorder, and Jim, thank God, right before he said, you know, it's not the actors, because Danny Trejo is a real cool guy, Robert Rodriguez is cool, Michelle Rodriguez, she seems nice. It's just the situation we're in. And the guy goes, yeah, actually, Danny Trejo is my dad.
Oh.
But no, I hadn't said anything bad. I
but
actually said I just met him, and he seems like a really cool guy. And then he goes, yeah, Danny's my dad.
Right. And then we realized, like, there were some, like, Mexican guys with big, thick mustaches, and I noticed they were kind of looking at Jim and listening to what he was saying. And I think we realized they're probably Danny Trejo's family,
some
making
of his
sure that...
family, yeah.
Yeah, but there was nothing, literally, because it wasn't the actors. Like,
Right.
they all, again, Robert Rodriguez, you could see, was being really cordial to people. Michelle was doing TV interviews, so I didn't see her. But Danny, when people came up to him, was taking pictures. He was very cool.
Nice
so
guy,
it was like,
yeah.
you can't fault those guys. They're not the fucking publicists.
Right.
They're not the ones that fucking call and hook this shit up. They just say, go ahead, sit there and talk to these people. So they do.
Bravo.
So we went to the Machete Roundtable and got the exclusive interview with Danny Trejo's son.
Is he in the movie?
Yes, he is, actually. And he's going to be a director. But for the son of a celebrity, he was really a nice kid, man. He was like, there was nothing shitty or spoiled about him. He really was a nice
very
dude.
humble and seemed excited to
Got a big
get interviewed.
tattoo on his chest, like his dad.
No, he's like a young gentleman.
Yeah.
He's like he looks like a young, like 1920s actor. He looks like a young gentleman. Yeah.
Gilbert,
yes. The guy we were actually talking to a minute ago was Danny's son, who turns out to be a very nice fella. So we'll ask you, what is the film about?
It's about a federale named Machete who goes rogue, and he ends up getting double-crossed. And it's not really about anything per se. It's just like it's a badass action movie.
Now, who does your dad play in the film?
Machete.
Oh, he plays Machete.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, beautiful. And then Robert just directs it, of course. Now, what is De Niro plays the senator in there? Did you get to meet De Niro?
Yeah, a few times. Yeah, he's really cool. He's really cool. We went out to dinner with him, and he's really cool guy.
Jimmy.
Oh, he seems very unpersonable. I've met him a few times. He always seems like kind of shy and quiet. Maybe you throw a few drinks on him and he opens up.
No, yeah, he's really nice. We sat for like an hour and talked about Godard and French New Wave and Italian neo-realism.
Oh, okay. Wow.
That's probably you don't have to.
I've never heard of any of that. That's why De Niro likes him and doesn't like me. I don't know what any of those things are. So obviously it's a good film. When does it come out?
September 3rd.
All right, September 3rd. So you've dealt with publicists your whole life then, if your dad's so you know what they're like. They're awful. They're awful. They're always running around and pretending that they're doing something and they're not. All right, well, good luck to your father in the film.
Can't let it go. We've been there, right, Florentine?
Oh, yeah.
And the kid was he was cool because Jim wanted a picture with Michelle Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah.
And he goes, yeah, it was great talking to you. Right after the thing ended, he was like, it was great talking to you. I'm going to go try to get a picture with Michelle.
And she was surrounded by people.
Right. So Jim didn't think he was going to get it. And the kid goes, okay. And then the next thing we know, the kid goes behind the round table and grabs Michelle Rodriguez and says, hey, this guy, he's a comedian. He wants to take a picture.
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah, he knew
right
my
through.
stuff, which helped. Gilbert kind of was familiar with my stuff, so that kind of helped. And she was very pleasant, and they were all nice.
Sam, you get to talking to?
No.
There's rules when you're hanging out with Jimmy, so you don't fuck up his picture taking.
I mean,
What did he tell you?
Oh, yeah.
You got to do a dry run first?
No,
You didn't have to do a dry run?
He trusted me, but I was right there.
You didn't have to
with
hold the
him.
camera set and ready to go? None of that stuff?
He would. What's great about Jim is like while he's waiting for pictures, he's just going over the details out loud because he gets like nervous. And he's like, okay, so he's going to be on his way back here, so we'll grab him when he's on his way back. He just left, so once he comes back, we'll just grab him then.
We've all been through this.
I know.
We've all done this.
He's insane.
And it was for like LeVar Burton.
I got yelled at once.
Really? For
Backstage
LeVar?
at a Metallica show because I wasn't like standing properly against the wall. Silly.
Yeah,
of you.
me and Jim saw Metallica last time. We did a dry run. We were waiting for him to come out of the dressing room.
Oh, yeah.
We're taking pictures. Jim's like, I don't like this light. I go, let's see if we can get it over here. But we took like 8 before they came out, and they came out great. The best was we were at that, I don't know, that some function where a bunch of celebrities were, and we told Jim
That's
that
my
black
favorite
guy
story
was...
ever. Yeah.
Oh,
I like telling it every time you're in.
That's my girlfriend's favorite story, too.
I love telling it every time.
Guy was talking to 2 hot chicks. Jim went up and cock-blocked him.
I told Jimmy it was someone famous.
I didn't know.
From that show. It was all
he's a new
action star.
It was an
He's a
action
new
star.
action star.
Florentine looks at me, you know what I'm saying,
Action
right? I'm like, yeah, that
star.
show. I forgot the name of it. And Jimmy taps him.
He's tough to
on the
get,
shoulder.
too. You know, he won't go for it, but he did.
And then he looked over at us. We're fucking laughing like 2 little fucking faggots.
Hook, line, and collard greens.
Well, I see the big interviews are starting to come in here as we continue with the Comic-Con audio. I see a
These ones are
Danny
actually
DeVito, a William Shatner, a Jill Gerard coming.
Wow, wait a minute.
I think they're kind of boring.
DeVito and Shatner are actually just straight interviews.
Yeah, nothing. There's nothing to them.
They're not as silly.
You sure?
Positive.
I mean,
so should we go right to the
Gil Gerard is
Danny
funny.
DeVito recognized the flag on the mic. He's like, "Hey, I finally get to do the show." Like he was.
What is that? We've been trying to get that fucking midget on here forever.
But he doesn't. Again, we're talking.
What is he talking?
It's all publicists.
What is going on?
Oh wait, you know what?
We're fans of Always Sunny, and we want him on the fucking show to talk about his
Did you see
vodka.
him in Solitary Man with Michael Douglas? It's a new movie out.
No.
Good?
Unbelievable.
Good, really?
Michael Douglas plays a womanizer, just destroys his life. It's fucking phenomenal.
Really?
Yeah.
Why don't we know about this movie?
I've heard of it.
I don't know. It came out about 3
Regular
weeks ago. It's
theaters,
still
or
playing.
is it-
Still in the city. Yeah.
Is it artsy shit?
Yeah, it's an independent film, but it's Susan Sarandon's in it, Danny DeVito, Michael Douglas,
I gotta
small
check
film,
that
Jenna
out.
Fisher. It's fucking great.
And it's called
Is that the one you're in?
Solitary Man. No, I'm in the one A Little Help. That's coming out
With who?
soon. With Jenna Fisher.
Look at you, movies.
Oh, Jenna
I just
Fisher.
went to film festivals. It's not out yet.
What
It
do you
won the
play?
Long Island Film Festival.
Oh, hey, right on.
Oh wow.
Nice.
What town?
I don't know.
Mastic?
I think it was
Mastic Film
no,
Festival?
No, Bohemia.
Bohemia.
Bohemia Film
That's something to put on the
Festival.
resume. What do you play in the movie?
I play like her love interest in the film. I got like 3 scenes with her, yeah.
That's fucking huge.
Do you
man.
get to, kiss and stuff?
Well, we have a sex scene, but there's no kissing.
Do you finger pop her?
Huh?
Do you finger pop
No,
her?
but we're like, we're dry humping. And,
Did you have a rod?
Of course.
You did?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on top of her for like an hour. We're just going over and over to getting different cuts. They just have me like a little bikini.
Did everyone
like
else
a little
know you had
pouch
a
in the
fucking
front.
hard on?
Well, yeah, when you get up, you do, because then they go cut, and then you stand there, and there's like 17 people around, and I got to get up. I'm just like, I'm sorry. I had to tell her, I go, I'm sorry. She goes, look, don't worry about it. Yeah.
Did you make cumsies?
No. Not even clear stuff.
Nothing, huh?
No, but when you first walk out there, I'm packing maybe a quarter of an inch in a little pouch in a G-string, so they know I got nothing. And then when you get up after a half hour, and
you got a rod,
you got a soggy 6.
Did you finish yourself off in the bathroom knowing that you got hard because of her and the scene?
Later that night, I did.
Nice.
You had to. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. Nice. Of course you got to.
Don't skip straight to Gil Gerard.
Why?
Track 13.
13
before
why?
you get to 14. Because we went to this party where William Shatner was at. And it was just it was the night after, so this is the next night. This is how we spent our second night.
But it wasn't really a night, because didn't you have to fly out?
No,
this is Friday night.
This is
look
Friday
at
night.
You guys getting to hang out Friday night.
A big Friday night.
I'm surprised they didn't put you on a train back to New York at this point.
we were on a boat, like a carrier for this Twitter,
Midway.
the USS Midway, for a Tweet House party. That I guess is it's not really Twitter affiliated, but it's sort of. I don't know what the Twitter connection is, but that's where the William Shatner interview was. So we did that, and there was supposed to be like 2,000 people showing up at this party, and this whole long list of celebrities that were coming. So we figured we'd hang out, see what we could get, maybe get some interviews, get some pictures, whatever.
Sure.
And we realized first of all, we got there about an hour early. And so we were like, oh, we're the guys who show up too early. But we were there for like 2 hours, and by like 8 o'clock, there was still nobody there.
It was maybe 300 people on 2 decks of a fucking destroyer. It was bad, dude.
So when that's spread out, it doesn't look like a big party, huh?
But dude, this is the press area. We got up where they were, like, we actually saw Hasselhoff came in. We didn't talk to him. We just got quick pictures because he was walking away.
Yeah.
But that's where Shatner was doing his original TV interviews. And we knew we had him, so we didn't pursue him up on top of the ship. But, like, that's the type of area they should have got us into for the Expendables, where the TV cameras were, where we could have interacted. Nobody would have given a shit. And we could have just grabbed them for a minute and put the mic in their face, and they would have talked to us.
Yes.
That's what they should have tried to get us at these giant events.
All right, well, here's Jim talking
This is
about
another-
the William Shatner Twitter party. Another inner dialogue happening.
Oh, is that? Okay. Jim Norton and Sam Roberts reporting here from the deck of the Midway, where we're attending the Tweet Party. You can really a jumping event. You can see behind me the VIP area is really bouncing. We are actually here a couple of hours into the party. You may think that we're early. We actually did get here early. And I love the fact there's 2 security guards in the red shirts over there guarding the VIP area. VIP, very invisible people. Now let's spin around here, and here's the rest of the party. They were expecting 2,000 people. They were sadly mistaken. I think that they probably marketed it wrong. They said, come to a party, have AIDS thrown on you. And this is the result. This party stinks. This is atrocious. They asked a very, very old Negro male about the double helicopter blades, and he had a hat on which indicates that he worked here. And he was like, oh, what's that thing they do? And he couldn't think of the word rotate. So I asked arguably the stupidest human ever for fucking aeronautics advice. Is that a word? I don't even know. There's a panel of, I think, comic book writers up there, and there's 30 interested nerds who just are really waiting for things to start. Oh, look at the band over there. This is their big break. They're going to be jamming tonight. You know, they probably thought, like, hey, Shatner's going to be there. Who knows? Maybe Hassel put us in his new project. Or the Hoff, whatever they call that fucking drunk. I should have asked him about that. So how does it feel to sit on the floor picking up hamburger, you sot? Yeah, I'm actually waiting, Sim reminded me, I'm waiting for LeVar Burton, and he's nowhere to be found. Somebody's clapping, I don't know. Maybe there's a fire on the ship. Happy they're all going to be put out of our misery.
Describe this awful party.
Oh yeah, there's actually video of it too.
Wow.
I was talking like this to a flip cam.
You're standing around fucking waiting for the big LeVar Burton interview.
There was literally the VIP area. It
was empty.
It was roped off. There were 2 security guards in front of the area to make sure nobody who wasn't supposed to got in, and a bartender inside. And the 2 security guards and the bartender made up the 3 people that were in the VIP area.
There was no one in
Not
there.
one person, just chairs and a couple tables.
And you guys weren't allowed in that section?
I don't know if we were on the list or not. We didn't have wristbands. They brought us up without wristbands, so maybe not.
Probably not.
LeVar Burton, I wanted to meet because I loved him in Roots. And I know he was in Next Generation. So I was sticking around. After we interviewed Shatner, I was sticking around for LeVar Burton.
Mm-hmm.
And so eventually... Oh, jeez, I hit my... Shatner was doing a live event there, a live webcast, to a pretty big audience, 300 people, which for that room was amazing. And all of a sudden, LeVar Burton and Brent Spiner walk in together.
Oh, look at this. Reunion.
Who's Data from Next Generation.
Except you didn't know his name at the time.
I have no idea what his name was. He was guy that could be gay, androgynous, with white hair.
Yeah.
And him and LeVar Burton are standing in the Shatner area, and Bill's doing a show on the stage. And like
Geek heaven right there.
Dude, I walk over to them, and I go, hey, how you guys doing? I go,
Because we were about to leave the party.
Yeah.
And I guess the woman who was in charge of the publicity, she goes, hey, we just said hi to her. And Jim said something like, yeah, I thought we were expecting like more people. And she was like, there will be more people. LeVar Burton and Brent Spiner are coming. And Jim goes, oh, they are coming? She said, yeah, they'll be here in like 20 minutes.
She was very nice, by the way. They treated us very nicely.
Yes. And Jim said, oh, okay, so that's why we decided to stay.
Yeah.
And just kind of wait around. And they did come. And then this.
So I walk over to the 2 of them together. And nobody knows they're there yet. And I go, hey, do you guys mind if I got a picture? And LeVar Burton, they were both hesitant. LeVar was going to do it. And then Brent Spiner goes, no, I got to do this thing. And he just kind of walked away. And then, but then LeVar Burton goes, LeVar Burton thought I was a Trekkie. Because he goes, we have to do this thing. Let us complete this mission first.
No, he didn't say.
He talked to me in Star Trek terms.
He absolutely said that.
You should have then just called him like Geordi.
No, what I wanted to say is, I understand, Kunta, but that's not the project I like you from. Don't talk to me in Star Trek terms.
Jim, call him Toby.
That's what he should have said. We's going to be over there, boss. I didn't want to hear Star Trek terminology. Let us complete this mission first.
Oh, thinking you're going to run to your Trekkie friends and go, LeVar Burton told me he's completing a mission.
This motherfucker. Yeah. So I'm watching.
And that's what Jim got into this mood. Because he went, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah.
I think I just got blown off by LeVar Burton.
That'll happen.
And he started to trickle in. He goes, I'm not going to get mad yet. There's still time. But I'm getting really pissed off because I think LeVar Burton just blew me off.
So Shatner's on stage interviewing all these nobodies from the Sci-Fi Channel because he was launching this thing called MyOuterSpace.com. And He's so unimpressed with other Star Trek people.
Oh yeah, he couldn't kill us.
They came over to the side of the stage, like to let Bill know they were there, and he looked over. Literally, he focused more on me and Sam when he saw us standing there.
Yeah.
And he just kept bringing on these nobodies. So LeVar Burton went over to the side of the stage and waved at him, and he goes, I'll be getting to you guys soon. And LeVar Burton's going up taking pictures of Shatner just to remind him, hey, we're waiting. He fucking blew them off.
Bump after bump. Another person you've never heard of from Sci-Fi.
Yes, and here's somebody on Sci-Fi who once had a walk-on Benson in 1980. He couldn't have brought on bigger fuck. I was so happy to see that motherfucker getting blown off.
Wow, good for you. Look at you. You got to see a little fucking payback.
So on the other side of the room, LeVar Burton's waiting for his mission to be completed, and a bunch of people were walking up taking pictures with him. And I was like, fuck this. So me and Sam walked over, and I stand behind him, and he takes a picture with someone. He goes, all right, this is the last one, guys. And then I just put my hand on his back, and I go, can I get you now? Because we're going to go. And he looks, and he realizes it's me.
Oh, no.
And he goes, where's your camera? He was so...
He really was. Can I see the picture?
Yeah.
I got to see this
LeVar
picture.
looks okay, but just look at what a fucking fat, Trekkie lump I look like. Hold on, where is he?
Get the camera.
Where's your camera?
Where's your camera? But look at
annoyed.
Look at me. Look at what a fucking lump I look like. LeVar actually smiled. He looks like an insect in it.
And this is after LeVar had been blown off by Shatner like 3 times.
He's not happy.
In front of the entire audience of people, like 300 people, everybody saw LeVar Burton going up and getting Shatner's attention, and everybody saw Shatner just brushing him off.
I was really, that was what a lump I looked like.
Who's the Negro?
and then Jim, even though he didn't care about Brent Spiner because he'd gotten blown off, he was like, I'm getting him. I'm getting Data.
Because he blew me off. And he's a germ freak, I think, because he's on stage going, I'm here to not shake as many hands with people.
Oh, really?
I'm here to not shake as many hands as possible. He said that on stage.
Probably are slimy people that shake his hand a lot.
But then so Jim got him after he was on stage, and he goes, hey, you were really funny up there. That was he told me in advance. He was like, I'm going to tell him he was funny, and that way I can get...
I knew how to rope him in.
And so Jim goes, you're really funny up there.
What
Brent
if he was
goes,
up there trying to, like, get money for a horrid disease?
I would have said, great job, but you got to keep, like, I bonded us. This is the way, like, fucking predators do it. I was like,
what do you mean, like predators?
I was like, dude, you were so funny up there. He's like, thanks. I'm like, hey, can we take a picture? I won't shake your hand. Like, I made him a promise. And he's like, yeah, sure. But then I didn't think of it. He saw the mic flag, and he goes, hey, are you Opie or Anthony? I go, I'm Jim Norton. And I put my hand out, and he shook it. And I was like, yes.
Oh, man.
Do you have the audio of him ranting that he didn't get the picture
No,
of LeVar?
because
unfortunately not.
I did not have it.
Yeah, because it was we were right in the middle of the William Shatner thing, so you wouldn't have been able to hear it anyway.
We got the big interview with Gil Gerard, though.
Gil Gerard was our
the big get.
Buck Rogers.
Yes, our last big. No, this was before the roundtables, but yes.
You remember Buck Rogers from 1970? What?
So you guys flew all the way out to San Diego to talk to Gil Gerard.
Gil Gerard!
Basically.
And Bob the Angry Flower, don't forget.
And Morgan Fairchild.
Yeah, so...
We're here at Comic-Con with Gil Gerard. We came back for you yesterday, but you were gone. How many days are you here?
This is my last day.
So what do you do? Are you
I'm
working,
going to take my own life.
Kind of going from con to con? Dude.
You just hear a fucking gun go off.
I think the point of this interview was...
This is my last day on Earth.
Dude, he has nothing going on.
Yeah, pretty fucking sad.
Oh.
Nothing. We came back for you yesterday, but you were gone. How many days are you here?
This is my last day.
So what do you do? Are you working, or are you just going from con to con? Like, do you ever get sick of these things?
That's the only one I do. Yeah.
What are you have any new gigs coming up?
Yeah, I got some other other conventions, but not Comic-Con. And I've got I'm writing a book.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's the book about?
Everyone's writing
Buck
a book.
Rogers.
Of course, about Buck
Now,
Rogers.
we have a guy named Eric Nagel, who's a big fan. Have you ever been annoyed by a guy named Eric Nagel? Has he ever come? Because he said he's met you many times.
I have no idea.
All right, see, he's lying. He said he claims he's kind of a friend of yours. All right, and when will your book be out, and what's it called?
Probably March. It'll be called Buck something. I just said the title's not there yet.
Something. Okay. And do you have a website?
GilGerard.com.
Thank you very much.
Dude, he was promoting other convention fucking appearances.
Buck something.
Dude, he's promoting a book that he's not even finished with the first draft. Buck something.
It's not finished with the first.
It's never going to happen.
And the only reason he said Buck something, he might not be able to use Rogers.
Yeah.
Buck.
They might not allow him to put Buck Rogers on the cover.
That was the answer to someone saying, how much is a fucking small coffee at Starbucks? Buck something. Boo.
Oh, God.
So that was our big Comic-Con.
Terrible.
Wow. So
So what was Stallone there for?
to expend what you
They
mean,
wouldn't
Jim,
know.
is why was the entire cast there?
They
Not
wouldn't know.
sure. But
Why
they
would they
actually
know that?
We were actually going to get to talk to Randy Couture, who we had talked to 3 days earlier.
Yeah,
show.
true. They were on the show.
I'm glad
yes.
the booking department here helped you guys out. So this is good. Good stuff.
Yeah, Liam was very good. Liam had to scramble.
Going all the way out to San Diego to get has-beens.
If you play track 15, it does start with one last Jim humiliation rant.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, the round table. Oh,
Jeffrey Tambor.
Oh, you sit next to me at the round table. Yeah.
The round table for Paul. Again, we.
What's Paul?
Paul is a new movie. It comes out, I think, in January. Simon Pegg, Nick Frost movie.
Couldn't get one-on-ones with them either, even though they've both been on the show together.
Yeah.
Also stars Sigourney Weaver and Bill Hader.
But Bill Hader we've had in studio. Couldn't get a one-on-one with him.
No.
Couldn't get a one-on-one with Joel McHale, who we've had in studio. That's why I canceled the last one. I was too humiliated. I had to finally leave.
The Sigourney Weaver pick.
She was at the round table, so I asked her after. It was unprofessional, but I asked her after. She was very nice.
Was she?
You could hear her talking.
Is she tall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a pick with her?
Yeah. She was nice. She was very cordial.
Is she hot?
She looked good, dude, considering
For her age?
Yeah.
To call her Ripley?
Yeah.
But she's you can see she's a lot taller. She's probably like 5'10".
Holy fuck. She's towering over you.
She was as she was walking out, I just thanked her for talking to us, and she was like very fine with it. The round tables, I actually would do them again for casts because it's cool if you want to meet the celebrity and get a picture, but you should have a one-on-one afterwards. There's no reason audio-wise to do that.
Yeah.
All right, we're here at a round table waiting for some people from a movie with a bunch of print journalists, which is why everyone just kind of has their recorders thrown on the table. So, round 3 of Humiliation at Comic-Con.
This is literally, Jim was so upset after this round table. He wanted to go home. He was I'm ready to go home. This is just it didn't get any better as time went on.
Who told you guys you're all set for Comic-Con?
Satan.
Yeah.
Who would throw you out there and say you're all set?
They got us the plane tickets, they got us admission, they got us a hotel. They said, knock yourselves out.
Yeah, it begins today.
It's just astounding.
Nobody else has a handheld mic but me. I'm sitting next to a woman and she goes, "Who do you write for?" They're assuming I'm writing or blogging because I'm at a place where people who get audio don't come. I'm in a place where people who write come.
Hi.
I don't know who this is.
How are you, man? See you.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Jim, how you doing?
Did you say your name was Jim?
I am, yeah.
I thought you thought my name was Jim.
Oh, no, I know you are. I've loved you since the Ropers.
Oh, God damn. Really?
Oh, of course. And Justice for All. One of my favorites.
What
Tremendous.
else have I been in? Name them all. Go.
Oh, God. I saw you in Glengarry Glen Ross, too.
There you go. Look at
The
you.
play, by the way.
Yes, of course.
And that's it.
Do you see how the audio?
That's how bad the audio
changed.
was.
Like I had to sit there because I was listening with headphones the whole time and bring up the levels on the mic so he could. And that's
Bring
Jeffrey.
up the hiss. We need more hiss, please.
Jeffrey Tambor was right next to him.
Left. He was as close as Jim and I. And Sigourney Weaver was 2 people over.
Jesus.
It's just.
I think that's the end of it.
Why? Why'd you go?
Well, I mean, it was nice. San Diego.
The con people
Yeah,
was so
that must have been
honestly,
nice.
dude. Convention people can be real twats, but they were really nice.
They were great.
They treated us well. They fixed problems that needed to be fixed. The hotel people were nice. Fucking
Yeah.
San Diego has nice people.
Well, we need
That cunt lip popping out was nice.
Nice parking lot attendants.
Really, yeah.
It's the same shit over and over again, but we need people that have our back. here at the company before they send you out like this.
Not in San
into
Diego.
the wilderness.
They do have our back with a boot. Here you go. Take this in the spine, mediocre. Here's second rate.
That's just lack of experience. Someone has to say it. Not on your part or Sam's part. There's a lack of experience thing that is happening.
Hey, we had a good time.
Well, I have an example of Jim attempting to participate in the round table. Is this good?
Sure. I mean, it's not, it's just to give you an example of the kind of there's 2 round tables in this session, and they each lasted 20 to 25 minutes. If you'd like, I can give you the entire round table.
No.
But this is a minute 17, and this was just to show that Jim did indeed participate. He tried. He tried to make the best of it.
Are you guys surprised with how kind of quote-unquote nerd culture is becoming more and more popular to put in films? Because the movie's about these nerdy comic book geeks that encounter an alien or something at Area 51, so it's kind of about that. That's why I asked them that.
To put in the movie?
Yeah, to kind of make them the stars of the films instead of the constant butt of the occasional joke.
Oh, right. Like, yeah, the nerds now aren't like they were like back in
Bill Hader.
Where like they actually had like...
They've really had their revenge.
Yeah. Sigourney Weaver.
Well, it's nice to know that there seems to be a smarter audience that you're playing to, which I guess you can call nerds that. But that's always nice to feel like there's fans that really know the material and know
the
a lot
audio.
about
It's
movies.
distracting.
you guys had to turn off your audio. The needles are being pinned.
Yes. It would have been easier with like an old-time tape recorder. You would have got better audio.
Yeah. I haven't heard hiss in years.
I know.
But like you heard the
Morgan
Fairchild and the Gil Gerard interviews,
like
those
a
sounded
bootleg
great.
interview or something.
And well, they should.
Yeah. And those were on the floor of Comic-Con. This was in a quiet room where if I had just had one-on-ones, I would have been able to talk to them legitimately.
Yeah.
It wasn't an engineering problem. It wasn't an equipment problem.
Those are air molecules hitting the microphone. Is what it is. It's up so loud that you're actually hearing air.
Yeah. Who was supposed to set up the one-on-one interviews?
I honestly don't, because I think they made Liam. I think they made Liam scramble at the end.
Yeah.
And we had nothing. Here's what we had lined up beforehand: a community roundtable. That was at first what we had. I think the first thing we got.
No. It wasn't even community. It was a show. It was a new show, and I think Blair Underwood was the biggest star on the show.
That was what we had set up first.
And we were just like, we didn't do it.
No,
We
I
were
said
like,
no. I said
are
to
you
Sam.
insane?
I said we're not doing that. No, we had nothing set up for us.
Just
but
that.
And so I went to Gary and I went to Bladder, and they both did what they could because they put Liam on it, and Liam did what he could, and so anything we salvaged, I think, was thanks to those guys and Liam scrambling at the end. But there should have been something I thought booked for us a little bit earlier.
It sounds very last minute.
Oh yeah,
a lot of last minute planning,
and we had that exact,
which is no surprise,
situation planned with the community cast, which would have been Chevy Chase and Joel McHale. But number one, we would have had to leave early because of our flights.
Yeah.
And number two,
so we couldn't have talked to Chevy Chase anyway.
Right.
If he was running more than 8 seconds late, we were going to miss our planes back across the country.
Why do they think this is acceptable?
And number two,
for a top-rated show for the platform,
that's the audio
to leave
you would have
early
gotten
to
back.
fucking save a few $100 on a red eye.
How about a one-on-one with Chevy Chase?
That's worth staying and
I would
find an
have
extra 5 hours.
I would have loved to have had 5 minutes. Chip, why not? He's a comic legend. I mean,
sure.
Next time you got to tape Jim when he's in the rent-a-car, when you're leaving the place, just the rant in the car.
Oh, yeah,
and just slowly egg him on. Say, it wasn't that bad. I mean, I think we got some good stuff, you know? And just throw those little comments out and just let the mic just run. That's just pure gold.
Oh, you should have seen when he was mad at the hotel because of the windows and we had no parking and we looked around and realized that the convention center is surrounded by hotels that are nice. It is when you are near the convention, all you can see is nice hotels. Hard Rock Hotel, Hyatt, this.
How far was your hotel?
10 minutes.
It's a 10-minute drive.
It was doable.
Could you have walked?
No.
No.
We had a month.
Yeah, we would have had to walk down the highway.
It's not doable because you said the cab line alone was like 1,000.
We would have been.
How long was the line for the cabs?
It was endless. You couldn't have gotten a cab. So there was no way to get a cab.
So that's not doable. Because the only reason they even made it there Florentine was, I think I told you, was someone recognized Jimmy and let him in a
parking place. Yeah, otherwise I was ready to. I was ready to leave.
Fucked.
We were in bumper to bumper traffic because Westboro Church was protesting, and there was no parking, and nobody would tell us and the other parking we didn't have permits for, and I was like, this fucking blows.
Well, you know what happened. You know, whoever went on Orbitz.com, you know, a week before and saw a hotel, you know, 8.7 miles from Comic-Con. Like,
sounds good.
$119.
Perfect.
Can't beat the
Perfect.
price.
That's it.
We'll shove these idiots in here.
But $360 right next to the Comic-Con. No, $119. Super 8.
Mike in Indiana.
Perfect.
There's a prime example why you need rolling back. They don't see it our way.
Well,
over and over again, things get fucked up, and we have a solution, but they don't want to listen to our solution.
I am happy we got to go, and none of this would have been possible without FYE.com, so let's be honest about that.
Yeah, I was happy. Look.
Wait, I want to hear the rest of the roundtable discussion here.
Oh, this is a lot about movies. That's always fun, too.
Yeah,
be involved in a
especially
project
now
like
people
that.
are a lot more savvy and stuff and kind of get, you know,
the audio.
The sci-fi nerds and fantasy nerds were always like that, I think. I think they were always really smart people who didn't feel comfortable with mainstream society, and now mainstream society doesn't feel comfortable with anything. And this society, I think, is as you said.
Sounds like when
really
she blew the airlock to let the alien out of the fucking ship.
Because like all this stuff is invented by nerds, you know. I mean, it's the century of the nerd.
Boring.
Hallelujah.
This is all nerd.
Laugh to make it more interesting.
It really was very dull.
Like that audio would be fine to listen to and write down a quote.
Yeah.
But it's a bit far from broadcast quality.
Broadcast quality, exactly. Yeah, that's just, you should have a tape recorder up there, you listen back, you're in front of your computer.
Oh, yeah, they did say that.
Typing it on your little blog.
Yeah. John in Philly. John.
Hey, boys.
Hello, John.
Hey, sorry to hear your Comic-Con experience wasn't what you wanted it to be. As somebody who's had to...
What do you mean what I wanted it to be? Not humiliating?
Naturally. Actually, for as much as it sounds like a lot of it was a clusterfuck, the hotel situation is actually kind of like a bad Comic-Con thing because you have to register like 6 months in advance for the hotels, and you need to give them a list of like your top 10 hotels in the area.
Right.
Even if you do that like months beforehand, I did that, and they still gave me a hotel like 20 minutes away.
That's why I don't I'm not killing anybody for the hotel because you really do. We talked to one guy who said in February you can't book a year in advance. And he said in February he tried to book and he only got 2 nights at the Hilton that was right there and 2 nights somewhere else. So I think that they actually did a good job of getting us a hotel that was, once we got the route down, we were fine. I'm not bitching about the hotel. I think the hands were a little bit tied on that. The fact that we had to check out, I thought on 5 o'clock on a Saturday, it's incomprehensible to me as a guy who's in show business. But, or apparently on the fringes of it, looking through the window like Dwight.
Wait, you had to check out Saturday at like 1 o'clock or noon?
No. We actually got the half-day rate. But if I had gone for that, we would have. But there's no human way I was ever going to take my bags to Comic-Con.
How annoyed was he in the lobby of the hotel when you guys were leaving the hotel, Sam?
Once we were leaving, he wasn't really annoyed anymore. It was more like, I'm glad we got stuff that we're going to be able to put on the air. And, you know, we fulfilled our commitment. And I get to leave and not deal with any more humiliation. I'm happy about it.
It's little things. Really, it's like, you know how things are supposed to be done, that's all. And it was, little shit would have made it
that way.
Yeah.
But it was like every single time we turned a corner or did something else, it was just another thing. It was like, it got to the point where it was whimsical almost. And there was literally, it was just, well, Sam, Jim, you're off. And just us in the wild.
You know who was nice? We talked to Shatner for a few minutes sitting down. He was very nice, and his people were very nice. His assistant was a nice guy. And exactly as the way it was supposed to go off, it went off. Maybe 5 minutes late, Bill came over, sat down. Me and him, he was going to stand. I'm like, you want to sit? He goes, yeah. We just sat in 2 chairs, talked for a few minutes.
Got to 10 minutes, yeah. We got William Shatner, which was cool. Danny DeVito, which was cool.
Yeah, DeVito was, again, it was standing up. They might be able to cut something out of that for audio because he was just describing the project he's working on. We had very limited time, but he's a fucking A-list star, so we got anything with Danny DeVito was cool.
And we'll play it on the Geekend coming up.
Oh, when's that, Sam?
That's this Geekend. Saturday and Sunday.
I actually say I love geek shit like that. I love these conventions. The fun part for me, celebrities are great, but I actually love seeing the fucking like the lower level, like Janet from Three's Company, like people that I love that.
Freak shows.
Yeah,
it's like a freak show. FYE.com, everything for your entertainment, right? Sponsoring Geekend.
Yes, FYE.com is they sponsor our whole trip down there. Without them, there's no way.
Yeah, so I appreciate they actually without them we wouldn't have gotten anything.
It's not about them. They did their job.
They absolutely did their job.
Uncle Paul pipes up at the round table. Is this
because the movie's called Paul?
Yeah, so he just kept. I mean, Jim. First of all, this was the second round table of people with people much less interesting.
The big stars leave and then they do the second tier.
Well, we had Nick and Simon.
Yeah, Simon,
and the director.
Simon Pegg was there, but Simon Pegg he'd gone on 3 hours of sleep. He was tired. The director was boring. So Jim kind of stopped asking questions, and Uncle Paul just started going. Yeah,
it was just noises.
With all the CGI and everything that went into making Paul, would you consider this to be your most ambitious directing gig?
Most challenge. It's the most in over my head, I'd say.
It's close, but it's also for you. If you're going back and forth between London
and New York. I live in New York, and mostly because my wife and I just had twin babies this year, and so they're a little too young to fly.
You had enough on your plate already.
There's a lot of childbearing in this movie. It was just strange.
Yeah, there's like the most
fertile Paul.
I had one.
Every time they mention children of the name Paul.
But I was thinking
That's the audio quality we got.
I was thinking about just giving you the full round table and just waiting and seeing how long you could survive.
How long you played it. This is really good.
Just wait for it.
We thought of doing that, like, just give him everything.
Yeah.
Tell him it's all great.
The whole 25 minutes and just the whole time just going like, no, just a sec.
Because you'd go 25 minutes. This is how much of this we played. Dude, trust us.
That would have been great.
Just let it go.
And Comic-Con has become the place to be for all A-listers and stuff, right?
Yeah. Angelina
Jolie was there.
Yeah. Will Ferrell, Mark Wahlberg, Tina Fey, Seth Rogen, Jonah Hill.
We didn't see him.
J.J. Abrams.
We didn't see him.
Sylvester Stallone.
We didn't see him.
Bruce Willis.
Heard he was there.
Who else?
Harrison Ford.
We didn't see him.
Oh.
Was he there?
All these people were there?
I think Harrison Ford wasn't.
Samuel L. Jackson.
Well,
he was there.
We didn't see him.
Wasn't Harrison Ford doing something when that guy got stabbed in the head?
Yeah, the guy in Hall H. Yeah, people line up for these giant panel discussions.
Yeah.
And they line up overnight and wait to fill into this room so they could just watch celebrities talk about the movie they're in.
Sounds great.
Yeah, we did. I don't know if we missed out on anything, but Jim and I did not go to any panel discussions.
We could have, because security was going to let us cut the line and go in.
It's really funny.
Now, guys, let's bring this back to the point. I mean, you might not have talked to the A-listers, but you did talk to the Green Hornet girls.
Wait, where's Superman guy?
Oh, I had him. I just thought it was visual because he kept punching you.
Oh, yeah, there's a very, very old man dressed like Superman.
With boxing gloves on.
He was just punching you?
He just kept punching
Why
Jim.
didn't you punch him in the face?
Because he was so old you couldn't.
That's wild.
But he's allowed to punch you? Fuck
he
that
was jabbing
shit.
me lightly.
Fuck that shit.
He's crazy. Okay, yeah, you're right. That wasn't.
Yeah.
You guys
we videoed it, though.
You guys had some terrific interviews. The Green Hornet girls.
Yeah.
That aren't in the movie. Robin with the big package.
Right, he had his
Morgan
dick swinging
Fairchild
around.
was a big one. Bob the Angry Flower Guy. Let's not forget about that.
That was a good one. Classic.
Danny DeVito. William Shatner.
Danny Trejo's Gilbert Trejo.
Yes.
That's right.
A very nice boy.
Gil Gerard and sort of Jeffrey Tambor.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Jim talking to him about
Sort
the
of.
Ropers.
A little bit. Final thoughts, gentlemen. To summarize.
To summarize.
About your Comic-Con experience.
All right.
Wait. Let Sam go first. I think Sam should go first.
I think we had a great time out there. We made the most of what was going on. We came back with some fun stuff, stories, experiences, and even some clips that we could share with the fans.
But how about a few? What did we learn?
Well,
Like what can we do to make this experience better for you guys
to make
next
it
year? Yes.
Well, if you're gonna fly somebody the caliber of James Norton down to Comic-Con, especially the night after he was on the Tonight Show, maybe some sort of Not so much. They gave him a stick with a handkerchief and a banana tied into it and said, "Go find your way down there, little Jim."
Like a little hobo.
Right. Like maybe we could go back on Sunday morning next time. Maybe
that would be nice.
Book in advance.
Spend the night, enjoy yourself in San Diego.
Parking permit. Maybe get a parking
something
permit.
as silly as that.
Yeah.
Or somebody call publicists for us and go, hey, these guys are good. You should get them on.
Yeah.
Instead of the email, which I wasn't supposed to see that I saw that I won't talk about.
Oh.
Jim, how different would it have been if the Tonight Show sent you there? Like, what celebrities you think you would have got if the Tonight Show sent you for a segment?
Why don't you just say, hey, Rock Hudson, how different would things have been if you didn't get fucked in the ass? A lot.
Jim, you want to summarize your experience at Comic-Con? And maybe...
Boo! Boo!
Not even the Twitter party?
The fucking Twitter party.
Jimmy gave up a paying gig to do the right to do right by the company.
I didn't take
a
paying gig. Yeah, I kind of kept the weekend open,
and in turn, they made sure you flew really fucking cheap.
The issue is the effort that was put in by certain people. Like, there are certain people that are going to say no to radio. There are certain people that will not let you in the press room. There are things beyond the control of the company, and I get that. I'm not unreasonable at all. But when I know that I got a round table with a fucking guy who, when I sits down and goes, "Hey man, you're funny. It's good seeing you again," who was on the radio show, I could have had a one-on-one with that guy. When people aren't telling these publicists, "Hey, this is a good show. These guys will do a good job for you. You should really do it," then what's the use of? I'll never do it again. Never.
Yeah. There are rooms where before a big panel, like we talked about, all the celebrities do panels. Before the panels, there are rooms that most of the celebrities are in that press gets to go in. Certain press gets to go in and they can talk to these people for a couple minutes before they go on, just to real quick one-on-one, whatever. If I didn't know about these rooms before we went, I still wouldn't know that they exist because we didn't see the inside of one of them.
Did you ever see the inside of them, though?
Oh, yes, in 2007.
What happened? Before the big panels, there were press rooms.
Yes, and I went in and interviewed people one-on-one for 5 to 10 minutes.
Where there were some TV cameras, right?
There were here's what happened. There was a Comic-Con backdrop. There were TV cameras. They did TV interviews, and then they walked around the room, and you could just go up and talk to whoever you wanted to for 5 minutes. Tell them who you are.
Sounds nice.
You know, there was a list before you got in the room, so nobody who isn't supposed to be in the room would be in the room. We were not on. We were in the list of the people who wouldn't supposed to be in the room.
Right.
So, like, if we were in one of those rooms this year, somebody would have said, "You're not supposed to be here."
But in 2007, you were supposed to be there.
Yes, and
so
I was.
you were allowed in.
I was.
Okay. Good job.
You should have just had your Tonight Show appearance on your iPhone, and then anybody that said anything where you weren't supposed to be, just go, look, and show it and go, this was last night.
Yeah.
They probably would have said, we didn't see it. We were doing interviews with radio shows. And it's not an ego thing. It's like literally you just kind of know how things should be done after you've done a few different vehicles. You know how things should be done.
Of course.
And it's like that was very frustrating.
You have every right to bits, Jimmy. You don't have to preface it by
But I mean,
saying
the fact that it's an impossibility that effort was put out to get us those people because after we bitched and they put Liam on the case, he did whatever he could and got us some stuff.
Last minute, he did.
Liam did fucking his job.
I'm not bitching out Liam either.
Were you left to your own devices at the Inventors Conference?
After we got back to the hotel, yeah. Before that, it was really. I mean, again, they have a camera, so it was myself, Jim Wise, who's one of Jay's writers, and a very funny guy, and fucking the cameraman, who was a segment producer as well, and this guy Izzy, who kind of ran everything, and this Hawaiian guy who kind of was an assistant and then a makeup
Tony
person.
Rakihara? Oh, wait a minute. No, he was Simone.
So it was like 6 of us, and we had the head of the convention walking us around and showing us things and making sure our badges were correct and everything was correct.
All right.
Well, see, that's the way shit works.
You almost had an attendee badge.
Yeah. There you go. Here's a Mythbusters bag, faggot. Wear this over your head.
But in the end, you guys brought back great audio.
Thank you.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
Great
Yeah.
stuff. Hey, Florentine's going to be at Comics Friday and Saturday. He's on the show here today. Comics with an X, NY.com for tickets. And then the one-man show Wednesday, August 4th and Wednesday, August 11th at the Stress Factory, Vinny's Fine Club in New Brunswick, New Jersey. After the break,
yes,
Sandy Kane's Makeover.
Absolutely.
The Opie and Anthony Show on the Virus. Sirius XM.
Busy show hanging with Jim Florentine today. Jim Norton back from Comic-Con.
Heading to Atlanta.
Oh, Atlanta this weekend, right?
Yes, I'll be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday at the Punchline.
Ooh. You know what? I want to go. I want to jump on a plane. I got a nephew down there.
Atlanta's a
I'd love to
cool
see him.
city, man. I really like it a lot there.
Yeah, me and Aunt loved it so much that we decided not to work there.
Yeah, and never been back.
Yeah, I don't think. Oh no, I've been back for a wedding.
Really?
Been back for a couple things over the years.
You guys were never on down there, Atlanta, like when you're on regular radio.
I don't think so.
They wanted us down
I've lost
there.
track of the markets over the years. I
A
don't think
better
we have.
offer came through.
Yeah,
New York City.
Our stupid agent goes, I don't know, man. I think you should go to Atlanta. Like, we're from New York, and we got 2 radio stations fighting for us in New York. Really? You think we should go to Atlanta?
I think I'll take.
I think at this point in my career, I would like to fucking live home.
Kind of be home for
in my
a few
hometown.
years. Christ,
that worked out. Danny, what do you got? We have a makeover going on.
Yeah, there's the big Sandy Kane makeover going on. It's taking place in the office, and I was back there just kind of listening in on Sandy's little anecdotes and such.
Right.
And boy, oh boy, does she have a big mouth, and does she talk shit
about everyone?
Of course she does.
Just about everything.
Danny
I don't even know where to begin.
You've written down some of the shit
Well, yeah,
talking.
because you know what? Like, it was going on, and at first I just was kind of giggling and, going, ugh, fucking say. But then it got to the point where I just I just had to start writing stuff down, because I knew it was going to be too much for me to remember. So I just wrote down, like, pages upon pages of stuff.
What
I missed.
Florentine farted, and he's just slowly waving a paper into Jimmy's face.
It's awful.
And Jimmy just went, ugh.
What'd you have last night?
I don't even know. It's just.
I like the combo.
They're not
of
that bad
foods.
anymore, though.
No.
Smells like you got fucked in the ass with a shit hoagie. It's fucking terrible.
I was down by near Philly, so maybe there was some leftover hoagie in there.
Hoagie or
It's one of those
cheesesteak
Philly
or something?
pretzels.
Pork roll. I just learned about pork roll.
Pork
Yeah, that's like a Philly.
Pork
That's a Jersey
roll
thing too.
rules. What is it called up here, though? I can't figure it out. Canadian bacon? What is it?
Tail of ham, maybe, or something.
I don't know what it is, but it's delicious. I almost said delish.
Delish.
Somebody got killed for that one. I was able to get the ish in there. What are you doing, Jimmy?
Looking for a plug that this fucking magazine will stay in.
Why? That won't. What about that wall?
What?
Over there.
Where?
Huh?
Right over there.
Huh?
No.
Can't see it.
No, over there. No.
Jimmy, if you
no.
want, I got one on the floor over here.
The other side.
It's under the desk.
Right
Over
down
there.
there.
All right,
Underneath
TVs.
the TV.
Follow
Fine.
the TV.
Don't use my
Right?
plug.
No, over.
All right, what am I doing?
You asshole. I don't know where a
All right,
fucking
Danny.
plug is.
So Sandy Kane.
I'm just pointing right over there, and he's bent over looking to plug it.
Why would I?
Oh, Jimmy.
Sandy Kane is shit talking. What do you got?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you want to begin. She would just start bringing up celebrities and how she knows them, and she meets a lot of celebrities. She was in this movie. She was in that movie.
Unsolicited, she just kind of
she
babbles.
would just, kind of like, she's going, oh, I live in, this building, and there's a lot of celebrities around there. Oh, this one I was in. She goes, I was in, you ever see One Fine Day with George Clooney? I was in that. Oh, Michelle Pfeiffer. I was in Kings of New York. She's friends with Peaches. Do you know the artist? She's a
Guacamole.
some music artist, Peaches. Oh, well, yeah, they're best friends.
We
Her
know
and Sandy
Peaches.
Kane.
Isn't she that fried that chicken?
No, it's a different Peaches.
Wasn't that
They
Peaches
would go
though?
together. Yeah, it is.
That's
Yeah.
bootleg Peaches, I guess. No,
I
there's
told
actually
her I was Patrice when I came. She's like, I know you. I'm like, yeah, I'm Patrice. She's like, Patrice?
Oh yeah, she doesn't like Patrice. She didn't have good things to say
I
about
don't like
him.
black people.
Al Pacino is really nice. Al
He
Pacino
raped me once, and
also-
then we went out for dinner.
Well, Al Pacino also hit on her because he was staring at her, and then she said, "What are you
Yeah.
looking at?" And Pacino goes, "Well, I only stare at beautiful women."
I didn't have shoes on. My shoes, so I was looking right at Twatto.
Maybe they're comparing wigs.
Yeah, the big wig.
Mick Jagger is a prick. Alan Alda and his son are both jerks. Sam Roberts is, quote, a scumbag phony.
Wow.
Oh, shit. Let's get into that.
Wait, is that you or Sandy Kane?
No, that's Sandy Kane.
Okay. I thought that was just
I was thinking it, and then she actually said it. But no, that was actually Sandy. And then
wow, what happened, Sam? Well, what have you done to her that makes her think that you're a scumbag phony?
She met him.
I guess she was unhappy with me because she asked for my phone number last time she was here.
Oh,
and I gave
her something going on between you two.
Maybe.
Hey.
I think I gave her somebody else's office extension.
Jess Schmess. I'd
Sandy
say.
is the
Sandy's where it's
Whose
at.
extension did you give her?
I think Steve Sterniolo from Funny in the Morning.
There's a show called Funny in the Morning?
Yeah, Sonny Fox and Steve Sterniolo are Funny in the Morning.
All right.
Funny in the Morning.
Oh, God. Is that really the music?
Yeah, it goes like this. Funny in the morning.
No, it doesn't.
That's the jingle.
Can somebody get that? I'd love to hear that.
Steve,
yeah, I really got to hear that.
I'm going to spit on
Are we allowed to play to make fun of it?
Steve actually produces my afternoon
problem?
rush show on fucking Thursday. If that's the theme for that song, I'm going to spit on him.
What else, Danny?
Oh, man, let's see. You want to go with Ron and Fez?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ron and Fez, this is a quote. This is not me saying it. Don't take this out of context and make it into stuff. I love Ron and Fez. Ron and Fez are so awful. Ugh. As people, they suck too.
Wow. Sandy Kane doesn't like Ron and Fez?
She hates them. She goes,
I don't even think Ronnie knows who she is.
She says, I'm a fan of radio and I hate them. And then added, they're both faggots, right?
Poor Ronnie.
Oh, no.
But yeah, she would just not stop running that mouth back there.
What does she have? What problem does she have with them? Like, has she ever done their show, met them?
She said and she couldn't stop talking about this interview that she has later. Like, she's so busy because she's running all over the place because she's such an A-lister now. But the problem with Ronnie, I guess, was that they had her on one time, and I guess they were, just being Ron and Fez, and she didn't like that apparently, and took offense to it. And I guess Earl tried booking her once, and there was miscommunications or something like that, so she didn't like that.
Ron and Fez
just has a lot of problems with everybody.
Wow.
It seems.
Enough. Any other shit talking?
No, you know what? I was furiously jotting things down that I missed a bunch of stuff. But yeah, I mean there was a lot of shit talk going on. Boy, oh boy.
She's just back there. What was Janine doing the whole time?
Just going, she's trying to be as nice as could be. Oh, really?
You want to talk to Janine first before?
Yeah, because she heard all this stuff. That's who she was talking to.
Janine is the one that's doing all the makeup for the makeover. This makeover is supposed to be like a kind of Britney Spears-looking makeover. We wanted to make Sandy look as young as was humanly possible by doing things like, pigtails and the Catholic school look, kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of like, was it the Hit Me Baby One More Time video?
Yep.
By Britney Spears, where we were watching it and just pretty much I was pulling my pud watching it, remembering how fucking hot she was in that video. It's disturbing. And now, to get Sandy Kane to that point, Janine, how close do you think you got?
I think you may never pull your pud to the video again.
Ever. Or pull my pud to anything ever again after seeing the wonderful Sandy Kane.
Oh, I think we're pretty close.
Pretty close,
I
huh?
think you're going to have a hard time distinguishing the two.
Oh, yeah.
You stand back
Yeah.
really, really, really far.
What did you have to do? What were some of the techniques you used on Sandy?
Duct tape. Lots and lots of duct tape.
Around the face, hopefully the nose and mouth area.
Believe it or not, around the face, I used bra straps and safety pins and more duct tape and sports tape.
Is this only going to be a frontal view that looks
oh, no,
good?
She's 360.
Oh, I thought everything was pulled back.
It is, but it's under stuff.
Oh, but then you put other stuff over it?
So she's got a little skirt on?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of underwear? Is it a G-string? Or is
It looks like her Wonder Woman underwear that she wears in Times Square.
Oh, yeah.
The G-string was the only part I was not responsible for.
Uh-huh.
And I tried for the braces, but I was refused. I was denied.
By her?
Yeah. She doesn't want to mess with her teeth.
Oh, she has a problem. We forgot about that, remember? She has a problem. My dentist raped me. And then I spit and rinsed. She's been raped by everybody, apparently.
But this is boundaries.
But she
No
has this
starburst.
horrible problem with the dentist because, what was the story? She had gone to a dentist, and the dentist just started knocking her fucking teeth out.
What, she just started talking when you did that?
Yes. Why you punch me and kick me? But yeah, the dentist just like really fucked with her mouth, so now she really is self-conscious about anybody fucking with her.
She actually was. That might be why she kept telling me to be very careful around her lips. And I was asking her, do I need to use like
What, her
disposable
labia?
items? Or,
Yeah.
is there something you're trying to tell me? And she said, no, that's not like. It's got nothing to do with disposable. My mouth is fucked up. I'm not going to tell you anymore.
Yeah, it was
So I
she
guess
had
she just
dentist
has
problems.
Wow.
Yeah, like traumatic dentist problems from her youth.
Oh,
From her youth. Is it safe? She's sitting in the seat. I don't know. Well, yeah, it's safe. Everything's safe. Yeah, it's so safe. Unbelievable.
Not very dangerous.
It's so dangerous.
Anthony.
White angel, man.
All right, so let's say you're not on the radio show. You're still putting air conditioning units up, working in Long Island, making
Gotcha.
40 grand, 50 grand a year.
I wish, but
how much to bang her? Would you do it for 10 grand? And you have to be sober.
Let me really get in the mindset I was back then, because I remember taking $20 out of an ATM and being like, holy fuck, how am I going to pay a bill? You know?
Right.
Like, and the $20 was for the bar. No.
10 grand cash, no taxes. It's in a suitcase. Someone drops it off. Nobody knows nothing. You don't have to tell your friends, but you got to eat a box too.
Oh, fuck.
You got to eat a box.
That's just, I was just going to start asking about rubbers and shit.
No.
And like I got to bareback it.
No, you can wear a bag, but you got to eat a box for like 5 minutes first.
I could not do that. I would throw up.
10 grand cash.
I would puke. I couldn't do it. I couldn't fucking do it.
20.
God, to eat it. All right, I'm tin knocking.
Is this
You're tin knocking. That's about 30 grand.
I'll play. I was making $27,500 a year.
20. Okay, so that's almost a year's salary.
A year's salary. Oh my God. Let's see.
I'll throw in another 10 grand if you eat her ass. So that'll be 30.
I really needed money back then. But I don't think I could. I could say yes, and it would be like, all right, can you go on this fucking tossing, turning ship and not vomit, not get seasick? Like, I couldn't do it.
And
it's
sober.
A
I think that
repulsion.
could be.
Yeah, sober, too.
You have to do
would
it
be.
sober in the middle of the afternoon.
And by the way, that would be the last time I would be sober anytime. Like, I would never stop drinking. I do stop occasionally. Hours.
So no, you don't.
No,
30?
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And she's probably the only woman you could throw in front of me with that offer that I would absolutely say no. Like any other woman, I don't care. Dig up Mama Cass Elliott's body.
Right.
And I'd fucking eat the ham sandwich and her ass.
Well, let's do the big reveal. I want to see how close Janine got Sandy Kane to look like Britney Spears.
Here she comes.
Should we just open the door?
Do we have a little hit me baby one more time? Or yeah. All right. Bring her in.
Ladies
This
and
is
gentlemen,
hot.
Sandy Kane as Britney Spears.
Let's see this. Oh, my God. Look at her. Oh, yeah. Wow, that is. Oh, don't fall over. What a.
You don't shake, though.
Wow. Sandy.
The titties don't shake.
You don't even look like yourself.
I know.
You look
100 years old, right?
Wow.
You look older, right?
Britney Spears' corpse.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Jim.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
That's
So
right. I don't look at Britney Spears' corpse.
now that isn't your wig, right? That's
No, my pussy's still real though.
And now you got the shirt tied up.
Yeah, I still have my red, white, and blue short top.
Yeah,
for my
yeah, of
late
course.
naked cowgirl.
And
she gave me a new belly button.
Oh, you gave her a higher one?
Yeah.
Why'd you give her a fake belly button, Janine?
Easier than taping up the skin.
Oh, easier than taping up the skin.
Okay.
All right, so that's a fake belly. She had to give her a fake belly button for a belly shirt.
Okay.
Now I'm looking at the picture of Brittany from the video, and now I'm looking
While
at
you're
Sandy
down there,
Kane.
Oak.
Wow, it's uncanny.
While you're down there,
While you're down there,
do you eat
kill
out?
yourself.
Are you a lesbian?
Wow, that's you are. She goes. I like how Sandy comes in here with our cardboard cameras from CVS.
And I got my new CD called Sandy Kane is the Naked Cowgirl
Yeah,
with I Love Dick on it, dedicated to my ex-husband. Dick
Richard.
Dick left a bad taste in my mouth.
Oh, he did?
Yes. But no, anyway, and also the controversial, he taught me how to love, the one that the cowboy, the Naked Cowboy, I asked him to put his voice on it, and he said, if you give us $5,000 as a franchise fee, I'll put my voice on it.
Well, he wants that for the Naked Cowgirl stuff, not so much to be on your CD, right?
He just wants fucking money.
He wants 5 G's from you.
5,000, baby.
Yeah, 5 large.
5 large.
Could
It's
you do
not
a
that
little
much
spin?
money.
Let me see what the back looks like
Okay.
there, Sandy. Let me see what you look like from the back. That's fantastic. Why is the back of her head so big? She looks like one of the hiney-headed aliens from Star Trek.
We may have had to do a little bit of
The
rigging.
Menagerie, I believe the episode was.
She has some of her own hair up
wants
there.
to hear that. I know.
Wow, yeah. Give a sexy look for the camera.
All right.
Yeah, purse
Not
your
easy
lips.
with the fucking taped up.
Yeah, like what did she do to? Now, what did you do to Sandy's face there?
The eyes look older though, and the face looks younger. That's how.
Is that what
the
you saw?
eyes like looked about 90, and the face looks younger. But it's just you can't win, Jim.
You're talking like you
I
have
hear
Bell's palsy.
Yeah.
What's going on?
You want to come over and show?
Bell's whatever the fuck that is.
That's when your face kind of goes numb.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, see.
He had enough of it.
Yeah.
I got regular pulls.
Under the wig, there's an elastic band and lots of surgical and duct tape.
Oh, so you
all
taped
around.
it to her face and then pulled it tight.
Yes, absolutely. With like the bra strap, the contraption. That
So
was
is
something.
is the bump on the back of her head skin?
Yes, that's all bunched up with a scrunchie.
Just with a scrunchie.
We actually, that's her hair under there. It's a bun and. Yes.
Okay, it
Some
does
tape
look like
and stuff.
the girl that went into the White House in Mars Attacks with who'd she go in with? Oh God.
Oh, yeah, I can't remember his name now.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what you're talking about.
Yeah, that guy. Because she had a big head under the wig. Martin Short. Thank
Martin
you.
Shorts.
Yeah.
How do you get
Friends
his
of Martin
name?
Short?
I love Martin Short.
Oh, no, you're saying short, like a dick size.
Yeah, and Sam Roberts, I asked him for his phone number. He gave me the wrong number.
So you don't like Sam Roberts?
Yeah, oh, bullshit, Sam.
Now, we heard a few things that you were mouthing off inside about a few people.
Ron and fucking Fez. They asked me to blow a guy's dick once, and he had a big belly and shit, and I wouldn't do it, and there was disgusting.
it Paulo?
He had a big belly and a short cock.
Was he the
Remember
one
that?
that? Wasn't he the one?
I take offense
Me
to that.
and Jim were there. You were there, remember? They wanted me to blow his dick.
No, because Paulo, I think, licked and kissed Twatto, right? That
Yes!
guy? So why didn't you return the favor?
Yeah.
Well, it's
And that's why you
I
hate
mean,
Ron and
come
Fez? They were
on,
taking
man.
care of
I
you.
wouldn't mind blowing your dick, but not this fat guy that had a big dick, had a big belly.
Big belly.
The
I think
belly,
it was
and
Paulo.
it's, come on, blow it, do it.
But you know they're doing a radio show. Why don't you like
you know,
Ron
I wanted
Fez?
to, there's
okay.
something been on my mind.
New
There's a-
subject.
I better not. I don't know. There was like this comic once that got me down at Dangerfields.
He rape
and
you?
He took his dick out and he said, "Suck it, suck it." And he's a major comic in New York.
So when you
and
were
I'm
done.
I'm afraid that he might do it to other women, and I'm thinking of coming out of the closet with this.
Well, not on this show with a name.
Okay.
Can she
He's a-
write it down and hold it up? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
write the name down.
He had the biggest cock I ever saw in my life.
All right, so it wasn't
Really?
Rich Voss.
Wasn't Rich Voss? Wasn't Bob
Why,
Kelly?
he has a small dick?
Yeah, write it down.
I'll tell you.
Write it down.
I'll tell you.
Don't
I'm not
say,
gonna
though.
say it 'cause
Just
I
don't
didn't-
say the
I
name.
know
Don't
you
say it,
guys.
because we
You
get
don't
in a
want to
lot
be
of
held
trouble.
You don't want to be
Right.
held liable.
This
You're
is a
being
true
sued enough.
Lawsuits, right.
Yeah, you got enough lawsuits to
I don't know,
deal
but any comic that someone said they have a big dick on the radio
That's true. It's probably not going to sue.
Take the good with the bad, I guess, right?
Wait, what'd you scroll on that paper?
True story.
Oh, okay. All right. I can see this happening.
Let me see.
I don't know if you know him.
I had opened the door.
I don't know.
He locked the door,
Oh,
and he kept suck it.
It sounds like
Because I was
different
looking. Tremendous cock. It wasn't a dick, Jim. It was a cock.
Yeah,
okay.
You know who that is?
But you know who it is?
I don't know if you could read her.
Is he?
No, I can
is-
read.
is
I
he- would assume
do
he's
not
a
know who this
Hispanic
comic is.
gentleman.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
With a big, giant, big cock.
Tremendous cock.
So why were you upset with that? I thought you liked sucking cock.
No, they locked the door. He wouldn't let me out of the green room. And Rodney Dangerfield's club. It was. And
When
Rodney,
was this? Like how long ago?
Well, not that long ago, because I had my public access show. I was looking for comics for my public access show.
Yeah.
And he said, "Come on down to the green room, we'll talk." I said, "Okay," So I remember Rodney in his bathrobe. Hey, why not? And I worked Dangerfields as a comic, so I looked down.
Did.
He locked the fucking door, and we sat down on the couch. He said, "Don't worry about it, have a seat." And then he opened his fly, took his big dick out, and he said, "Suck it, suck it, suck it." It's a true story. And I
love
said,
this.
No,
It's
no.
a true story. Paul.
Yeah, suck it.
Suck it. And I'm thinking of that guy is a fucking sickie, and I hope he's not doing it to other women.
Well, you probably were thrown off a vibe.
No, I wasn't.
That you would suck a cock.
No, well, as being an ex-stripper.
Yeah, you
but
usually
not-
say things. You'd say provocative things that would lead people to believe that perhaps you.
Yeah, would you do that?
You would just
lock a
suck
door
a
and
dick
take
at-
your dick out.
In certain circumstances, if there was someone in there that was like really being like you are, a lot of times you run your
would do
mouth,
that?
you run your mouth, and you say,
Yeah.
"I'll suck dick." I
was just looking for comics. No, for my public access show, and that's a very. I was thinking of going
You
to the
sucked
cops.
Tippy Tom's dick though.
I did not.
I think you might have. I think you might have a little.
No,
bit.
I think you went down on him a little.
Please, come on,
Oh, you
man.
gave him a
You gave him a
hand
tug.
job.
Oh, you gave him a hand
A
job.
little tug.
What about Club?
A finger job.
What about Club Soda Kenny? Would you suck his dick?
Yeah. What about Club Soda? He's right there.
No, not at all.
Why?
Why should I? Would you
you're not
suck it? Would you suck
It
it?
Depends.
What do you mean depends?
Like,
Do you think he's good looking? Are you attracted to him?
You can't say, "Would you
he's-
suck it?" It's guy.
He's got the biggest. I mean, he's very attractive in the dark.
Oh, shit,
No,
Kenny.
and
Club
he's-
Soda
You're gonna
Kenny?
take
Look at that
Kenny?
smile on
What's
his
this
face.
world coming
Yes.
to?
I mean,
Oh,
he
Kenny's
does
out.
sing Monster Mash good, but
Kenny's up.
I will take that from her.
okay.
Oh,
all right. Well, you want a blowjob?
It's actually a good thing to say.
Every woman wants a guy that's tall. He's in shape. He's muscular.
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you suck it.
I'm a guy
He's a
though.
guy.
Yeah. So I don't like to suck cock, to be honest.
Why? What's the matter with you?
I'm not really into it.
But you're always talking about
I
it.
used to be.
You used to be?
Yeah.
What stopped it?
What's stopping me? Just maybe
Old
maybe I
age.
got to meet the right guy.
Yeah, but why did you like it and now you don't?
In fact, I have a good song on my CD called "You Hit My G Spot." It's a G-O-D, about, sucking cock and just kind of, when you finally meet the guy that triggers your G-spot. Jim.
When was the last time you swallowed cum?
Swallowed cum.
When was the last time?
There is something on my CD. Oh, yeah, George Clooney. George Clooney's
Yeah,
song.
but when was the last time you swallowed a load of
Do you
jizz?
know, you want to be honest?
Yeah.
I have never swallowed cum.
What?
Jewish girls don't swallow.
You
No,
always,
I have never swallowed.
You would always spit?
Yeah, spit out. Like with David Brenner. David Brenner.
Yeah.
We don't know this. I mean,
You don't know David Brenner?
No, we know David Brenner.
Well, I'm just saying.
Someone has to fucking step in. though. I have no idea.
That's fine. So what happened with David Brenner?
No, David Brenner, though, I was madly in love with him and I sucked his dick. and he was the worst lover in the world. And when I was spitting out the cum in the sink, the door slammed.
Why the door slam?
He left.
But you really liked him?
David
He's
Brenner
merely in
rules.
love.
He fucking rules.
He slammed the fucking door. I was,
He fucking rules.
No,
While
I'm
she's
just-
over a sink.
Wait, but you
Yeah,
must have been, were you very sad about that, right?
Oh, very, very, Jim.
Were you embarrassed?
Well, no, I was spitting the cum out, and it was the door fucking slams.
But I mean, like, you like him, right?
Yeah.
Florentine, you think that's
He
the worst
certainly
insult
didn't
ever?
reciprocate.
No, I wish there were stories about me like that out there.
He did not. He did not reciprocate.
Did you
and-
feel used?
Oh yes, definitely. I felt, and then I tried to do him again, and he definitely wouldn't even come back.
Did you ever
So-
feel bad that you put yourself in those positions where you're like, you're just being kind of mistreated?
Always, but what can I say? Sometimes you like someone too much, and they don't. Sometimes the ones that
Sure.
like you don't like, and then the ones that you like don't like you.
Do you think if you would have swallowed, he would have stayed?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Good fucking question.
Great.
So, would you have? Do you think that?
Maybe, man. Thank you. I needed that.
What
No.
what if a guy? I'm sure in your career, a guy has probably shot one right into the back of your throat. You can't spit it out. What happened then?
No, it never happened. I never
Really?
had you. I'll have to
well.
ask Jill about that.
It's well,
have to ask Jill.
that was a while ago.
But yeah, I know. So, are you still going with 18-year-olds or what?
Is that for
I've
Jim
opened up,
or Anthony?
I've opened up my spectrum.
Would
Okay.
you suck Jim Norton's penis?
Oh, definitely.
You would.
He gave me remember you touched my titty. He gave me a breast feel once.
Did I really?
Very good. Very.
But you wouldn't swallow his.
Maybe. It depends. It depends.
Did her tit feel like a Stretch Armstrong doll?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I blocked it out the way one does when they're in an airline accident. They just, all of a sudden, they're having peanuts, and then they're in the hospital.
Sandy, what a life you've led. Why don't you write a book?
I really should.
You got
But
so many stories of
but
rape
I
and
think that my CD,
dentistry.
my CD really speaks for a lot of my life.
Does it?
Taught me how to love.
CD called
was
Worthless.
Going from town to town and getting laid and getting my heart broken, and then going to
Yeah.
another town, getting my heart broken.
Have you ever been in love, Sandy?
Oh, always.
No, I mean reciprocal love.
That.
Because you were in love with David Brenner.
Yeah, I was in love with
and
David
he walked
Brenner.
out while you were spitting his cum out in the sink.
Yeah, yeah.
And slammed the door.
Yeah.
Not even trying to make a quiet escape.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Who are you in love with?
Yeah.
Who are you in love with?
Yeah.
So who am I in love
Who
with?
were you in love with?
Who were you?
I'm in love with the naked cowgirl.
No, but who
That's
were
what-
you in love with
Oh,
reciprocal?
who was I in love with besides David Brenner?
Yeah.
For real.
I'm in love right now
Oh, with
with
who?
Opie.
Oh.
And
No, but
besides
who were
Opie,
you in love with, for
I'm
real?
in love with. I love this pastor who lives in Detroit. His name is Pastor. I shouldn't.
Well,
Pastor
don't-
Tim, and
That's
you know,
all
it's
right.
a
I got it.
we have a spiritual G-spot relationship, and so I'm still really.
Well, that's good. No, in the
Yeah.
past, though, I'm talking. In the past.
Yeah. Okay.
Celebrities, things like that.
What
Who
is
have
your
you been-
Dick Shawn? Dick Shawn.
Dick Shawn. Dick Shawn died on stage, by the
I
way.
know.
Yes.
I was going with Dick Shawn.
Yeah?
I wrote I Love Dick.
And that was for Dick Shawn?
Well, truthfully, it was not for every Dick, really, but
How was Dick Shawn?
Dick
was he a
Shawn,
good lover?
when he came, he used to pop amyl nitrates.
Yeah?
And he would just say, "Do you want some?" I go, "No, thanks, Dick."
Uh-huh.
But we used to get stoned on peyote buttons and have sex.
What
Yeah.
about Rodney Dangerfield when you worked at the club? Did he
Now,
ever hit on you?
Rodney, I never fucked, but he wanted me once. I was in L.A. and at the Hyatt House, and he said, "Come
I
up."
want you to come up. I want you
Come
to
up.
jump off the roof.
Yeah, come up.
I want to see if you'd bounce, okay?
Hey, yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
about this comic that molested me. It was really a smear for Rodney Dangerfield. But what was I going to say? Rodney and I were in a room, and he wanted me to suck his cock or something. But
or something. The something was get out.
No, but I just, because he knew I liked David Brenner and Steve Landesberg, I was going with Steve Landesberg.
Oh,
Do you
wow.
remember?
He was on Barney Miller for a while.
Yeah, he was my boyfriend. And
Wait, was he?
Oh,
He really was?
Oh, yeah.
How long? All right, you're panicking. How long did you date him for?
I dated him for 3 straight months, and then he
straight months.
Oh, no. Yeah, and then he cheated on me with Louise Lasser.
Ooh.
But
then you
Mary Hartman.
Then you got him back by fucking eating fucking Abe Vigoda's ass, and she let Woj come in her face. and she sucked ass hair out of Barney Miller's mustache because Barney had been ass nuzzling other men.
She sucked Jack Sue's little Asian penis.
Yeah, that's what the fucking theme music is. It's her pussy lips. Boom, 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 boom.
But anyway, he was a virgin. Steve Landesberg was a virgin when I met him.
Yeah.
So we used to take Quaaludes.
And he had to.
We took Quaaludes.
She's like, I want to fuck. He's like, what do you got?
And
Give me 10 of the yellow ones.
Until he met me, and then
long after you, I'm sure.
Yeah. And then after he, I taught him what to do. He went to Louise Lasser, and because he was.
Did he do the same thing with her? And by that I mean run through the door like Herman Munster.
She dumped him, and then he came back to me.
Outline of the fucking door cut out.
She dumped him, and then he came back to me. And then I wouldn't take him back.
No.
You kind of put your hoof down.
Yeah, see. I should have, though. I should have taken him back. So
you regret that now, right?
Yeah, why not? So he cheated, so.
What other celebrities over the years?
Richard Pryor.
Yeah, I heard about the Richard Pryor.
Story. And what's his name? The guy, what's his name from Red Fox show? What was that?
Red Fox.
Demond Wilson?
Yeah, Demond.
Did you fuck Demond Wilson?
Oh,
Grady.
Yeah. Big dick.
Rollo. Did you fuck Rollo?
Not Rollo, man.
Or the goat?
No. Demond had a big dick, and we snorted cocaine all night in the Hollywood Hills.
You fucked Demond Wilson?
Yes. He was great.
That's pretty impressive, I think, huh?
How about Bubba?
Damn,
that is good, man. Red Fox. Not Red Fox, no.
Did Demond Wilson have just a giant cock?
And he lived in this beautiful, in Beverly Hills. He had a whole big floor because he was on
Sanford
that show,
Son.
Sanford and Son, and he had a whole floor. And he said, "I hate the fucking show." He said, and we snorted cocaine all night. I wanted to give him a Quaalude, he wouldn't take it. But cocaine he was into. Now he's a reverend, by the way. He's a pastor.
Yes.
After that, I'm sure he went right to God.
And he had,
it's like fucking Anastas negative.
he had like rosary beads all over his car. And he hated the show, and he never really worked after that, remember? He became a pastor.
Oh,
that's what he said he should have done. He should have passed.
He loved Jesus. He was into Jesus then.
Yeah.
And he hated the show. Meanwhile, he had a whole floor.
The show is what got him everything.
I know. But
Sandy, some people are asking questions. They want to know how Stan Laurel was in bed.
I didn't do him, but I did Hardy.
Yeah,
He was small, very small dick.
Yeah.
and what's his name? W.C. Fields was.
He must have been good.
He was
huh?
hot, man.
Burying his schnoz up in your.
Always drunk.
Yeah. Any other big celebrities we could know about from the 60s and 70s? Sounds like a wild time with Sandy
Woody
King.
Allen, no.
No.
Who else can I think of?
But were you in love with all these guys, the Hollywood guys? Demond Wilson? Were you in love with him?
Demond.
Really?
He was like the only black guy that I said.
Did he pick you up in a pickup truck?
No, he had a car and
Did
stuff.
you? Was it weird back then? A white girl and a black guy walking around?
Or celebrity and an animal?
I don't remember, but he was a celebrity, so it didn't. It was all right.
Yeah.
You could fuck a black guy. Or even my mother was terrible with Richard Pryor. So
yeah, your mother
liked him.
Yeah, and then when he blew himself up. Remember Richard Pryor? And Jimmy Walker.
Hold on, can we go back to that riveting exchange?
Did you fuck Jimmy J.J. Walker?
Not really. Not really, but I was in the Carnegie Deli with my parents, and Jimmy Walker walked in. And I've talked to him. Hi, Jimmy. And my parents were appalled that I speak to a black guy.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was horrible.
At least they had somewhat
and then
of a good
when
upbringing.
he was on TV, my mother was like laughing hysterically at Good Times. She's like, "Oh, is he funny?" I said, "Ma, remember we met him at the Carnegie, and you said I shouldn't talk to him." So
It's like a life lesson learned from Mom.
Yeah, isn't it right? She
Whoa.
said, "Oh, he's funny though."
Yeah,
So I
you
said,
didn't fuck him though, right?
No.
No, he was he was best friends with David and Steve Landisberg. They were like, and then when Jimmy made it, he was like the biggest snob. He was like, you couldn't talk to him after he got Good Times. He was the nicest guy. And then the minute he got Good Times, you couldn't even talk to him.
Oh,
That was
wow.
Jimmy Walker.
Wow. One time she
You should save some of this for the book.
Yeah.
she showed her vagina, and he said it looked like it was blown up with dynamite.
No, Jimmy, you know what Jimmy Walker said, you're a really beautiful girl, and I love you because you're down to earth. I just saw Al Pacino on the street. I gave him
Did ya?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hoo-ah, hoo-ah. And I gave him my first CD. Sandy Kane is the Naked Cowgirl.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and I said, Al, I always see you, and here's a fucking CD. And he was sitting with a lot of people, and he's just trying to be down to earth. And I said, you're the greatest actor in the world, Al. And he said, just one of them. And I said, no, you are the greatest. I loved it. And then it went, hoo-ha.
Trying to get you away.
Yes, he's a great guy. I took 3 pictures. I'll let you see him next time I see him.
Oh. You have a picture of
Pacino?
Yeah.
3 pictures.
Yeah.
She's gotta
I said
develop
to him,
them.
you want a lap dance?
Yeah.
He said, no, you stay over there.
Yeah.
But anyway, I came near him and we took a picture. He was sitting down, and I'll show you. And then
Was he nice?
Al Pacino's a great fucking guy. Did you ever
That's
meet
great.
him?
No.
Very down to earth. He was sitting with a lot of people, man, just ordinary people, trying to be real.
He didn't whip his dick out.
No, I wanted him to, but
We're all down to exactly. It's called
he's
gravity.
very down to earth. Very down to earth.
Yeah,
Al
we
Pacino.
get it. Wish
And
we
he
were
looked
in the
real
earth.
young. I said, "Who's your plastic surgeon?"
Or even of it.
Who's your plastic surgeon? Write it down.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
You thinking of a little plastic surgery?
Yes.
What do you want to have done? What do you think? When you look in the mirror in the morning, do you see a reflection?
I'll
Just
tell
a
you.
floating hat. Just a wig in midair.
Anthony, it ain't easy a lot of times looking in the mirror.
It's like The Shining, that old lady in The Shining.
It's like
out of the tub all
Yeah.
slow.
it's not easy looking in the mirror these days.
Kisses Nicholson.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
not
Goes
easy.
and tears a young boy's sweater.
Even when I'm in
Now-
Times Square as a naked cowgirl and people are throwing me money, and it's like, boy, you look good, they tell me. And it's still not easy looking in the mirror.
Sandy, when you look in the mirror, what do you want changed about yourself? What is it?
Okay, this part of me is like really saggy.
You're pointing to your whole face when you say that. What do you do?
I like
What-
my eyes. I think my eyes are
You want
cool.
your eyes to be what do you want done?
I feel-
because there's things. There's facelift. There's a nose job. There's
Yeah.
fucking chin implant.
Yeah.
Eye
Really?
pull back.
Yeah,
Whatever.
Yeah,
So what do you want done? Like, what's the most important thing you think? That,
this part right here, right here.
what, like your cheeks and your chin?
She's
your-
just pointing
your
to her
neck?
forehead and the 5'7" below it.
And just this part. I'm talking to this plastic surgeon. You remember you had a doctor on? She wrote a book.
Kevorkian.
She wrote a book. She had her tits done. Remember? She
Olivia.
was gorgeous.
It was just coming out.
Well, she had her tits done.
She certainly did.
She had her tits
Done
done.
lopped off.
And she had her face done, and you couldn't tell. You don't remember her? She wrote a book.
No. Victoria Zdrok.
Yeah,
Right.
it's the Russian broad.
Yeah.
She was Russian?
Yeah.
Anyway, so she
She's
gave
been
me the
somewhere.
name of plastic surgeon to give the 1 hour facelift, and I've been talking
Yeah?
to him. Yeah.
It's a guy with a shovel in an alley.
Sandy, what would you give yourself? What would you give yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 being the hottest.
Yes.
Well, when I'm making money,
Question.
Naked Cowgirl in Times Square, I give myself a 10.
No,
If
just
it's
saying.
on the
just,
Richter. Yeah.
just
Not even a good joke.
when you look in the mirror, what would you give yourself?
Well,
just
when I looked
fast.
in the mirror, I said, gee, this part of my face looks younger, but my eyes look older.
Wow.
So it's like she did something, but the bags are like more accentuated.
There's nothing really you can do about that unless you go in to have surgery.
Well, what
and
I'm
they
saying
cut that
is
loose skin out.
There's one, so
and make
there's
another
one thing
3
that she
humans out of
helped,
it.
but then the bags get bigger. So
Could they do anything with the bags under the eyes? Maybe make a cloak out of them? Flesh cloak?
Pack them. My bags are packed. I'm packing my bags. Okay.
Yeah, we get that.
There we go.
My bags are packed. The ones under my eyes. That's
so that's what you'd have
Your legs
done, like a
look
little
good.
facelift.
Your legs look good in that skirt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, geez.
All right. Well,
Her legs aren't bad.
From the kneecaps down.
Yeah, I have beautiful knees.
you really do.
You're going to go to Times Square dressed as Britney
I wish
Spears
the Irish
today?
Republican Army would notice
No way, Opie.
No?
No way.
This could be your new look for Times
I'm
Square.
doing a Dutch interview today about the lawsuit that Robert
I'd like to
Burke,
give
the
you a
Naked
Dutch oven.
Cowboys. So I'm doing Dutch TV.
Where are we
Dutch
at?
TV.
Where are we at with the
Yeah.
lawsuit?
TV.
You're still performing in Times Square.
Yes, I still
I wish
am.
you were a Dutch playwright and you wrote something about Islam.
Now, people think Robert Burke chased me out of Times Square. He certainly didn't. There I am. Oh,
You're still in Times Square.
definitely. I
You'll
am
be there
still
later
in
today?
I will be there today.
Selling CDs?
Well, yeah, I'll sell some CDs. Why not? Thank you. I needed that. They are really gorgeous. And, he said write a book. But there's a lot about my life.
Right on the CD.
Right
How did
on
they
the
get the
CD.
CDs, Sandy Kane?
How did they get it?
Yeah.
Can we play a song from it? I got to hear a track.
Yeah, we're gonna end the show with one
Oh,
of Sandy
great.
Kane's songs.
Well,
How
there's-
did they get it? First of all, it's on Sexy Records with a lot of
yeah,
X's.
it's me.
Oh, really?
It's my own label.
Sexy
that's-
Records?
Yes.
Who do you have signed
Yes.
to your label?
Just me.
Yes, Ugly CDs was taken.
No, it's just Sexy Records, my own label, and
Cool.
I will be out in Times Square with some if anyone wants to buy. And they're not really available on anything yet.
Best
so.
way to do a CD, keep it under your hat.
Don't put it
Keep
on
it under underwear.
iTunes. It's not on iTunes or anything.
No.
Well, why don't you get it somewhere?
Put it
I
on,
don't know
it should be on
how to do
iSore.
it. I don't know how to do it. But anyway, I would love to if you hear it and just tell me which one. If you love I Love Dick or Gloria the Queen from Astoria is
Which is the
great.
hit single, would you say?
Well, the controversial one with Robert Burke is He Taught Me How to Love, and EMI
Very
Music.
controversial. Very controversial.
Yeah, and
Is it actually got him on there?
no, that's
Oh,
there
right,
is
okay.
someone on there, and I said to him, "Why not put your voice on it?" He said, "I will for $5,000 franchise fee."
Right.
And my
whole
my
lawsuit's
lawyer
about.
has gotten like he's a real fraud, Robert Burke, the cowboy. He's a fucking hype. He says his company is this and that. That they do radio
This and
shows, they
that.
do TV shows, they have sports celebrities, they do all this shit. And my lawyer has uncovered that he's a total fraud. He doesn't do any of that. And I would like.
I think I've seen him on some news shows, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't have his own show. He doesn't have a
People
show.
know who he is, though. He's pretty famous.
Yeah, he's so.
So is Sandy.
Hello.
He's got a better ass than you, too.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Let me see.
Smaller cock, better ass. Oof.
Wow.
American flag
I
shorts.
was just thinking that. The American flag shorts.
The fucking American flag is treated better in Tehran during a protest.
I tell you, man, that the Naked Cowboy should show his fucking ass crack or a ball or something instead of suing fucking people. He should wear a thong or something. Show
Holy
his
shit, it ain't
fucking
getting better
ass.
than
You
that
don't
today.
think so?
Yeah,
Instead of suing fucking people, wear a fucking
I hear
thong.
you,
Show
I
a
hear you.
ball.
Keep
Show
performing
a
down
ball.
Yeah, do something like that instead of suing me because I'm showing. Now I'm topless in Times Square.
What do you
So-
wear? Pasties?
Yes,
How's that working out for you?
it's good. More money.
Yeah.
Yeah, they love it. I take pictures with little kids, man. you know.
What tourists from like where are the ones that come up to you the most? Do you think?
By the way, my friend was on a
Oh,
bus
right.
yesterday, and
I was
she heard
wondering.
people
I thought
talking
it
about
was
me.
Japanese, but
No, I'm just saying. I know you're. But she said they were talking about the Naked Cowgirl, how he's suing me, and that she's much better than him. She's
Oh.
talented. But what?
group comes up to you the most? What type of tourists?
Oh,
Where are they
Australians,
Yeah?
Brazil,
Brazilians, a lot of
Italians, Ti Amo, French.
Anybody who would enjoy a safari.
Jatam.
Does he
Who
talk?
comes up? People that have, all kinds of people you meet in Times Square. Asian people.
A lot of Asians take pictures with you?
Yeah, a lot
They
of-
love their cameras.
Yes.
You think
she's Godzilla?
Australians. People from England.
And where do you stand? What corner?
I'm on 46th Street and Broadway.
That's exactly where a Muslim terrorist dropped off his car.
Oh, yeah. No, I was there.
He was trying.
Jim, I was there.
That's what
Now
the
we know
defense,
why.
I
that's what
walked
the
right
defense
by
plea
it
is.
6:30 on that Saturday. I walked right by it. I
Yeah.
walked right by it. I would have been blown up.
Walk right. You were in
It's-
Times Square on 6:30 on a Saturday.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. No,
Look
I was
out.
there. I was there. I would
Yeah.
walk right by
You
that
and a million
van,
other people.
because I always walk by that street with a lot of money. I was going, oh, see, it's a great day
Oh,
today.
that's good. Why don't you let that out that you
Yeah.
always walk by there with a lot of money?
Yeah, I mean, the money would have gone flying, man. No, I'm just saying, if I would have been blown up right at
More
that
like
point.
rolling.
Luckily, it was, and I walked right by it. I'm telling you, the money would have gone shit,
All right, Sandy Kane, thank you.
You
Britney
look
Spears
great.
thing is terrific.
Janine, amazing.
Did you really
work.
like
great
it,
job.
Ope? I mean,
Yeah,
what do
we're
you, what do
twittering
you-
pictures, right?
Are you talking about?
Yeah,
what
we're
do you
tweeting
think,
and
Ope?
shit. You look,
Eh.
Yeah.
It's just that you weren't like, she's not 16. No?
I wouldn't, no.
Dog years.
Yeah.
You want,
Look at all the tape holding everything up.
You
Holy
look at-
shit.
I could see you if you tried to go in place getting proof, though. For humanity.
under 100.
For a senior citizen.
They would want to see your flying saucer license.
Well, you got a CD out, Sandy Kane, that no one could
Yeah,
get.
that no one could get.
Did it hurt when Will Smith was dragging you through the desert?
Yeah, hey, let me tell you, no one can get it, but you have the exclusive.
Oh,
You're
my
gonna
God.
be Al Pacino got the first copy, you got the second copy, and you're gonna play "Taught Me How to Love," that controversial song that Robert.
Is that
Burke-
the one you want us to play?
Gloria is a great one, though.
Look, this is your
Gloria.
Yeah, but
What's the hit single? What's the one that's going to hook everybody in?
Gloria's a good one, Jimmy.
Gloria? All right.
Oh, yeah, that's the
All
big
right.
one.
That's a good one.
That's the
Yeah, you
lead
gotta
off
play.
single. How many singles do you think will be on this disco?
I Love Dick is good
Would you give
too.
3 or 4?
I think you got 4 singles off this, Sandy Kane.
Wow, okay, my
I do
babe.
believe.
It's going to go 4 deep.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank
yes,
you.
Janine?
I was just wondering if I could give my website.
Okay.
Oh, go
It's
ahead.
JanineMaloney.com, JanineMaloney. Thanks.
Right on.
And I'll be in Atlanta this weekend, and Jim will be at Comics here in New York City.
Yeah, this
You wanna
Friday.
catch
Friday and
Saturday.
Saturday, and then the
Yes.
one-man show at Vinny's Club in New Brunswick, Stress Factory, August 4th and the 11th.
Yes,
And
Wednesday
Canton,
nights.
Ohio,
Wednesday nights.
Friday, August 13th, Canton Palace Theater.
All right, Sandy Kane, always a treat.
Always a treat. Thanks.
Fantastic.
Keep
And I
fighting
can't
the
wait to
system.
hear my song.
Fuck the Naked Cowboy. Here's your song, and we'll see you soon, okay?
Okay, sweetie.
Her name is Gloria. She is a queen from Astoria. And all the guys love Gloria. She's an American warrior. Her name is Gloria. She is a queen from Queens, Astoria. And all the guys love Gloria. She is a time